Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest. Bring your best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal too.
Over here in the little hangar, but unfortunately they've got residency. They're not happy though, and the grenades are down, and LG Divine is bleeding out fast. That mullet is... Oh, I thought it was perfect. Never mind, Oh, it was literally at his feet.
It's close.
Speaking of at his feet, yeah, through the rafters. I mean,
is helping out. Genji's reach is just vast. As it stands, though, Clip did just find the Tulins. Where are these kills coming from? Liquid, you've got problems in front of you. I know you want to try and get the rest, but maybe clear these guys out first. Genji's doing it for you. Pio's coming, and Genji just constantly in the feed. 10 kills now. This should catch at least 2. I'd say both of them. It's just pinged off the railing. Maybe not. But now Otha looking a little lost in his Genji have them pinned, but S is low. He's holding the ridgeline like his life does depend on it. Maelfrost completely blind. Let's go on Genji! How do you get that kill? I do not know, but HC's ability to stay alive is going to be called into question again. They have the high ground. They are shooting down into this bowl here. HC should not be alive, but somehow he's holding on at this point, and no third party coming in. This is wild to me.
Here it's the downfall, unfortunately, of camping these ditches and these dips.
4 kills. Currently jumping Genji for now, but bear in mind Genji's going to come online in a second or two. These nades are good, but they're just bounding a little too far. And if what... Ooh! But it's only a matter of time until Ents want to crest that road, and it's got to happen soon.
They're being surrounded on all fronts. I am lost for words. I thought this was in the side of BP. Tixu pushes a little bit aggressively, and he has paid for it from his life, but ultimately. However, T1 in a very tricky prediction. It's burnt 3 of them! Oh my god, Shimboy! What have you done? How has this happened? STK, they've been burnt away. Smokes are down.
Jan nades now raining in. Tank is right there as well. The spray's good, but it'd have to be a clean pickup. It's not. There's a trade instantaneously. And once again, step by step, Hiruzen knows the blue's on his back. Does he give it up to the blue here, or does he take the window on the way out? It looks like the blue will be the death of him. And there it is. Multi-circle gaming with a...
To bolt it off, does he make the call for some support? Do they turn onto this, or do they just get the hell out of here? Jun, now, okay. Now you've garnered the attention! Squeaky out the back of the vehicle. A moving bolt action is something that I always love to see on a championship Sunday. But
day trade not too far away either. They can do some damage. Oh, look at this. There it is. Looking from above. using that high ground so well, and that's a couple more points.
Mutual destruction on both sides. All these teams were kind of looking at the top. STK may be just a bridge too far, but still, they're lurking within Gen G. They're lurking within Team.
I think they now know they are in all kinds of trouble. Gen G want this fight and they want it bad, but overstepping. Push down for the punish on one, but Loki, the spray is excellent. Takes down 80, but couldn't quite convert towards the other. Now Fuzzface isolates Esther. FaZe are finally giving it back. Gen G may be underestimating their opponents here. FaZe, the European giants, for years now, finally finding the form in the right time and not allowing danger. Surrounded, they pushed it. Angle on the tunnel push-up while they were trying to fight towards a Freak of Freaks. They have to turn their attention back to this. They'd love to keep more up, but awkward flash comes out, doesn't catch him. And the nades, brilliant from Kurt. Up and over. Look, you can focus on the tunnel, but hey, you ain't got a roof, so catch a nade or two. This would be MCG done for. It goes from hero to zero at this pace. And a Freak of Freaks seeing this probably should apply some pressure to send some more.
It's unformidable numbers, but with FaZe, the 3 versus 1 now becomes inevitable. Luke 12 would just have to go full-blown God mode, but unfortunately FaZe have the exact same principles. 17 frags come out from STK in a moment when they needed it most to bring them up into the money bracket. It got the job done, but ultimately I think we know how this book ends. Through the grass.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back. It is time for a PUBG Global Invitational S sidebar. We're going to have a bit of fun with the weekly survival. It's not the weekly survival, it is the survival series. A bit of a, I don't want to say a one-off, guys, but something different, something fun, something unique that a lot of these players haven't experienced before. I will be joined by Hypoc and Godspeed for all of the antics and chaos that happens tonight. Hypoc, how are you doing today?
Doing good. I'm excited for some TPP action. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute, actually.
You were the first one to say the dirty word. I did not bring it up in the intro, but you dropped it right there on the counter to start this thing off, Godspeed. It is TPP, and that doesn't stand for toilet paper please. That is third person perspective. The whole tournament is in that format this weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a third person tournament, and it's definitely a departure from what we're used to. It's obviously just a few squads involved, a little more intimate, but it's generally supposed to be more fun and a break from, you know, all the stress that's been going on so far.
Yeah. It'll be interesting, Hypoc, because I don't think there's been a team that succeeded at TPP in the West since Noble in 2018.
Wow.
How does that affect these players as they prepare for this week? Is there any way to prepare for this?
Not particularly, no, I don't think so. I mean, it's going to come back to some of the longer-standing veterans of PUBG, I'll say. The guys that have been around for a minute or two. Those are the ones that I expect to shine through this week.
So let's take a quick look at what you guys got. This is the entire schedule of chaos and goodness from February through March. We are currently on the highlighted week, the survival tournament. It is 3 days of festivities. Long story short, it's a big event. We wanted the players to have a break, so they got their 4 days off after the weekly final. There is no reseeds or any of that stuff to deal with stress-wise this week. They will get a bit of a refresher. We'll have some fun. But here's how the series worked. We did a snake draft. We took all of the teams basically on their current rank, and then we snake drafted them into groups. Each group has 4 teams in it. Point system is 3 matches per group. TPP, squad, or wrangles. You can see that the points are pretty similar to what you're used to. 1 kill equals 1 point. First place gets 10. However, here's where it gets unique besides the perspective. When we get to the game, only 4 teams are dropping in. The top team from each group after 3 games advances to the quarterfinals that will be held on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, which will make it to the big final. Only the top 4 places pay. Group A, B, C, and D will play today. Each group has a bit of a unique build to it. We can talk a little bit about them. We'll start out first, Godspeed, with the obvious one to me is I've got 2 North American or MPL alumni here with Group D. This is a North American slugfest.
Yeah, and you throw in a little sprinkle of Gex, but otherwise, yeah, this is a North American. You know what I mean? It's super,
the Gex, bro.
It's just really interesting how this played out. Yeah, 3 American, or I should say North American teams versus 1 lonely Gex. But it's third person, so I don't know. This format is so weird because anything could happen.
I was gonna say, I actually feel worse for the 3 NA teams in that group, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah. It was going to be brutal. I don't know how. I think Gex just stands back and lets the chaos ensue. Group A is what we're starting off with today, Hypoc. When you look at those 4 teams, it is hard not to think FaZe Friday.
Okay, yeah, that's maybe not the direction I would have gone with that, but yeah, sure. I'll give it to you. I mean, I didn't really have a witty pun to come up with now that you put me on the spot, so I'll go with yours, I guess.
Okay. All right, well, I mean, it's not Monday, so Meta can't win, as there's no obviously alliteration there, though I do think Meta could put up some big numbers. EFGH, we play tomorrow, so come back at the same time in the same place to see all of the other teams play, including the lone group, or the lone team from North America not in Group D. Oath will be going up against a pretty stacked squad there, along with Infantry, Tiamba, TSM, and their star player, Wooks. Godspeed, are any of these groups really appeal to you as you look at it?
Yeah, actually, looking at Group F, that's a really stacked lobby. On top of the fact that you have Infantry and Tiamba in there, so that's gonna be tough for Oath. But you know what? I have faith in their TPP skills.
In their TPP should be fun to watch. Okay, so let's go back to Group A. We've had some time to develop the puns or the alliterations. Hypoc, FaZe, Divine Esports, Metagaming, and against all. Not against all 30. Attack all around. God, I still remember. We're doing TPP 2018.
We're doing TPP, yeah, that's fair.
That's fair. All right, Mike, who's your favorite to win Group A, considering sort of what we're dealing with here in terms of format?
For me, it's still FaZe. Fuzzface, a veteran of TPP. Anybody who ever played EU ranked I say EU ranked way back in the day in TPP knows how deadly he was. Again, coming off the back of a hot win as well. I don't think it's any real question for me. FaZe are hot right now.
Now, Dustin, this is a unique format. I think you guys have had a little experience with something similar to this in the past. Talk to me about sort of what are we seeing? Like, there's only 4 teams on the map. That has to be adjusted somehow, right? We can't have them dropping all over the normal drop system. So tell me a little more about what we're going to be seeing today.
So essentially what's going to happen is the teams are going to immediately, again, there's only 4, they're immediately going to be able to see the circle, and then they're just going to drop straight into that circle, and the time between each shrink is obviously much less than what we've normally been getting. And the whole point is to kind of get to those end game situation, those end zones, so to speak, to get there as quick as possible and just win. Except it's in third person, which adds like a completely different dynamic on it, right? Normally we'd just be like, yeah, that's great, you know, sounds really fun. 4 teams, they simulate what it would be like to be the last 4, but it's in third person. So, and then obviously a lot of these guys are out of practice, but that's kind of the gist of the mode. Get the gear, you see the circle, you know where you have to rotate, so generally there's going to be room for all the teams to play, and then they're just going to scrap it out.
I mean, I anticipate, if I remember correctly, I think third person is still the most played casual format for a lot of people in different regions. And I imagine experienced TPP players watching this may be ripping their hair out a little bit as they see our first-person pro-trained players playing this, how does the game differ? I know you've played a lot of third-person perspectives, so you have a good idea of how it differs from first-person. So walk us through a little bit of that.
I mean, it tends to be a lot more passive leading up to the end game. Obviously, you have the ability to kind of just free info peek, right? There's no real requirement to go out and find that information by giving away potentially a knock in those late game situations. So it's going to be interesting to see, because it's a very different pace to first person, what we're used to in competitive PUBG. Again, for me, I've got to give some of the Asian teams the edge. You know, over there it has been more and more popular than it has throughout Western PUBG over the last couple of years. That kind of goes without saying. But it's going to be interesting to see the switch up, or whether or not we just see some of these Western teams just hit V and play first person. Fascinating.
Is it? Well, yeah. What would you do? Okay, so both of you guys played competitively. I literally remember the day that first person came out, and I think you somehow, if there was a way to uninstall the third person option, you did. So, as players who've been playing first person since the day it came out, would you hit that V button if you were playing the tournament today? Godspeed, what do you think?
No, I mean, the advantage from playing third person is obviously so great. As Pac said, that just the peeking advantage alone would be enough to deter anyone who's actually trying to win from going into first person.
All right. And hi, Pac, I assume that you agree with this, or would you hit the V button?
I mean, come late game, I'm fully expecting to see some prone down cheese TPP peeking, like the good old days. But there might be some people that still revert back to using that first person, just for, I guess, comfort levels.
Makes sense. From the viewer perspective, not much is going to change. We're still going to see the game almost exactly the same way. So you guys obviously you get comfortable and enjoy it. But that's the goal. The issue I think some things are coming up against right now, Hypoc, is this is kind of meant, it's a fun event, right? It's something different. It's something new during the sort of festival of PUBG that is PGI.S, but it's also a $60,000 prize pool. So is there a way to convince players, hey, you know, this is we're trying something different. Don't stress out too much when there's a prize pool on the line?
For sure. I mean, there's always going to be that shift. I think some of the teams that are going to excel in this are the ones that, you know, tend to go out and play very aggressively, very proactively, I should say, especially with these circle settings, right? It's all about getting situated early on, getting yourself set up. So, I mean, eyes again for me come back towards teams like FaZe. You know, I don't expect them to kind of just try and passive play through with only 4 squads on the map. I expect them to go out. Actually, that's interesting. Look at that. One of the LG Divine players. Let's see. Paying homage to FaZe there with a
look at that.
Yeah, with a FaZe clan mouse pad.
That's good. Well,
that's fun. I hope they get signatures on it at the end of the event. That would be something. Or beat them. Maybe if every time you get to kill one of them, you get to get the signature. That'd be kind of fun. But that does, I think, it lends. We talked honestly about this with FaZe winning last week, that they are one of the most storied franchises in PUBG in general. And I think seeing other teams' players show up with FaZe mouse pads is a bit of a tribute to that history. Godspeed.
Well, they're definitely one of, if not the most successful team overall, as the span that they've been involved as a team in PUBG. I mean, all the way back to, you know, IEM Oakland. I mean, and the roster, you know, it's had some changes here or there, but it's still the same core, which is Fuzz, right? And then you also still have AT, who's been there now forever. I just think that roster's insane. I think that organization has done a phenomenal job of, you know, winning overall in PUBG, and I think they're going to continue to do that because their players are strong and the mentality of the team is strong, and that's why other teams like to emulate that.
For those of you watching at home, you just got to see a little bit of a inside look into what the sound setup is like, just so you guys know. You saw him pull off his sort of ear cup. That is a sound dampening ear cup meant to keep them from sort of hearing everything going on around them. And then inside of that, you saw him pull out his little in-ear, and that's the sound device that they'll be using for communication and things like that. So a lot of people, when you watch at home, you're like, I don't understand why you're wearing 2 headphones. Just as a little explanation for those of you doing it. So here's the real question, gentlemen. 4 teams. This is almost in a weird way closer to what I would say is traditional old school esports. We can try to pick a winner, and then we can make fun of the person who's wrong because there's only 4 teams playing. So let's pick a winner for Group A. Godspeed, who wins?
I'm going to be really boring, but I just tend to agree with Pac. I think it's FaZe. I think FaZe wins this group.
Pac, your thoughts?
Yeah, like I always said at the top of the show, FaZe for me, they're coming in hot. I think they're a team that's going to play this very proactive, and I think that's probably going to be the best way to play this out with these settings.
Interesting. I was gonna pick FaZe, but now I feel like
No, you
I
can't.
should be different.
Yeah.
So here's my issue. I want to pick Meta, but I know that they have comm issues, right? They're dealing with sort of the language barrier of coming together with this sort of everyone speaking a second language. Do you think third-person perspective is like more communication will be required because of the way that you gather info with the sort of wall peeking, and that would hurt them that they can't relay things quickly back and forth?
I thought you were going to answer that. You were close to it.
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think it's going to add that many extra layers of communication.
Okay. Hey, if you feel that way, then I'm picking Meta. I figured I'd ask the experts, and you both seem tentative, so I'll pick Meta. They're going to win this first round. And
TPP experts now.
They are. Well, you guys, you're just experts in general. A lot of stuff going on today. We will get into some substitutions that some teams have made recently later today when we see SDK take the field. But we're about 1 minute away from getting this thing started. Let me ask you guys one final question. This is a bit of an inside bet. I was talking with our casters today, Matt and Sims, and they both thought this was going to start a little bit slow. I think there's a chance it gets chaotic right out of the gate. What are your thoughts? Hypoc, a little slow, or are we going to kick off with fireworks?
I think the first game's definitely going to play out very slow. Maybe going to get a feel for how teams are going to play this out. I can't imagine that the teams are going to be able to anticipate in terms of macro with these settings what's going to go down.
Godspeed, would you go in and look to smash some faces?
I mean, considering I've been in a fist fight or two in a certain part of the Erangel map, yeah, maybe I would go aggressive. I don't know.
Fine.
Who knows, Steve?
Nice. Fine. Fine, if that's what you want to do. All right, guys, it is time now for Group A to get underway. 3 games, 4 teams, $60,000 on the line. Let's head over to the casters for the first match of what could be the future. It is the dream team of Sims and Matrim.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, indeed. Welcome along, everybody, to the PUBG Global Invitational S 2021 Survival Tournament. It's a little bit different. It's a little bit weird. It's a little bit wacky. I've no idea how this is going to go down. And as you can see, we already have a circle in play. So it's a little bit more like traditional esports, quote-unquote, as Steve mentioned per se. 4 teams drop in. It's a single elimination bracket. Top 1 advances to the next round, which is going to be quarterfinals, and top 2 advance to the grand finals. My name is Sims. This is Matrim. Matt, good morning, all the way from North America. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing good. Just kind of getting a feel for how this is going to go through. Bear with this, chat. We're all being exposed to something entirely different than what we've seen. We've seen variances of this inside of scrims and whatnot, and looks like we might have a little bit of vehicle contest. Nope, looks like LG is already going to go ahead and get the quick play back over towards that in a separation on motorcycle, and it's going to be 2 ships passing in the night as they should get some separation out off of that one. To follow back up kind of with what we were talking about a second ago and about the speed of this first game, I think since it's a little bit new, we're going to see some hesitation from players. No big rushes coming in at the start. And you know, all the other groups are watching these first couple of rounds to get a feel for how this is going to play. So it's kind of exciting to be a part of something new, but that means that there's going to be a lot of, I guess, hesitation on some of these players' parts to try to figure out exactly the most, I guess, the prime way to play the event that we're in right now.
Look, I've seen mixed feelings, social media, feedback, everything else that goes along with it. The kind of way to treat this, it's fun. This is the whole preface that we need to go with this one. It's a bit of a break for the players during what is essentially 2 months out in Korea, maybe even longer. They've been quarantining since, I think it was January, so get Christmas over and done with, start a new year, and boom, you're away from home, you're away from your family. This is a bit of a break for them. Granted, they're still playing, but there is cash on the line. There's a $60,000 prize pool at the end of the day. So it's not as if we're doing this just for the cheese of it. There is money to be made. I believe, reading the rules, this doesn't actually stack on top of weekly survival, so this is straight cash in the bank, job done. Again, with how things are going to be doing, different circle, different play style, TPP, everything else that goes alongside it. I suppose for this one, we can kind of set the lay of the land and how things are going to be going. You will see, obviously, TPP perspective, and that's what the cameramen at over in Korea we'll be sticking with for now, just so you can kind of see what the players are seeing, so to speak, from the mind's eye. They'll be able to get their POV. As such, games, I think, last around 13 minutes long, so much shorter time, much faster shrinks. You'll see the circle when we start, limited area to be able to move from. Ultimately, it's basically playing an end game. Would you say 40? This is we've skipped all the initial start. You've got to get in, you've got to get your loot straight away, and we're just kind of playing the end game. But for TPP, biggest nuance has been it's the amount of vision and information that you can garner, especially when it comes to corner peeking and wall peeking.
You're going to see a lot of differences in movement specifically. Whenever we see walls line up or people going for window peaks, you start seeing bolt actions being a little bit stronger in TPP, just because of the fact that you can kind of get a feel for what's going on, and you don't necessarily have to hard peek. You can have an idea on where it's going through and start lining up your shot before you step around. So might see a little bit of variance whenever we're looking at the weapons come into play. But really, I kind of got my eye on if we're going to be seeing like more of an urban endings, or my fear is that we're going to get like tree endings to start with, because I think that you're 100% right, Rich. It's like we're kind of skipping the mid game. We're doing the loot section, then we're just going to have some fast moving circles to take us into the late game very quickly. So whenever we're looking at this, we can see that LG Divine kind of in a close position back over next to Meta to the southeast, FaZe back over towards school and apps, and then we have Pachinki that's gone over to AAA. So depending on how the circles go, that's really going to dictate the potentials of action, with really only two teams maybe being in drive-by position near each other, because you can see Meta kind of getting an idea on what's going on around them. Remember, we did see them drop kind of close to each other just a second ago. So you can see first circle already about to end, so everything's starting to kick off. Circle is going to collapse back around right on top of LG's positioning. AAA already going to have to reposition over, but look at the circle size difference. I'm already kind of about this, Rich.
Yeah, the map just goes, bye, see you guys, and just leaves them have a good time towards the north. FaZe instantly in the vehicles, and they'll be on the way down to this one. I mean, there's weird and wonderful stuff we can talk about that we've never really spoken about before, like where teams decide to set up shop. Do you go for somewhere like Instance FaZe? They go for school. You're going to get quite a lot of loot from there between them and split apps, but you're not going to be central to the circle. Pachinki, Triple is already in there. They're laughing for now. The circle comes in, they're laughing even more. So there is also this level of kind of picking your poison at the start. Do you want to try and hit a center compound early? I think we might see a couple of hot drops and a couple of clashes, especially when it comes to DA later down the line when they come back into play. But for something like this, certainly hot drops will probably suggestively be more in abundance. Meta, you okay over there? Yeah, he's fine. I think the vehicle's fine. A little bit of a barrel roll. Coming out of this one, I don't want to take too much from the main event, because this is all about something different. It is a different format. It is a different perspective. It is a different competition, so to speak, if you would, on the long scale of it. But Meta recently, more coming out of the rough stages that they've had going down through the reseeding structure, and they have just been dominating. Other end of the spectrum, like two different areas to this whole competition. FaZe Clan, a team coming off the back of the win with the recent weekly finals. We've got a couple of heavy-hitting teams, and I think, again, to kind of touch on something that Steve very briefly mentioned during the initial segment, it is going to be one of those where it's kind of dog eat dog. You'll have a couple of really, really, really good teams, and then there might be one or two that just kind of get eaten up in the mix of it.
Well, looks like Jayers might be finding himself in a little bit of a predicament right now. The way you're looking at this is, I think, mainly just drop the sweaty, for a lack of a better term, and just kind of embrace the fun of what's going to be going on. It's a lot of information exchange, and a couple of bullets already being exchanged at this point as well. As you can see, Jin's going to have to retreat back away from this. Couple of bullets come back over towards him. Still sitting kind of healthy and should be able to get back over towards that dip. FaZe just says, screw it. Let's just run right through, and gets rewarded for it. Circle pops right up on top of them, so... It's just like, it's almost like a flock of birds. They were gunning it, and they were like, no, wait, no, cut back over this direction, and this is going to be their new home for now. Now we're going to have to see Meta and LG Divine start making their a little bit of a reposition. Luckily, we do get a hill to start this off. Like, that's going to kind of like divide up stuff a little bit and give everybody some time to figure out how they want to play through this. This train is pretty open for the amount of teams that we have available.
The hill does really drift off towards the back of it, though, so at least for now, you'll be able to see LG Divine push into this one and chill. FaZe, you saw just instantly turn as soon as the circle updated. They hit the new style ditches, the old dugouts and bunker areas just towards the south of the barns. Now, when you look toward the barns again, they may have just decided, okay, well, we'll actually not bother going there because we already know that one player is. So the AAA do confirm that. Well, Meta will take the hillside now. I have to question LG Divine. You've been looking and staring at this for quite some time. You have stayed your feet. For LG Divine, have you just lost this competition, essentially? Have you just lost this round at least? You've let Meta now get into a position which is going to be a very, very strong spot. Top of the hillside. I wouldn't anticipate Sparking goes down. He's going to know that these buildings are hot, especially with 4 teams and no knocks just yet going in abundance. You'd have to anticipate they just kind of stay here, stay their feet, watch it out. LG Divine's been rather slow. I do also want to make note through this competition, we've seen shotgun usage. I have seen more shotguns already looted during these last few minutes than what we have the whole part of last year. But again, with third person, it kind of allows for it, and it looks like we've got our first real point of contact now.
It's a high ground advantage coming out from Meta. Sparking looking back down the hillside, getting a little bit of vision to work with. A little bit of retaliation coming back through, and Meta looks like they're wanting to play this in their more aggressive style that has been favoring them. So starting to make a play back over this direction. Vine's got to be a little bit cautious, but you can see it's pretty open. The other 2 teams on the opposite side of the hillside, so not going to have vision on anything that's going on, so we're not going to see any third party coming in just quite yet. So AAA and FaZe both playing the low ground closer towards the fields back in Pachinki area. But now it's starting to just get dividing lines as both teams starting to line up across this hillside, and you got to keep moving in front of that blue zone. That one's taking pretty hard already.
Bang in, Nate comes in. First knock will fall. Yoon down, next one goes up. Silden looking to try and confirm the point while the rest of them spread out. They have to be aware, especially for JN, that he doesn't get the quick wrap around here because they know they have to be quick. Again, whether you're in third person, you get a bit of a height advantage. Second nade's there. It bounced a little bit too far, but the damage already been done. Both of them extremely low. The guns can do the work here now, but they still have to be aware of Levi's and his teammate just on the left-hand side. As they crest that, Nicky might be able to get some form of an angle. And you can see from Wicked's perspective, or at least you can from perspective, but here's from his player outline, there was damage done, and that was from FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan have took the position that Meta was holding. They moved into the middle.
I noticed that we're already in shrink stage right now, so everybody has to start making a little bit of a move back towards the center. So with this firefight happening, it looks like FaZe was trying to get in vision and trying to get some type of range, but that's going to be one down coming back over towards Meta. Divine's starting to climb their way up this hillside, and where we're looking at right now, Meta's going to have to be pretty cautious because they're starting to have the potential for a third party coming up back behind them and a potentially fourth party, depending on how FaZe wants to play this. So now Meta retreating back. They are very separated across this dip. Should be able to get some sight lines back over towards it. Do manage to get Jin down. You can see it's going to be Sparking. It's going to be holding up the line. Wicked back on the other side of it. Good connecting shots for this one. Sparking under a little bit of harassment. Already gets another one down. Goes for a spray back over towards it. No, does go down. June running through the hillside, trying to make it back over towards the trees. But it's going to be Fuzzface that's starting to stretch out back on the other side of it. Does get the vision. Tries to put in a couple of bullets onto him, but it's going to be a moment too late as Divine is already down. And Meta is trying to get at least some reses back over towards it, but attack all around. Now getting vision back on FaZe's position.
Yeah, Gustav was being the hold for the backline to try and watch AAA and try and keep control of which way they was going to be going. Meta gets Sparking back on the feet. That's good. They're back from essentially a 50% deficit. Here comes the TPP in full effect. Straight over. Has full, clear information of what's going on. The nade's up, and now he can just peek. And again, Hypok mentioned it. When it come down to Fuzzface, this is a man who was grinding this game out from the very start, the early days. And TPP would certainly be he's been in first place for quite some time. He will not be a stranger to this whatsoever. FaZe have Meta at the door. They are holding them back. Uber's creeping in the smoke to the left-hand side as well. The second nade is good. Silzen back down on his backside. It comes to Wicked to try and hold the line here. Sparking up top. Sparking's already damaged. I'm not seeing the health come out. I'm actually seeing it go down. In fact, that's from the blue side. With an 8 ticked up and over. Jayers, it's time for move. AAA, is this your time to get involved in the third party? Because all of a sudden, there's players from FaZe dropping also.
FaZe trying to make a play for this one, but it is coming apart very quickly. AAA coming in at the tail end of this fight. Meta is still just trying to survive up at this higher position, but you can see it's Molotovs doing a massive amount of work, and now it's just Uba right up against the blue zone trying to make his way forward, but there are a ton of AAA members out in front of him just trying to creep along this. Everybody's dropped down to the belly, but it's going to be the blue zone that puts in a lot of work. An attack all around takes our first round victory, Rich.
Yeah, that was fast. It feels weird.
Triple 4 is the end.
I know, this is pretty insane. That's it. 30 minutes. Thank you very much, and it's job done. Attack All Around are indeed your winners of round number 1 of the survival tournament. That'll be 10 points in the bag for first place. If you want to know how the point structure is going to be working, it's 10, 6, 5, and 4 points respectively. Kill points are still 1 frag, 1 point each. So they'll be topping the boards for now. I think most kills actually came out, I believe, from Metagaming. I think they had 6 in total, so still 6 points regardless which way you ever want to cut it. And yeah, that's how TPP goes. Quick, fast, and dirty.
And I think that kind of alludes back to something you were talking about, but you didn't get a chance to expand on. A lot of our players got their start in competitive PUBG back when it was still third-person perspective, and that was kind of the only way to do this. So experience coming off, and we saw that really favoring several of these teams, most notably Fuzzface in his position throwing those grenades.
Yeah, that's it. Quick, as quick as you like, and we're going to keep pushing through these as quick as possible. So for now, I'm going to throw it back to Steve in the desk, who can try and break it all down. The madness, the action, all the carnage. Enjoy.
Hey guys, welcome back to the desk. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Hypoc in Godspeed, and hey, $60,000 by the way. That's what we're playing for here. That was something to experience, guys. That was exciting, sort of. Godspeed, what were your?
No, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Like, there's watching this again. There's a small part of me that actually misses playing some TPP. It's fun, especially.
There was some nostalgia in there. I'm with you.
Yeah, for sure. Like Fuzz on that rock, just sitting there. I mean, he could see everything happening in front of him, and he was able to get some nades off. But that's TPP, man.
It's true.
Now, to be fair, that circle was a it was a little dull, right? I think the city ones specifically are going to be absolute bangers in this little event we have here.
You're right, though. There was nostalgia. Attack All Around's strategy for winning, Hypoc, looked a lot like my strategy for winning in most PUBG matches that I play. Laying on the ground, crawling, and hoping that everybody else shoots each other. And it kind of worked. In fact, it did work. They came out on top. On the other hand, Meta, 6 kills. They were like, let's do this thing. And we can go check out the highlights about how they did this thing.
Yeah, Meta were actually kind of far at one point. They look really good. I mean, other than the fact that Ragnardina, do you know what? The one thing I'm sad about from that game is neither of the shotguns I saw him play got put to work. These guys are going to have to work on that for sure.
You were begging for Fuzz to actually get off, but he got TVP'd so hard.
Oh, dude, Fuzz actually looked like a third-person veteran behind that rock. And for a minute there, I thought he was gonna push the smoke with a shotgun, and it was gonna be fantastic.
Yeah, smokes are very different in third person. Back when we used to play 3PP Godspeed, the smokes were like little wispy tails, not these blooms, right? So I think you can kind of abuse them a lot more now.
Ineffective is the word I would use to describe the first iteration of smokes. They were real yikes. I mean, sometimes like they would, it was just really, it was like a weird tail, and then maybe you'd get cover for one of the 4 members you had. And then we got like the different blooms, which I remember TPP, the shenanigans. I think it was at PG. The very first global event where I think it was Ibiza. He was jumping over the smokes.
I was about to say, I can't wait to see who's going to do our first Ibby cosplay and just be hopping through a smoke train. And to be honest, it's probably going to be somebody like Fuzz.
Probably.
Yeah. It seems like the players are having a little bit of a good time with this. Let's say this. We were curious if it would start fast. It didn't. The first circle is massive. So it's almost like we've got 2 phases. We've got the loot phase for circle 1, and then circle 2 was like, tiny, right? So there's
circle 2 is brutal.
Phase. Yeah, it's like
actually brutal.
It's like the setup phase. But that's kind of the whole thing of this, right? It's to have fun, and the game was fun. They're super quick. You get in there, and for the players, again, it's kind of a mental reset. We actually saw some of the players when we were doing the fly round smiling, which is very rare, especially in the weekly survival. But that's kind of the whole point of it. And I think the TPP spin honestly is fun. I think this is fun. I'm having a good time so far.
And I think it's good for the players. I mean, it is only 3 games,
100%.
right? And you saw how fast those games were. So it's a week off. You come in. If you don't win, you play 30 minutes of PUBG essentially, and then get yourself back into the mix. Take your time off or go through and win the money. Let's take a look at the leaderboards, Hypoc. This is some very important analysis work we have to engage in right now as you break down this leaderboard for me. Super important.
Yeah, there's damage, there's survival time. Look at that, Meta number 1 and 2 with 3 kills. Godspeed, take it away.
Yeah, survival time. I mean, that's just really out of control. You know what I really like though is Wicked. If you look at the top,
me too.
Are you surprised that it's Wicked?
No real shock there, to be honest. I want to see Meta kind of all on the same page. It's a little weird to see Silzen and Ragnaldinho kind of trailing behind a little bit there.
Sacrifices have to be made in third-person perspective sometimes, right? When everyone's hiding behind a rock, sometimes you send a Ragnaldinho out into the open, and when they all peek to shoot, you go, now I know where you are. This is literally trying to put strategy and analysis to third-person perspective. 2 circle games. It is going to be crazy, and I think teams are going to come into this with very different perspectives, Godspeed, on how to approach this, how to try to win. Go ahead.
I was just about to say, though, there's one thing I noted, though. FaZe already trying to nerd out in game 1. They're in vehicles rotating just as Circle 2 pops. So, I mean, they came here to get some money, man, this week. They're taking this serious.
And you got, on the other side, Meta literally drove around the entire second circle, Godspeed. They crossed the entire thing. They started over by Milta. They rotated south, and they ended up north on Potato. They were just enjoying the third-person driving, I think.
Yeah, they were cruising. On top of that, they got some early frags too. So ultimately, it was a fun little game. And I think this is a nice little break for everybody.
Absolutely. And I think that's the key is for those, some it'll be just a chance to play a couple games and go back to doing their thing. We know scrims were very quiet this week as players took some time off, which is much needed. It is a long event in the fact that they were there 2 weeks early to quarantine and get ready for this thing. But it sounds like it's time for us to get ready for this thing as game number 2 of 3 for Group A at PGI.S Survivor Week gets ready to kick off. $60,000 on the line, a decent prize pool, better than week 1 of play. Let's see who puts themselves in position to get to the second round as we head into the match with Matchroom and Sims.
Thank you, Steve. Almost an identical circle to previous. Touching Roshawk, Pachinki's within reaching distance. Playing path down towards the south. Again, not too dissimilar from what we saw previously. So, question is, will teams opt to go for the exact same route as before? Will they go for the same town? Will they have some slight adjustments? Pachinki's a bit more in this time. That's certainly going to be a pivotal spot for anyone who wants to take control of that. But with AAA doing it previously, it might be gentleman agreements. Once you get your feet on the floor and you've kind of picked your spot, Matt, that's where you're staying now for the rest of this competition.
Here's my thing, though. Gentlemen's agreements when you only have 3 rounds to be number 1? Like, hot drops in the system could be highly effective. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point maybe we try to see somebody pull it out. It might be a Hail Mary play, but whenever you're looking at just such a short amount of time, be it game time, number of teams, and really just the amount of rounds that you can play, try anything at this point. It's a fun event, for God's sake. See if you could try to do something fun with it. But you're right, Rich. It looks like everybody's just kind of lining up exactly the same as last time, making their drops back over towards positions. It's almost identical with a little bit more of a stretch coming out from AAA, moving over towards FaZe's position and back over towards Divine's a little bit. Maybe just try to get a feel for how they might be moving.
Yeah, I've just seen 2 players from FaZe move forward, Gustav, and I think I'd say they're going to collect the vehicles. So they will pull back. Gems has moved up very close to the poor man's kind of Pachinki area, or the Scrappy Skrull area, to be able to force FaZe Clan back. He will be in a 1 versus 4 if they want to try and send it towards that compound and move further to the circle, so I'm intrigued to see how that goes further afield. For Meta, again, a bit more spread. The Sills an outside of the circle, but it's not going to be really that drastic. I'll play a huge issue later down the lines. For LG Divine 2-2, and I suppose at this stage it's kind of looking, when we talk about loot again, I think FaZe are perfectly fine. Pachinki, AAA, perfectly fine. LG Divine have gone to 2 larger compounds, but it's going to be in limited loot, and I think that's why Meta splitting farm should have more gear in theory, but for LG Divine, they've committed to only 2 compounds between 4, so I don't know how that's going to look long term.
Well, I think that we're seeing a little bit of variation in the drops. Whenever you guys see the map I would just kind of point out we have a couple of people that are kind of stretched out a little bit, like Fuzzface is separated out. He's not around apartments. He's actually just a touch north of Meta's positioning on the other side of Death Road over there. It looks like people are just trying to start getting safety positions for where this first circle might be due to how, or I guess the second circle, due to how small that it is. So that way, maybe if you already have a foothold, then you don't have to worry about maybe taking a fight. But it feels like AAA have pretty much all of the West to play with to their heart's content. So if the circle does go over there, everybody kind of has to react to how they're wanting to play.
Yeah, and they've got Bobley, who's plumb center. He's gone back to the same place they were previously, within the farm compound, just over by the field. So circle anywhere really is going to be quite favorable. I think it'll give them that hot step and a jump into the next circle, no matter where she goes. Fuzzface starting to rally back to the rest of FaZe Clan, a talk all around. But yeah, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? I'll actually go with that. Just give us a good old pachinky ending. Again, with these circle settings, it's kind of new to us as well, so we don't know how this is going to play out. Whether or not it's always going to be Erangel, it's always going to be sunny settings, la 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 la. But I don't know if it's going to always be the kind of the same circle. I'd be intrigued if it's more central map all the time to stop any weird and wonderful stuff. But it then gets a little bit repetitive. So I'm hoping that the circles are still kind of free and kind of go where they want to go, or have the freedom to do what they want to do. I'm sure we'll find out into game number 3 and understand the lay of the land of what's going to be for our initial circle. But certainly with how harsh and how small the shrink was for the next one, that's when things can really get messy.
See, I want the mess. In this game mode, it's supposed to be fun. I want a pachinky ending. I want a school ending. I want to see shotguns. I want to see that type of stuff come into play. Let's see. Maybe the circle might give us some fun coming into play, but you can kind of see. Notice Fuzzface position back over towards the east. Looks like a little bit of a safety play coming in for them. And no, we're just going to go straight up on top of Potato Mountain. It means that Divine and Meta in halfway decent positionings, and it's going to be all on to FaZe to move off of this. Already moving very quickly. And AAA, who had all of the West, now find themselves being the latecomers into the circle.
Wicked lays down. Use the shoulder cam to his advantage. He'll just be getting the audible cues. Clearly can keep eyes on where LG Divine are. They'll be on the worst side of the circle, so to speak. Probably AAA, the hardest amount of work to do, unless they want to set off now. Previously it was LG Divine who was the slowest to set off once the circle pushed. Bobley's the only one from AAA who's going to be inside the circle. When all the rest of attack all around really get to him, it could be rough. I mean, don't get me wrong, you've got a bit of a steep incline up that hillside, and there's plenty of trees to kind of work between, but depends where FaZe goes. If they want to hold forward, then great. If not, they might just sit back and chill. Uber with a...
I'm still trying to get a vibe for, like, how much damage these early circles do, man. Like, can you just kind of play the blue for a second? Like, I don't know yet.
Have you seen how many DB shotguns are in play? Why have I got 2 players with DBs? What is this game? I get it,
this
though.
Is everything that you wanted it to be, Rich. This is our high-level analysis coming in right now. Let's go back to shotguns. I want it.
I mean, look, I for the audience at home, it's just going to be a ton of play-by-play. There's nothing much we can really break down this one. We can try and set things up for as much success as possible, but ultimately it's a smash and grab. When that circle pushes, if someone sees an opportunity, if a nade is in a good position, if one of them goes on the knock, you're going to see them push on the knock. I mean, that's why shotguns are there. You're gutting for close combat situations. That's what you're hoping for. And that's probably what's going to be provided. I mean, Christ, I've got Fuzzface with a Tommy gun and a Saiga. There is no world in which I would ever see this apart from a TPP environment.
But it is a beautiful world that we live in right now. And see, this is what I was wanting. Let's start getting some drive-by action. I want drive-by shotguns coming into effect. Vehicles are strong whenever there's only 16 people. Just roll in with tanks, man, and start shooting people. That's the way to do it. See how it rolls through. New circle about to pop in just a second. See if maybe that's going to kick it off a little bit more. And it's going due up in the center. Meta still just chilling. FaZe going to have back over towards the north. AAA did wrap all the way around back towards the east. So now they should have themselves a little bit of a spot. And it looks like we're going to be fighting right along this fairly steep incline, which could lead to a ton of fun and just rolling grenades. If you're at the top of it, FaZe, you can just kind of chunk down onto anything you want that's going to be fighting below you.
I can't tell if Fuzzface is memeing or he's just had a really bad day when it comes to loot. I'm sure we'll find out.
He was smiling after the round. I think he's just having some fun with it.
I mean, that's the way to do
gonna
it,
be my
right?
hope.
Regardless of cash on the line or not. Still 30 grand, by the way, for first place. So it's not exactly, it's not just all fun and games. There is a bit of money to be made and earned while doing so. Silzen should have viewership on LG Divine eventually when they rotate through here. They are going to have to move because of the circle, and it does chunk early. Gems is here to keep a track on the third party from once the team advanced forward. Wicked earlier on, you could see already had information on where LG Divine were with Meta opening up onto them. This gives some sort of audible cue, audible information as to where these fights will be happening. Maybe the rotates will be coming through. FaZe, ultimately, king of the mountain, right? You've got to defend this as much as you can. Eventually, you will have to come down from that throne, but everyone else really is at the mercy of FaZe here, in my opinion, when you look at this circle at least.
And it's already starting to kick off to a certain degree. Uba trying to take a couple of shots back over. See, my thing about it is, Rich, imagine the bragging rights. If Fuzzface does manage to walk away by getting his team $30,000 using a Tommy gun, imagine the swag and the amount of banter you can put on social media about that. See, that's what I'm hoping we're starting to get a little bit more of inside this. And, oh, the AAA looks like they're deciding that they want to make aggressive play back over next to Meta. No clear sight lines for the other two teams just quite yet. And here come the vehicles rolling by. It's really just a quick exchange as everybody's a little bit too scattered off of it. Finally, AAA finds up, gets the shots back over towards one, tries to go for the other one, but gonna have to retreat back down the hillside for just a moment. Do note that this has kind of got a little bit of a hill in between it and FaZe, so FaZe doesn't have the cleanest sight lines just quite yet unless they want to make their way down through it. Spit's going to go ahead and hop back in the vehicle, but you can see that blue is chunking over towards him. He's going to go down to the blue zone, and it's just going to be reversing up the hillside to try to get away from the grenade spam coming up from Meta.
I suppose the disappointing thing for Meta is they don't get that point, right? They tagged him up with the nades and they put him to nothing health-wise, but ultimately it is the blue that takes the point away from them. They're still sitting happy on the hillside. They've moved front and center, and now they can just find the snakes in the grass. You would probably never see a player prone down in the middle of nowhere doing anything in competitive PUBG, but we're in a different environment, and it's a different scenario. Gustav now, lay of the land, understands Harry Potter is hot. Got to be careful of it. Two players down low as well. Might be able to keep a track of them. And Wicked, well, you've got to keep a track of where you're walking, buddy, because that blue is about to tank the hell out of you. Puts him low enough for Bobley to come in with the initial knock. Drops him, and now it should be job done. GG. Come on, give me the Mosin shot. Give me the Mosin shot. Don't even scope in. Just third person. No scope. MLG level. Doritos. Mountain Dew. Everything else. Just crack on with it. Bang. Give me the MLG. I want to see the no scope.
Sparking, you're a boy. You have the potential to get these fun plays right now. He is in a little bit of an odd spot, but I almost feel like this event has been designed to make us fear the blue zone again. You can see it's doing so much damage to everybody because they're just losing track of how fast that it's moving. And that feels like that's going to be the big takeaway from the later groups that go, okay, we just have to try to avoid edge fighting because that is just absolutely destroying some of these teams. FaZe, I mean, they're just chilling up here. I mean, they're just vibing. They're bringing their vehicles back together. They hear the firefights that are happening down below them. See, maybe they can pick up a kill or two as it goes. Destroy the vehicles because those are strong right now. But it's just really a matter of time for if anybody has to make an aggressive play or has to move because of the circle back over here, it's just going to be a shooting gallery up at the top. Now, the downside is, depending on what happens if FaZe has to move, you can see it looks like they're already trying to get a little bit of a read for what's going on. And look at Gustav's gun selection.
Look, it's the lay of the land, right? You've got to do what you've got to do. Quick peek comes out from Levi. Silzen tagged up, forced to go into heal mode. But now the smoke's there. Might be able to try and hide him for all, but a second LG Divine, another fourth place. It's a lot rather unlucky. Sparky and Silzen do the 1-2. Hillside, small bit of cover, but FaZe Clan's got this completely nailed down. Here comes the Tommy push. Oh, never mind, he's dead. It's over. That's it, they win.
I feel teased. I thought we were going to get a Tommy gun finish there, and I am now upset. But FaZe, man. Okay, look. See, they got the smiles on their faces. They're having fun. That's what this thing is about. Just embrace the chaos that this game mode is providing, because we're already 2 out of 3 rounds done for this group, guys.
Yeah. I don't know what else to say. Look, it's completely different. It's completely wacky. we're here to have some fun. We're putting on a show at the end of the day. These guys are on a bit of a break at the moment. They've all been working extremely hard. Yeah, it's a long time out there, so this is just all for a bit of fun and banter, regardless of money on the line, no matter what we want to do. For now, we'll throw it back to the desk team to try and break down that rather weird ending that I've no idea how it ended. So, Steve, enjoy.
Thanks, Sims. Always giving us the easy topics to approach as we cover game number 2 in the books. One more to go. FaZe gets a win with 3 kills. Congratulations to them. However, Hypoc, Metagaming got 5. They got 6 in the last game. These guys seem to be out there with the sole intention of putting points on the board.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the key to success right now looking like it's shotguns, right? I see Uber with a DBS in loot phase. I'm happy. I'm really happy to see that. And to be honest, I mean, getting the high ground as well as early as they did. Again, that circle 2 rotation for FaZe. Kind of what won them the game, to be honest.
High ground highlights. Let's take a look back at the big moments. Go ahead, Godspeed. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, taking high ground is obviously very strong, but taking high ground in TPP is just a little different. It's a little extra stronger, if you will. Also, Smith. My boy Smith also died to blue in phase 2, which is just so tragic. He didn't even make it to this part of the game. It's wild out here, man. And FaZe is pretty much farming slumping. Where is LG Divine in all of this, man? I want to see them get some frags.
Yeah, they got 0 so far, Hypoc. That's or in that last game. What did they get in the first game? 1. So that's sad.
Dude, look at 18 popping
off. 80 was pretty damn hype there. He didn't even look that happy when they came through the weekly finals.
He was having a good time. They're getting their wins. It is what it is. Also, you brought it up. We had our first player die to the blue. Attack all around, was trying to push up the hill, and they turned around and looked behind them, and it was just a pile of spit lying there. That's because of the damage, though. Just so you guys know at home, phase 1, blue is only 1 damage per second. Phase 2, when that tiny circle pops, it's 4 damage per second, and for phase 3, it's 7. So basically, after phase 2, you just don't want to touch the blue. They're trying to force everyone to stay in the fight. So that was a game. We're gonna have the rankings and the standings so far for you guys. It was the first, and there is a repetition here. Hypoc, do you expect to see sort of that same first circle every single time, just for those at home who are watching?
I think so, yeah. And I think the drop locations are pretty much going to continue as is. A little bit of, I guess, a gentleman's agreement for Circle 1. I'm hoping we see some fisticuffs. I'm praying, just to kind of throw Matrim and Sims a curveball, to be honest.
Meta hasn't won a game today so far with the 2 matches we've played, but they are currently in first place, tied for first place with FaZe Clan, 22 points. Attack all around 19. LG Divine, sadly, 10. Unfortunate. Remember, you get points for 4th place. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say those are basically free points given to them, Steve.
That is true. So you get 8. You get 4. Is it 4 points per game for just showing up, Godspeed?
I believe so. I believe so. Yeah.
All right.
It's 10, 6, 5, 4. Yeah.
Yep. Consolation prizes. You know, they're in there. That means they can get back in this thing. That said, it is 22 and 22. Meta and FaZe gonna duke it out on this one. Hypoc, if you are one of those 2 teams, do you just do the same thing?
Dropping, man.
You hot drop
I'm hot dropping.
That's what I'm right.
I'm
Do
straight
it.
in there.
Do it.
Straight in there. Get them off the board. Yeah, send them away with their 4 consolation points. Really, really take a hold of the game.
Look at this.
The top
look at the
3
stats
players. I know, Godspeed. Talk to me about these amazing stats.
6 kills on Sparking. He's an absolute animal, dude. Ragnaldinho, though, I mean, he's got to step it up. 52 damage.
He's scouting. He's scouting. There's TPP, so, you know, you got to have somebody scouting, right?
I told you, he's their bait guy. We joked about it for the first game.
This is
just goes out and stands there.
I'm gonna be honest. This is wild fun, man. It may not. I think this is just good. This is good times all around.
Oh, you gotta get metal detected. That's a fascinating safety feature. Yeah. Well, so Ronaldinho stepped outside. They had to check him to see if there was anything on him as he tried to reset his head after 52 damage on that game. A little bit brutal. Whoever wins this one goes on to the semifinals. It'll be on Sunday, where they will fight with three other teams, 4 teams total. Top 2 will go to the grand finals. Winner gets their largest share of 60,000, but pretty decent little prize pool. And again, we've got 4 groups that we'll be playing today. We are 1 game away from finishing group number 1. FaZe and Meta currently tied. No surprises there. I don't really have any other hard-hitting analysis for this game. Hypoc, I don't...
Really?
Well, you know, drop, loot, rotate. It is PUBG in a nutshell, right? So this is attack all around in their booth.
Steve, let me ask you a question here. What would you do in this situation? Because you always ask Pac and I what we would do in this situation. What would you do in this situation if you were on the field?
I would take the high ground. I know that it's going to potato 8 out of 10 times, so I would be there. I would lock up the 3 rocks up on top of potato, doing third-person watching. We wouldn't engage until someone tried to push, and we'd have one person up on the middle who was in charge of flex defense. And we wouldn't fight until the circle starts to close, because it's third person. And the way to win third person is to gather information. So that said, if I was playing in this, I'd be one of the best FPV players in the world. And so I would just go out there and frag stuff because that's what that's what you're born to do. Hey, guess what? We're about to go into the game. Last game of the group. Let's go to 2 guys who were born to talk about PUBG, Sims, and the Matchroom.
The Matchroom. Not just Matchroom anymore. And I'm thinking of a YouTube video here, Steve. Like, you need to produce a series. Tips and tricks with toffees. I think it'd be successful. Or tips and tricks with toffees for TPP. There you go. $1 million idea. What do you think, Matt?
I mean, with the amount of hard-hitting analysis that we're seeing coming out of the desk, and most notably Hypoc. I'm enjoying Hypoc's response at everything. Here is damage. Here is kills. I mean, that's just what we're living in right now, and that's the fun of this. Is we can't deep dive in what's going on. As you're gonna land, you're gonna fight, and I think Toffee's hit on the head. It's just PUBG in a nutshell right now. So I would love to hear Toffee's YouTube video about TPP nutshell tactics.
Okay. Yeah, we'll go with it. Well, Circle's in the same place as before, so I'm guessing it's central map every single time, because it is Plum Center, so I assume that this is what it's going to be every single time we start. So people will eventually start to understand, you know, maybe we get metas down the line. Oh, they're going to be dropping here. We can drop on them, la la la, and all that lot. And then everything else from when the circle shifts, it's then really a bit of anyone's ball game. Crack on with it and just see where it goes, so to speak. But for now, it looks like it is going Plum Center every single time. So we know our starting area, know our starting zone. And we actually know the starting areas for all the teams. It seems to be the same principle this time. AAA, Pachinki, Rossock School, FaZe, all the way down towards the south between the barns and scrappy compound, so to speak, is CLG Divine. And then the outskirts of Farm, just through the coastal area, just off the side of it. Ferry pier, not the actual ferry pier, but a smaller ferry pier. Moving up through the farmlands, you'll see metagaming. Points distribution, ironically, going into game number 3, it's actually pretty damn close at the top.
I mean, that's what you want to see in this. Meta's leaning into what works for them. Shoot everything around you that moves and kill it. This is what we've seen whenever Meta has this capability and they just can kind of unlock the feature of just being able to murder the world around them. That's where we've seen them shine. I am a little disappointed. A second ago, we saw people passing up vectors on the ground. And man, if you're going to see a vector fight, this has got to be the game mode for it, in my opinion. We're getting shotguns come into play. Like, maybe bring out some SMGs. We're seeing close range fights. Let's do it. Yeah. Just embrace the fun. I want to see
the only thing I would say. Well, you know what? I'll go with you on that one. Look, Vector is my jam. Anytime you see a Vector, pick that thing up. Good. Yeah. Put the silencer on it. Away we go. But I won't run it unless I have the extended mag, because that thing just dumps bullets. It looks like Nikki might have actually listened to you, because I am seeing the. Oh yeah, you pull it. It's like, well, that was fun. There's nothing left. I guess I'll move on to my shotgun in my back pocket. Yay. But yeah, so if you can find the extending, then great. I'm going to be running that stuff all day long. With this scenario, I do think, memeing or not memeing aside, probably DMR shotgun? Oh, would you? No, I'm saying that. AR's still. I mean, at this level with these players, like seeing how far they can spray, they just their sprays at distance are ridiculous. So AR shotgun's probably still going to be the way forward. Oh, wait, sparking. I just see you picking up a barrel. Okay, so all right, are you going to be throwing that at somebody? Please, please throw the jerry can at somebody and set it on fire.
I do want to point out one small map modification. Yes, I will still stick to giving you guys some heads up on what's going on. Wicked has already moved to the top of Potato Mountain. This is where we see FaZe often shift. So if the circle keeps going back over to the east like it has, there might be an unpleasant surprise waiting to catch FaZe off guard if we go back in that direction again. So I do want to see a little bit more variance, like move away from Potato Mountain. Yeah, see, Wicked's just kind of like chilling over here. And this is where we keep constantly seeing FaZe try to play. So this could be just trying to lean into maybe getting some damage onto him, maybe getting it down early, trying to work off the advantage of meta just trying to kill everything around them versus FaZe's a high ground positioning that's been favorable for him. So we are seeing some small modifications. Now, regarding drops, there's not a lot of really good drop locations. So as we move forward, I wouldn't be surprised if we see these 4 drop locations be kind of the tried and true places that we see everybody go. Oh, and there we go. Ooh. Instead, we're going up to the Badlands, Rich.
What were you saying about Wicked's position, Matt?
It was good until it wasn't. It was good until it wasn't. I back that, okay? That's my high-level analysis for this game.
That's basically PUBG drops in a nutshell. It was good until the first circle came in, and now it's complete carnage, and everyone's going to have to run into it. The main point I see on this one, there's 2 really pivotal spots here. One will be probably just onwards where FaZe Clan are. This whole compound as a whole, a couple of trees in front of it, but still this entire area here. FaZe keep control of it. Maybe they send someone behind them just to watch the ridges and the spines that run through the middle of the open field. The other point, where Gems already is. Small compound, I usually call it Poor Man's Pachinki, just to the north of Pachinki. You've got that level 3 tower where you can go up towards, well, 3rd floor, I wasn't level 3s, but 3rd floor tower, get a lot of viewership up there, kind of wander around the little doorway that you can sit within and look pretty much straight to where FaZe are. You don't get too much viewership because of the trees that are in the way, but it is very easy defendable. Where other people want to make an entry point from, the hardest, I would say, maybe LG Divine get batted away to school to try and survive. They just go full-blown survival mode and hunker down until the next circle. Meta, though. Meta will be able to take the water tower hill and work their way down slowly and be safe. I think LG Divine probably hit the rocks behind FaZe. If they don't, they'll hit the spines at least.
They have to. I mean, if they don't, FaZe has a fairly centered compound with walls all around it and third party. I mean, they can just kind of hunker down and watch everything that's happening behind every single one of these walls. Meta, though, shifted way over towards the north. And Divine, this positioning might be a little bit problematic off of this. Now, that being said, when Meta has to move in a few seconds, this is about to suck for them. So they need to make sure that they take down Divine quick. You can already see the smokes coming out, reposition off the sides. Silzen might have a little bit of an angle to play, but I think that the hillside's going to kind of block it out. FaZe not really too content to get involved in this, and AAA back over towards the west of them, not too much is going to happen. So really all going to come down to circle. And so who has been praying to Art and Jesus the most? And it looks like we're actually going to get Divine and AAA in position. There's just a smidgen of FaZe's compound at play, but not really one you want to play. It's going to be Meta already on the move back over towards the west, and FaZe, oddly enough, the team that's going to have to move.
Biggest benefit, Meta. They get a lifeline. Rather than have to just kind of run on the hillside and maybe die in open waters, they can take this. But both of these teams, both Meta and AAA, understand that this is a very important position to hold. Silzen does just pause for a second back in the vehicle. Are you going to bother challenging that? I wouldn't. If he's backed off from it, you know you can keep control of this one. Just hold on for a second. Line of sight has been found.
FaZe is rotating back over here. And that's going to be at the exact same time Meta's going. So they might connect back over towards the west. Remember, these guys are neck and neck, tied up right now. So this fight could actually decide who moves on to the next round, depending on how we see this reposition play out.
I think Meta's going to beat them, aren't they? Meta will just beat them in. There's nothing else they can do about this. They have to commit to it. They can't take any of these ditches in front because they're not inside the circle. They literally have to commit. That ditch that they're in, if they want to try and take a fight, fair play. It's a good place to try and reconsolidate yourself now and make a stance. Uber, deeper angle, will be able to get the lay of the land here, but ultimately, I suppose for Meta, they're all going to be skylining. so you will at least be able to get a few headshots off here and there. Uber's deeper angle could be problematic for metagaming. That's the thing here. Once it's a knock, you've got to push on it if you face clan, because there's nowhere else to go. You're not inside the circle. You need that one knock, bang, go.
But Rich, here's the problem. Remember that we're already in phase 3. So once this collapses down, both these teams are right along the edge. Divine's over on the eastern edge. It's going to hit the condense point from this, and everybody's going to have to make their way towards the center. I keep forgetting about that. I'm curious on if this is what the players are tracking as well, because these two teams between Meta and FaZe are right stacked on top of each other and are about to have to move. So they need to take this firefight very quickly, or at least try to get somebody into a safety position away from the wall, because this blue zone ticks hard. And they're about to take a crap ton of damage if they stay here or if they get involved in any type of fight. So this is why I like to see Wicked maybe getting a little bit more aggressive to it. Yes, FaZe, I like this as well. Don't stick that grenade. It's about half damage on it. Meta, can you hit your shots? Because this is going to be key importance right now. You got to get the downs onto it. No! FaZe runs over each other as it goes. That's going to be a little bit problematic. Meta, now it's time for you to make a play. Car Meta time. Hop up on top of each other and see if maybe you can do it. Maybe just send it into the smokes. See if you can run them over. Just try to get something out of this one. It looks like it's just going to be a grenade barrage running through this one. That one's not going to be far enough. Buzzface getting up closer towards it. These guys got to fight this one out, and I think that the grenade range is going to start coming into play now. Rolling in, but they're just not connecting. Cars running over other players all over the place. This is just chaos, Rich.
Big nade goes off, and finally two of them will go down, with Fuzzface probably about to bleed out. I'd be surprised if they manage to get a res up him at this time. But the shells just keep raining. And FaZe from 0 to 0, they're out in 4th position. Previous winners last round. Meta start to rack up the points. That's what Meta needed. That was the closest team to them on top of the leaderboard. This should now give them a bit of separation. But that push in itself was extremely damaging towards Meta. They've lost half of their team. Make that 3 players, 1 more standing. Jayers, time to clean up what you've already set in position. Headshot, job done, point in the bag. Attack all around. This is time to jump these two teams, because LG Divine has such a hell of a lot of work to do. Yes, I know they're inside the center part of the circle and probably the better position here. They are lower down the leaderboards. If LG Divine wins this, then it pretty much goes into the final round to see who is the one team advances. This is single elim. This is one life. If you're not on top of the board, once this next round is all said and done, you're not going any further in the competition.
I mean, if AAA have themselves if they win this, they're probably going to walk away with first. This was pretty close. They need to make sure that they can take down Divine based off of position. There is still Silzen alive, so if he can manage to buy more points based off of this. AAA is also back over next to the zone. You can see having to fight against it as they go. Divine's got themselves a little bit more space to work with, so it's all going to be about the options and how AAA opts into playing this one. Still trying to get more utility, thrown back over towards AAA's position, and it's just going to be a roll right through. Vehicles coming out, trying to run and gun their way through this, but this is not working. Jin is just putting in work off to the side of it, and you can see there's only 2 members up for AAA, and they're already down to about half-life, trying to get those men back up, but it is just a full sweeping advance coming in from Divine. They're rolling right up on top of this, not a care in the world, and this could pay off huge for Sills, and if he can find some way to get some work into this, maybe inflict some more wounds onto the backside of it. AAA, you got to try to make something happen here, but it's just going to be dismantled piece by Divine, just walking through this one. So big 5-kill victory coming up from the... It's weird to say big 5-kill victory, given how many players we've got this one.
And there we have it. From the bottom of the tables, this should now send them up into the upper echelons. LG Divine do collect the win indeed. Biggest winner out of all that, to be honest with you, is Silzen surviving so long. Like, the amount of times he scraped up and scrapped a few points here and there for his team as the last man standing. Credit where it's due. With FaZe going out first, they will now fall, but all of a sudden, this puts the standings pretty much neck and neck with everybody. I don't think there's any one outline leader. Maybe Meta is still at the top of the charts, but ultimately, I think this could come down to one game takes the advancement place.
I got to give it to this group. It's hard to come in whenever you're dealing with like all the circle changes, the viewing changes, those types of things, and try to figure out how this is going to play out. So all the other groups get a benefit from kind of watching how this comes through, and these guys kind of have to be like the trailblazers for it. And that adds in its own level of difficulty as you go, and the hurdles that you have to come up with, making sure that you track, like, who would have thought, okay, well, we have to make sure that we're really making sure we don't play edge in circle 3, because otherwise we're just going to near on instantly die. These are the things that these teams kind of have to trailblaze for the ones that come after.
All right, then, game 3's done. We're going to be rolling into our final match of this group in just a second, but for now, I'm going to pass it back to Steve and the Des team to talk about the last match a little bit more.
Thank you very much, Rich and Matchroom, with the call there. That was game number 3. And, you know, we gave them a hard time. It was a tough time for LG Divine, but they came back and got themselves a first place with 5 kills, Godspeed. So congratulations to them.
Yeah, it seems like every time Pac and I are harsh on a team in any analysis, whether it's this or something else, they seem to step up. So, yeah, that's all we needed to do is just call Divine out, and here they are tagging a win.
Step up 3D. They nailed it that time. They did get the win, but I don't think it's enough. Survival Tournament group winner. You can see it in the back over there. We don't have it on the scoreboard yet, but Metagaming will advance to the next round. There was only 3 to play, so they get those big points. Congratulations to Metagaming. And let's go back over the predictions from before the first game. Hypoc, I believe that you picked FaZe, and I believe that Godspeed picked FaZe. And I can't remember who picked them.
That's really weird, because I remember Hypoc and I picked Meta and you picked FaZe. I don't know why you would spin.
Yeah, I think actually cue the VOD back. We'll clear this up pretty quickly.
That's just
Cue
what
the
I
VOD,
remember.
Dimitri. Can I get a VOD run here?
Actually, just on top of that, I did also say that Ronaldinho is going to be MVP statistically. So, you know, like sometimes you're just on form, right? Sometimes you just hit all of the points.
You know what, though? Sparking actually played a hell of a 3 games. And he has been a player, at the risk of getting a little too into real analysis for a second, that I've been very impressed with from Metagaming, is they've sort of come back into form during this tournament. Sparking has stood out to me, Godspeed.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show that how mechanically nuts he is, going from obviously a predominantly first-person, game as far as the competitive aspect to TPP, and still being able to find frags. And I'm sure he obviously has played the game before at TPP, but overall, this event, if we're talking about the stats, as you said, I think Sparking has more than proven why he's, touted as one of the superstars from South America. So I've really enjoyed watching him play so far in this event.
That push actually onto FaZe there was almost an Ibby cosplay. Whoever it was it Silzen, right? Running up tossing those nades through the smoke train. It actually feels bad for LG in this game, though. Like, one of the players was bolting, which all I want to see this week, shotguns and bolts. Like, then I'm happy. Like, all of the checkboxes are ticked for me then.
Check it off. And I will say this, the first 2 games were, the circles at the end weren't particularly strategic, in my opinion. That last one was a little better, right? We saw different cover points, some good rotations. It was a little bit like a microcosm of traditional PUBG at a faster pace. So, Godspeed, that was something. FaZe had to make a very difficult rotation out of their compound at Little Pachinki, but ultimately lost. And Meta advanced, despite you guys both thinking that FaZe was better in this situation. I'm just saying, again, I was right. So.
It's just so weird that you remember it backwards, but yeah I mean, sure, we can go that way. Ultimately, it was a hard-fought 3 games, and this is kind of been the fun of it. Meta moves on, and that's it. Group 1 is done, or Group A, I should say, is done. Now it's on to Group B.
And they're the guinea pigs, right, Hypoc? I mean, at the end of the day, a lot of us had no idea how this was actually going to sort of go and process. There was a lot of theory. Now Group B and everybody else has had a chance to watch it. They have a good idea of how the circles are going to play out. And strategy, if they choose to use it, on how to make that work. So let's take a look at the standings. As you can see right there, total, Meta comes out on top with 31 points, Hypoc, and a lot of kills, copious amount of kills.
Yeah, I mean, they all kind of started from that game 1, right? They obviously demonstrated they were going to go for a certain play style, and it's paid off for them. A lot closer, actually, when you look at it. It's 31, 27, 27, 25. So I know it's going to be a recurring trend we see throughout. But interesting nonetheless.
Yeah, I think it's the consolation points, Godspeed, because of the fact that you get 4 points for just jumping out of the airplane. It will pretty much always be anybody's game as we hit the end of it, right? I mean, close to anyway.
I mean, if you can get really good position in the last circle, then sure, you can definitely stock up on the fact that you're guaranteed 4 points anyways, right? So anything after that is is just a little bonus. But what we can tell here is that basically, I think FaZe is washed. Third place, it's just really unacceptable.
All right, I am getting word that we are doing interviews with winning teams. So as they look to gather Meta up for the interview, we'll take a look at a few more of the statistics here. Sparking with the kill lead, not the damage lead, but still very respectable, coming out on top. And Ronaldinho, he did a lot of work in that last game to get himself back onto this. I feel like it was a lot worse prior to this round in terms of damage done.
I mean, he doubled up his damage in the final game. That's insane. I'm hoping the interview starts with Ronaldinho. But no, all jokes aside, I mean, it's a little bit of fun. I imagine Ronaldinho is probably going for drive-bys. And that's what we want to see, honestly, right?
Mm-hmm. 100%. I mean, that and backflips. Like, I still stand by one. I hope to see the
not enough backflips,
guy was on the motorcycle, who was it that used to be terrible at driving motorcycles? Old school. Was it Break? Mac? Break.
I mean, that's all vehicles, wasn't it?
That's all. It's him and Fraj to start a crew called We Crash Cars. Good times for everyone. So we're waiting on it. It's it's an interesting format. It's the first time we've tried something like this. Let me get your initial take on it, Hypok. What do you think? Is this something you want to see in the future? Maybe we'll see some mods as we go along.
Hey, I love TPP. Like, you're asking the wrong person. To appease chat, you're probably asking the wrong person altogether.
Fair.
I want to see people get more aggressive here. I want to see some hot drop in that. That'll kind of spice things up a little further.
Well, let's get insights into exactly how the team that came out on top came out on top. We have an interview with Meta.
여정이 시작됐습니다. 안녕하세요, 광민선입니다.
3-day journey has begun.
32강 A 그룹에서는 치킨 없이도 8강에 진출한 메타게이밍과 인터뷰 나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
was our winner.
위키드 선수 안녕하세요.
I'm here with player Wicked.
너무 위키드 선수를 인터뷰하고 싶었어요.
I've actually really been wanting to interview you.
지내고 이벤트 매치까지 오면서 어떤 마음가짐으로 오늘 매칭하셨을까요?
And for the last 3 weeks, how has that been for you, and what kind of approach did you have towards today's game? While we were rehearsing, we came to the tournament really wanting to just enjoy all the games, but it feels really good to come out first today. You showed us some really great moments today. Something that I was really curious with was that Metagaming, you guys are not a Korean team, but you have Metagaming in Korean on your t-shirts. What kind of meaning did that have? Because the tournament is held in South Korea, we wanted to put that on our t-shirts. Were there any kind of communication problems amongst your teammates because all of you guys are from different countries? My teammates make sure that they're always including me, even if I may not speak their language. Do you also eat a lot of Korean food with your teammates too? My teammates always call me crazy because I'm really good at eating spicy food and they really struggle with that. Notice that Metagaming, you guys have always had really great reactions and great ceremonies to your victories. I think the South American teams have a really good reaction, and I'm also learning to follow that as well. So even if Metagaming is not a South Korean team, you, player Wicked, you have a lot of South Korean fans. Would you like to give a shout out? Thank you so much to all the South Korean fans who have been supporting me, and please continue supporting our team. Thank you so much for your interview today, and congratulations on making it to the quarterfinals.
네, 이렇게 해서 위키드 선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 8강으로 첫 번째로 진출한 팀은 바로 메타게이밍이었고요.
Welcome back. We got some insights into Meta, their South Korean player, their food likes and dislikes, and why they chose the jerseys they chose. So some fascinating stuff there as they come out on top. Metagaming will advance to the next round. and have their chance to play for their share of the $60,000 for the top 4 teams. Guys, you know what? We're going to be back in a couple of minutes with the next round, Group B, on the docket. So let's take a quick break and then come back with more breakdowns. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. Group A is done. Metagaming has advanced to the semifinals that we played on Sunday, Fun Day, and we move on to Group B, where Virtus Pro, Na'Vi, Paracore Road, and Buriram will take the field and try to kill each other over and over and over again. It should be a lot of fun, gentlemen. Mike, Hypoc, if you will. The last game was a little slow at times. Do you chalk that up to the teams that played or the circle itself? Do you think this, because of teams like Buriram and Petrichor in this lobby, it might be a little more face slapping?
Yeah, I think there's definitely going to be an element of that. Again, I think we've maybe got an all-rounded group of 4 teams here that are going to be a little more active, so to say. Previously, it looked like teams were just trying to out-rotate each other, I guess, other than the first game, really, where, you know, I mean, it forced everybody onto the side of the hill next to Potato, right? That one that went into waves, it was kind of like a stalemate, because come circle 3 and 4, there were spots for people to just chill, right?
Yeah. Yes. Godspeed.
Yeah.
You a big fan. So I don't know why I said that way. You are a big fan of Petrichor Road. Reading Twitch chat.
You really caught me off guard.
Do you think you're going to do well in this lobby?
I am a big fan of Petrichor Road, man. That team is just super fun to watch. Big fan. Petrichor is just fun to watch, man. That team is hyper aggressive. Buriram in much of the same way, except for I just feel like Petrichor is just better at being aggressive than Buriram is. They tend to get themselves caught in a lot of mistakes, and now I'm going way too deep in the analysis for this, but I just think Petrichor is super fun to watch. I'm interested to see if they're just as fun to watch in third person as they are in first, but this is definitely, I think, a much more solid lobby. I agree with
I got you.
MyPoc.
Hi, so, you know, I asked last time, and you both were absolutely correct in your picks for meta, so I should ask again. I'd be reticent not to. Which team do you think comes out and advances to the semifinals here from Group B? I want to chat as well. Tell me which team you think goes the distance. I want it on record so that y'all can brag when you're right or wrong. Godspeed, who do you think wins this one?
Ooh, I was really hoping you would pick me last so I could not pick.
No, that's not how this works.
I assume that you're always picked last when it comes to stuff, so I didn't want to do that here.
That's
wow,
and unnecessary, but also true. You know what? I'm gonna say VP. I'm gonna say VP makes it out of this.
Well, so you're gonna troll your pick, basically.
Yeah. Hypoc?
Buriram all day long. Connects the MVP statistically. He's gonna do his best Magnodino. I think this is gonna be farm for them.
I like where your head's at, but to be different, and I think because they're also awesome, Petrichor Road, I think you know, I am in the Godspeed fan boat for Petrichor, and I want to see them win this one and go to the next round. Also, I think they could use some money, so let's call a spade a spade. There's a couple of teams that I think could really benefit from winning here. Godspeed.
I agree. I also want to say that we're really toxic, and none of us said anything about Na'Vi. So, you know, it's unfortunate, big unfortunate. But yeah, I mean, it's still 60 grand at the end of the movie.
You know what? I've got a policy that if we don't talk about you as a team, it's your fault for not doing something that makes us talk about you as a team. So maybe Na'Vi comes out and smashes some skulls on round number 1 and makes it impossible not to talk about that. But it's time for the first game of Group B, brought to you by our amazing sponsors, Toomey, Zowie, Intel, and Perrier, as well as the majestic voices of the two guys who are casting this event. We could not have asked for better. I thought we'd be opening the roof by now, but we haven't. So let's take a look at the stack of money on the screen, because that's what we're playing for. There that is. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time now for Matchroom and Sims.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, indeed. Quick apologies from me, by the way. Massive congratulations to Metagaming. Somehow, my mind just completely blanked and thought we had a 4th match to play, but it isn't. It's 3 and done. It is single elim. Top team advances forward, so Metagaming do advance forward. We're not moving into a 4th one. We bring in 4 new teams and we start all again, Matt. So we've kind of now got the lay of the land. We've seen how cutthroat. What? Okay, well, this is kind of what we anticipated, and you know what? We're getting it. Double hot drop.
That's it. Fight for Pachinki, fight for school, get the dominance, win the team fight, move on to the next fight. but I feel like that's not going to happen. I want it to happen, but you can see separation coming into play.
Yeah,
I try to get excited about these things, and they just take it from me every single time. At least we get one.
Yeah, we get one, which is completely better than none. I'll go with that with a 1 HP as well. That's an initial way to start it off, and I'm hoping Na'Vi can fare a little bit better in this competition than what they've been faring so far throughout the main tournament. Things have been a little bit more difficult, but we do have two teams in this particular lobby, especially from the CIS region, that do like to play Edge quite a lot, a bit more passive, so to speak. With something like this, where you're pretty much hot off the heels, Matt, you've got to get stuck in, and I'm going to be honest, for Na'Vi, I really want to see them shine here. I really want to see the individual prowess come into play, but it's TPP. It's a different ballgame. It's a different lay of the land. And as you heard from the desk, Buriram, Petrichor Road, we have some phenomenal teams within this lobby, and I have no idea what's going to happen.
I mean, we saw advantage come out from Na'Vi. They had a ton of damage back over towards Nordra. Yes, Uzi and Shotgun Nordra. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. But Na'Vi didn't choose to make the press back over towards it, and I think that just comes into the hesitation at the early stage. You want to make sure that you get a little bit more looted. Now we're going to see a little bit more of a push come through, and there comes the counter back over towards it. It's a double up coming out from Edie. Don't forget that there's a side position that we still have Nordra that's going to be able to play, so she'll be able to get the flushes onto that pretty quickly. So Na'Vi is starting to lose control very quickly of Pachinki.
He's got the Vector map. This is it. This is the time that you've been waiting for. The SMGs are starting to play a pivotal factor. Senya in his little building, hoping for some support, but unfortunately Besto is disconnected on the opposing side of town. Nothing really much they can do. God Meow will fall back. Maybe get into the fray here, as they will have to push the team, maybe even just push completely as a unit to get the refrag and make sure the trades are not available. Besto, top of the tower, chilling for now. Konaxi, Angle comes in to try and draw the attention. Senya's going for the push here, but this is the thing. When you're in TPP, you're not going to get away with that. No, no, no. You can look around the corners of the walls. You can see exactly what's going on, and with the damage done, this could be the time to go. Besto tries to fortify the support. Konaxi says no. Death from above. Besto's like, oh no, please, someone help me out with Konaxi down. Wrong way around, excuse me, again, another mistake I'm having. It's all kind of confusing, Matt. This is just too much action for my brain to take in.
It's too early with everything going through here. That's why it's so fun. Give me a Batman drop at some point, but it's going to be God Meow finally meeting up with his teammates, getting the shots back over, and then there is just one up for Na'Vi. Molotov maybe going to connect by some more time, but Buriram knows that they've got the advantage. They've got the numbers. I love this. Just walk by and nade a teammate right in front of another one that's down. Be like, I don't even care if you feed this information over. So, Senya, we're in Pachinki. We're in the early game. We're in a fun style of format, but you didn't bring a shotgun to camp a bathroom. This is the moment to make it happen. Go and lean into the memes, Na'Vi. Have fun with this one. Smoke's coming through. Godmeow looking like he might want to go ahead and make the run over. See if we see the regroup and everybody making the play back over towards Senya, but it's kind of slowed down with this. We're waiting for the next circle to pop. It's going to happen in about 5 seconds as the smoke push is coming into play. So it's just a matter of if and when Senya can make a play out of this or maybe spot something. Keep in mind, he is playing the stairs to try to get a little bit more information with it. Circle pops, and it's going to go back over towards Pachinki. Hey, VP, to make a run back over towards Pachinki, you can come in a third party this one. Add into the fun.
You can see from the roof, they've got the information of where his location will be. Pin pulled on the nade, decides to not bother going forward with it unless he's just watching the balcony. Kind of like that little bit preemptive smoke outside, maybe occlude his vision or even the sound of his footsteps for all but a moment. The problem I'm having with this, Matt, is it's just play by play from the start. Like it feels at times very much non-stop action, which is kind of what we've got from this one. Noadra is just watching for any kind of windows to be able to make some kind of escape plan with 3 people watching his position. There's really nowhere to go, and I think eventually they're going to go for the flashbang push. Oh, wait a second.
Into a vector,
no. I think with 3 people, it's super hard. Oh no, he's gone for the M4, my dude. He's having none of it. Go on, run. Punch open the window, distract them as if he's gonna. Yeah, all right. That's some old school stuff.
Bait it out. I love it. Come on, Senya. I'm rooting for you now, underdog. See if you can make a play off of this one. You can see Buriram's trying to get a vibe for it. And oh no, it's gonna be Edie picking up another one. 3 kills already. And that's going to be Navi going back to the lobby. And so now everybody else is just making rotations. Petrichor is going to be back over next to Potato Mountain, and those barns and everything back over towards the east is going to be where VP is at. So Petrichor looking like they're making a run back down the hillside and might be opting to go for the same position that we already see VP at.
All right, we're going to bring a promo code up on the left-hand side. Now, these codes are going to be the first match of 3 every single time, so get it while you can. It only stays there for a limited amount of time, and you only get 4 per day, or at least for the next 2 days, 4 groups, 4 codes, job done. If you don't have it now, once it's gone, you will not have. So, bye-bye. That's it. That's all you're getting for this group of 3 matches, not 4, 3. Let's get that right now. Let's get that right. VP, more center compared to any other team at the moment. Petrichor Road coming off the backside of Pachinki Hill. This is going to be where they will probably have to either go down towards the middle or maybe down south, depending. Okay, so VP, they're the ones that kind of stay in this one. All of a sudden, it becomes much easier for Petrichor Road with that small hill, that decline that they can kind of go behind and not be seen by VP. VP in vehicles, are they going to stay here or move forward now to this one? Because it will become extremely detrimental if they advance forward or have to advance forward and everyone else in front of them. It's Buriram is probably first on the chopping block here, Matt.
Well, I mean, but it's also Buriram. That's the problem with it, is like they do some crazy things sometimes, and that chaos that they create, they live off of. This is where they find their advantages, and game modes like this, that's one of the reasons why we see, again, meta. The teams that kind of can thrive in this chaotic environment. And that's not to say anything bad about like meta's shot calling or anything else like that. Just when everything kind of just turns crazy and we get a weird circle, that's where you see some teams just really thrive. And Buriram is one of those teams that can somehow, whenever their back's against the wall, manage to make some plays come out of this. So almost not getting circle advantage, I think, makes Buriram more interesting to watch in this style of situation.
I mean, yeah, there can be a lot of things to be said about different how regions play and regional play styles. We know that quite a few are very smash and grab. So with a survival tournament like this, maybe they can breathe into that and lead into that a little bit more than what we would see during the normal weekly survivals and the weekly grand finals. I'll be unfortunately kind of continuing the run of how things have been going thus far from the main event. We'll see if they can reset and get back into the fray. It's always hard when you're going to have a hot drop in Pachinki. Don't get me wrong, no one's a real victor out of that. It's very rare we see a clean fight and a team come out with any damage. I mean, hell, we've already seen Buriram lose 1 player. That's a damn good nade. Winraja already damaged as well. God Meow is put on red alert, and 2 more are flying his way, man. That could be a GG for Buriram, and it's 1 player less standing. VP can mop up the points here. But do not forget, with all this noise that goes on, continuously Petrichor Road is circling and surrounding VP.
I mean, those were some just amazing back-to-back grenade tosses. Sure, they weren't the most complex, and they were down in a little lower area, and so they just kind of like go down in a cubby. It's almost more like playing pool than anything. But still, the lineup and the coordination. Did you see those 2 nades come in for the flushes, just back-to-back, bounce near on perfectly to take them through? Petrichor trying to find the angle on the outside, but Lou still managing to put in work from this position off to the side. We're going to see any other play come through, because remember, we are at phase 4, and remember, everything condenses down to the center from this point forward. So I don't know if we saw Petrichor watching these earlier games, but that means that they're going to need to make their way back down this hillside here relatively soon. VP seems like they have a better read on what's happening on that. Hopping inside some vehicles, going to go ahead and potentially rotate into a little bit closer of a centralized position. But now you can see that it's pretty wide open and right in front of Petrichor. So once they start making their way back down and they lose this tree line, it's going to be real rough for them. You can see everybody on the other side trying to make the move. Edie, the hero coming out from Buriram, trying to make a play back over towards the center as well, trying to get a little bit of space away from it, but look off on the side of it. Petrichor is finding themselves a nice little sneaky angle to maybe get 2 points of positioning on this and set up some type of crossfire, because we are in hardcore third person right now as everybody is down on their stomach. Well, 1 person's down on their stomachs, starting to make it crawl.
Yeah, you've got to keep an eye and keep a track on Mamu's position. Compared to the rest of the roster, like, this is actually disgusting to be able to get himself down in the... Oh, if that would have bounced a little bit more, it could have gone through the middle of the vehicles, but now he's given up the game. Now they'll have some sort of information to where he's going to be lurking. The second one could be much better. It's in the middle, but again, the cars kind of soak up most of the damage. Flashbang up. Won't really happen with the third person. At least be able to look kind of out of the way, which he is doing, and just avoid him at the moment, while the VP vehicles are starting to move in abundance. Damage is done. Eventually, it's going to be the point where you just say, right, stuff it. We're just going to get stuck in here. For Edith, who do you die to first? Spyro in the back, Blue on the left, or Mamo in the front? It's a very tricky situation, and the bombardment all of a sudden from Petrichor Road has come through, and it's continuing. The nades are relentless. Lou is forced to run back from this one. All of a sudden, VP are on the retreat. This is... They've just lost 3 players back to back to back, just like that.
It is just trench warfare, nade to nade. Lou back over there by himself, trying to get something out of this off to the side of it. But there is near on nowhere to go. Here we go. Let's start bringing out some shotguns. Try to get some play for it. Long making the play around the outside of it. It's just a smoke dance going through this one. And there you go. 5 kills. Petrichor Road going to go ahead and take the first round of this one.
I mean, the warning shots initially came through onto Lou. You saw one of them initially go down on the side of Petrichor Road, and they had to go into full-blown survival mode. Damage is also done on the guy getting the pickup. Yeah, I mean, just one good nade, that's all it really takes. You then get together as a team. You then fortify a compound mount. You know, you just mount an offensive that you can put all your nades together and all together in one go, and it's job done. VP is instantly removed from play. One of the players that the whole catastrophe of the nades at the end, it was very little HP, has to fold out of the fight, leaves one player standing to try and hold the line. It's a job well done, and it's a GG to Petrichor Road. For now, I'm going to pass it back to Steve and the Des team to break it all down a little bit more.
Thank you very much, Sims and Matchroom. My name's Steve, the Desk team, Hypoc and Godspeed coming in to give you the hard-hitting facts, the analysis, the coverage, the talking points, the moments. Petrichor wins 5 kills. That is the sound of raid on a dirt road. Is that what Petrichor means? It's something beautiful like that. But they come out with a good win, and Battlegrounds gets 4 kills, so the 2 teams that we thought would be super aggro come out and do exactly that. On the other hand, Virtus Pro and Na'Vi do Virtus Pro and Na'Vi things. Hypoc, what's your take on the game?
No, I mean, the people's champs, right? Hot dropping Pachinki, love to see it. Probably the longest drawn out 3v1 we'll ever see in PUBG on stream. Yeah, I mean, it ends up being their demise, right? They're not able to reposition towards barns or into the field towards those trenches that we saw VP and Petrichor Road eventually fight over. But yeah, I mean, pretty vanilla game, to be honest, from the Petrichor Road guys. Came down from the high ground, they're able to clean up with all that utility.
Awesome. Let's take a look at the numbers, and just in this, because I like to, make sure that I say something correctly. Petrichor is the earthy scent produced when rain falls on dry soil. That's all. I just want to make sure I got it right. So Godspeed, break down the stats. It sounds so peaceful.
I mean, just look at these kill ratios. I mean, just absolutely out of control. X left proving that he's not only a monster in the first persons, but also the third persons. And yeah, Petrichor, I mean, you picked him, Steve. I'll give it to you based off of my analysis. But here we go. Some highlights, Pac.
Yeah, this is how we're going to start off at Idiots. You getting 2 really nice knocks there. This Besto falling. That's what I was talking about. You can see the clock ticking away here. This went on for so long. Saying you're trying to play, I guess, rat with him, Pachinki there against the rest of Battlegrounds, but it didn't pay off for him.
No, it didn't at all. And on top of that, look at the amount of grenades just sailing from VP to, I mean, they took this barn so early, and it was actually looking really good for VP, but Petrichor, they fought their way off that hill, and Mamu literally sat behind that tank looking at everything happening in the circle for about 3 minutes, and then they executed. It was beautiful.
It's the first time we see the Saiga, actually. I was happy to say, oh, actually, did he get the last blow with it? Did he get the winning kill with the S12K? Oh, you love to see that.
And you've been asking for more shotguns. You've been asking, dude, and they deliver.
I've seen a Tommy gun today. I've seen an it's already ticking all the boxes for me.
Ticking all the boxes, and we got a lot more boxes to get ticked as we go through the day today. That was game number 1, done and dusted, as Sims would say, as Petrichor comes out on top. That said, remember, no one's out of it. Na'Vi only got 1 kill, but they still got 4 points for jumping out of the airplane, so they technically will still be in the mix once we take a look at that scoreboard. The circle's not going to move, Godspeed. At this point, I think we've figured out the circle settings mean the first circle will be in the middle of the map. Do you concur?
I concur, but I almost want to say that I wish they were a little more sporadic. That being said, Steve, okay, look, I don't want to say that anything's possible here because we still only have 2 games left, but anything's possible here. I think Na'Vi could really make a comeback here and turn it around. That's it. I think anything's possible.
Anything is possible. I believe, whilst I don't want to say anything is possible, anything is possible. So that's the thing to remember really coming into this next game. The stats up on screen are Edie actually going off on that hot job. 449 damage total. Kind of farming. Again, this is the team I expected to farm here in this game time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was exciting to see. It was not. We'd hoped that we'd see a little more hot drop action. 2 teams went for that middle spot. Godspeed, you think it happens again? Because I hope so.
I mean, possibly. I actually kind of want to point out to something somewhat interesting, though, is the fact that legitimately Orange is back in for this week for whatever reason. So VP has actually decided to put Orange back in.
Oh,
that's it.
Orange, yeah.
It's
fair amount of substitutions, changes, shifts. We've seen that happening on a couple of rosters. North America seems to be in flux, and we do know that Na'Vi has been willing to go back and forth with their substitutions. 4AM had substitutions going on last week. So I guess that's the nature of an event like this that goes this long, Hypoc, is you got to have some flexibility on your rosters.
Yeah, it does. I mean, again, bringing a 5-man roster out here does give the opportunity to do that. Whether or not it's going to work out for some of the teams, I know is a big discussion point right now. I mean, Na'Vi did look better initially after putting their substitute in. So, again, a lot of people are going to write this off. We got to wait and see. I mean, the real test is going to be switching out halfway, right? When a player's kind of got themselves solidified and got a good grip on how these games are going.
Absolutely. And we will. Guys, when we get to Group C, we'll probably talk a little bit more about some of these teams that have done a few switches. That said, it is almost time for Game 2 of Group B. Petrichor Road, Virtus Pro, Buriram, and Na'Vi playing right now. For those of you who may just be joining the broadcast, this is a special event right in the middle of our festival of PUBG, where we are playing 4 teams with a middle circle. They are battling it out on a very quick shrink to get first place. They advance. The top team from the group goes to stage 2, where they will play to be top 2 and then make it to the grand final. A little bit of fun in the middle of a lot of chaos. It is time now for us to move to game number 2 here on Group B. Currently Petrichor in first. We'll see who's on top after this round as we go now to the call with Matrim and Sims.
Thank you very much indeed, Steve. Yes, map 2 of 3 is underway. Circle this time is not center. There is about a 5% chance for it not to be center map. And lo and behold, Matt, we've hit a home run here. Hypox said there was a chance for anything to happen, and we've got something different.
Anything is possible, Sims. Anything is possible. And instead, I'm willing to bet every single one of these players is pissed because you had the opportunity to have a Pachinki circle instead. Now you have to make a choice between north and south, which is most likely gonna go south on this circle. So have fun, guys. Decide, do you want to go Novo? Do you want to go military base? Farm? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's not nice, is it? It's rather cruel, but we live off cruel. We make a living off cruel at the end of the day when it comes to PUBG with something like this because it's just, it's chaotic, it's wild. We want a bit of fun, we want a bit of laughter, and this time round, we have a different hot drop scenario. 2 teams will fold into Sosnovka military base, and this time it's Petrichor Road and Buriram.
This is what I want right here. Give us more hot drops in this style. I'm glad to see that we're getting a little bit of that circle variation that might lead to inclinations like this because it's harder if you get the same circle every single time. You're playing it out. Now you just gotta land and commit to fights. Who gets the gun first? Who's been practicing this inside their lobbies? And it looks like Edie's already got a read on where one is. Godmeow's got the angle off to the side of it. Good connection and a flush already. Who needs helmets? Just charge through. Body armor also overrated. Just get you some kills.
That guy had just got his feet on the ground and instantly he's just kicked out of the servage. Job done. gun comes in, and as you say, with no body armor, lack of, it's going to be very problematic. Mile on the left-hand side. I'm seeing the VSS come into play. Give me the VSS. Give me the silent death sentence. I'm totally fine with this one.
So good in this. A VSS would be
Tapping
so
away
good
with a 9mm. Yeah. I mean, again, with lack of body armor, you can just needlessly spray with an AK at distance, and a couple of tags is going to do exceeding amounts of damage, which I assume is why the players are now kind of just falling back for a second, making sure they can check these apps, get the gear that you need, helmet, chest, job done. And there is still super settings in effect, so gear is going to be well and truly in abundance. They do have increased loot settings, so it's going to be mighty easy to be able to get geared up. No bag on the back, but that doesn't matter. We've got a helmet on top, and that's really all that is important. I see Miles
look
just
at the way Burram is playing this top. Do you see this? Like where Canucks is at? That's just manipulating third party in the best way that you can. Knows where we can see Petrichor playing at, laying down on top of that roof to see any movement that's going on down below him. That's just experience kicking in right there.
You'd have to assume this goes down to the south. Like, it'd be complete craziness for it to move to Navi's position. There are some land ratio settings still in effect. Again, we're not going to, while it's TPP, different format and stuff, in the back, it's not too dissimilar in terms of settings, you know, guns that are on the map and everything else, the loot spawns, how the blue's kind of going to be moving and everything else. There's still that aspect in that. Was he just emoting towards towards them? Okay, yeah.
It's okay. I like it.
Is this I mean, there's either two things. It's either them emoting towards it, or I know there used to be a certain way if you do emotes and such, your camera would raise ever so slightly, and you'd be able to just try and get a bit more vision. That's some deep meta stuff, and just a little thing. I think it's just them memeing, to be fair. But, you know, every bit of information helps, and if you can raise your hands in the air and get a bit of a head bob, then why the hell not? Navi on the opposing side towards Ferry Pier, or at least the coastline Ferry Pier. So they should have a boat available pretty damn soon, and maybe try and make landfall. If not, they'll just skirt the bridge, because surely nobody bridge camps. At least we can see that no one is, but surely as a player you think, nah, no one's going to do the dirty at this, in TPP at least. Come on.
I mean, come on. What I want right now is for the circle, even though I know it's not mathematically possible, is to go north. But see, I can hope, you know, with these new circle settings, you never can tell, but it's most likely going to be back down towards the south. It's going to be around military base. So Burram, yep, there we go. Burram, Petrichor, going to get rewarded with that VP in position. Navi going to be the latecomers inside of it. Like I said, nobody's going to really bridge camp at this point, but the question comes into play is how Navi's going to opt into playing this one and the approach and where they're going to try to go after. Because, like, that's kind of the bait and switch in this game mode, right, Rich? Is that the places that you think that are already going to be claimed a lot of times aren't. So sometimes you just might make a more aggressive run towards a position, and lo and behold, there is still going to be one of the three other teams there.
I mean, I'm hoping Navi realize that this blue hurts.
Bad.
Like, yeah, they're going to have to pull up on this and heal off the back of the bridge unless they want to kind of go deeper into it. I get it's only for a little bit, but it's still definitely going to... God Meow's in front of them. Huh. If they run into God Meow, they're screwed. They're actually knackered. Like, they're all going to be coming in tanked up to high heaven. I mean, look at the tab. It's what? 20, 30... Orange is gone.
Yeah.
Oh, what are you doing? Come on, you know these settings. You know it's going to hurt, boys. You can't lose a player this early to the blue.
I mean, in fairness, Navi didn't get to experience the blue circles because they died so early last game. So this is just a learning experience. Okay, I respect it, Orange. Just leave the trail back behind you as you go.
Okay, well, you know what? These things happen. These things happen. It's totally fine. Navi's gonna regroup. They're gonna find the target. They're gonna strike together as a team. They're gonna be a resourceful bunch of individuals, and they're gonna get the W. I can feel it. They're not going out last again. I have faith. I have faith in my CSI brothers. CSI? Excuse me. What you say? CIS. I'm done, Matt. I'm out.
I mean, that's just the way everything's going right now, right? Okay, I have faith in Navi though. Okay, memes aside, jokes aside about early last game from the time, they're in a good position right now. I just want to see a play come out from them. They have to know the fact that Petrichor is probably in the other position, and no, it's just again the circle goes away from Navi. They're gonna have to chase after it. VP gets themselves a nice little place to play, and Burram, remember, they're still gonna be able to play back over here towards military base proper. But this is Circle 3. So that means that everything after this is going to start condensing down from Circle 4 towards the center point, and if Burram opts into playing over back here, they're going to be pretty wide out in the open. The hillside teams are going to have a massive advantage in having a centralized position, as well as just being able to take pot shots at everything around them that moves. But Sinya's going to go ahead and connect a little bit off in the distance, but that is going to reveal their position.
Big old shift, and these circles have been very unfavorable to Navi. Being down low is going to be problematic if maybe force them more towards the northern side. Petrichor Road, hold the compound. So again, uphill struggle, arriving slow on vehicles. Should be easy pickings if they want to challenge it. Mamu kind of hold the line here, maybe even a few peacocking shots will come out to keep them at bay. But the other issue, on the other hand, is the fact that once Navi does try to come in, if they're swinging it towards the east, Matt, you've then got VP who's just kind of set up, and it's like, well, let's go. Same principle. You go in uphill in a vehicle. Should be an easy frag point.
That's really smart. That's awareness and the fact that Burram's probably playing back over towards military base, and they left him back behind this. You can see here's the 3 core for VP. But Ruzin's back over there next to the, people call it oil derricks, a whole bunch of different things, just back over towards the east of it. It's the raised platforms that were just off to the side, and can potentially contain Burram on the other side of this fence, because that's most likely how whoever's in military is going to try to play this, is hold down the barracks and then move towards the wall. And instead, you're going to have a player set and ready to take shots at anybody that moves to the wall and get some easy kills.
But the only downside for Booram is that all these fights are going to happen downwind of them, behind that big hill that's pretty much behind the apartment blocks. They won't have any vision on this whatsoever. It's higher than the apartments. It's safe where they are. Eventually, they are going to have to leave the safety net of that, and that becomes a problem if someone's on the hillside, because you've got an open road in front of you. Ike's left, first one to fall. Besto spots it. Mamu reads the information, is behind, gives Desenya the false sense of security, arrives at the tree, and then says bye-bye. Out of the vehicle, the drive-by attempted. Doesn't happen. Blue damage. My word. 1 HP. Tab has fallen. It's all on Besto to try and hold the line. He's up against the blue. One more nade on the side of Mamu, and it'll be job done. Doesn't matter. It's going to come from a different angle altogether. Mael spots him, gives the information. The second nade's a follow-up, and it's GG. Job done. Navi goes out in 4th again.
Mamu is just in his element in this. I mean, you see the way that he's playing it. It is just a play upon play coming out from this guy. And like last round, a good reposition coming out from him really handed over the victory for his team. Being a distraction off on that southern flank paid up big for them. Burram's already starting to make their approach onto the other side, cutting right through. Virtus Pro doesn't have the angles to really get a lot of damage just quite yet, so they're at least going to be able to make the start of some landfall coming through this. But do note the fact that we do have a little bit of a higher ground position coming back over. Grenade's going to land, and that is a beautiful toss back over to God Meow. Going to go ahead and go for the follow-up back over towards it, and carving him back around on this super steep incline is ridiculously hard. So that's great tosses coming out from BP, and could follow up off of this. Look at the protection coming out from the teammate. Burram managed to make it towards the hillside, but it is not working out for them.
Look, I'm seeing kills with a Bison. I'm happy all day long. This is, you never see this thing in play, let alone even in TPP. So if we can see a couple of frags with it, totally fine. Gives you the idea of how today is going to go down. The question is, have VP bitten off more they can chew? You saw the snipe come out. It was in the kill feed. The bolt action did the dirty onto Petrichor Road, but now VP all of a sudden, its resources, Matt, are split, but it doesn't matter. Spouts the line, and VP take out Petrichor Road. You've done the damage, you've done the dirty to one side, but have you kept track of where Booram is? We have to be careful between Noadra and Edie. Individually, Matt, we know how good these players are.
There is a massive amount of clutch potential coming through this, and remember, this is third party, so being able to look up this hillside is going to have the advantage for everybody on VP, and that's why you can see the grenade lineup coming through, but Edie hits the shots onto one, gets it down on Spiro. That's going to allow the reposition back down the lower ground for this, so the flank could come out back on the other side of it. Ruzin's trying to line up these grenades, toss them back through. Going to be just a touch short, but Nordra can't make the push back up the hillside just quite yet. Do know the fact that VP do have the closer position back over towards the center, and it's going to be the Bison coming back out for it. Nordra wants to go for the play, but you got to try to get something out of this when Edie lines up another one, trying to get some more damage back over towards him. And now how is VP going to play this? Instead, make the play back over towards the center, and it's going to be a quick shot coming out, and Edie, yet again, just walking up this hillside and destroying Virtus.pro. Blew the last one up, trying to look through it, but flanked on both sides, tries to get the shots, and Burrow from a disadvantaged position off of the back of Edie just wins that one.
He clutched it. I know, don't get me wrong, I know there was two of them, but he just backhanded VP single-handedly. What in the world? He was in the low ground. Grenades were rolling down on top of him. He didn't have the vision, and he still managed to make that work. I mean, come on, guys. Give us a Burrow respect. They deserve it. I mean, yeah. If you're VP, you are going to be so tilted at that. That is, you have the high ground. You have the numbers advantage. I mean... yeah, that's nothing you really can do. He just completely battered them. It's as simple as that. Okay, well, there you have it. Buriram come out on top. We got one match left to decide who's going to be advancing to the next round, the quarterfinals. Steve, Hypoc, Godspeed, enjoy.
You see, this is the problem with memes. VP thought, it's over. We've taken the high ground, and then got Bury-rammed. Big Bury-rammed, as it was easy for Edie. Big wins, big kills. Godspeed, I think that you watched that entire thing. Did not expect Bury-rammed to win it. I mean, who could? And Edie comes out on top. Epic.
I mean, yeah, Sim said it best. I mean, VP had the high ground. It was 4-on-2. I mean, I could not believe that Bury-rammed actually won that. But yeah, Edie did an actual disgusting amount of work there. I mean, look at that kill ratio, 77%. Absolutely insane, Ibach.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Well, I mean, VP just forgot anything is possible here in TPP. So Edie really stepping up in the late game. Again, I'm just excited to see Bison's in play, man. Other than when it comes down to a 1v1 situation, you're stuck on a tree. That's a little bit of a feels bad.
Yeah, we've been dealing with, you know, a disappearance of the Bison here in North America, but it comes back big time in this event, so good on them. And a big shot, I think Bury-rammed killed it, and I feel kind of bad for the two fans of VP who will have a hard time continuing to be fans after this. Let's go to the highlights. Godspeed?
Wow, I mean, look, I don't want to... Losing someone on bridge in Circle 1 of a 4-circle game is... that hurts, man. That's not ideal. And on top of that, he lost everything out of his pockets, dropped his clothes. Petrichor was, you know, just fragging their way up, but ultimately, it was a two-man.
It was. At this point here, the fact that Bury-rammed were able to cross in the first place was massive. Right there, I mean, you can see Batuna's putting the Bison to work, but Spyro pretty much like single-handedly dealing with the rest of Petrichor Road on the other side. At this point here, I was like, yeah, unless Edie like gets a knock or gets closer, it's going to be really difficult for them to get anything done. But I mean, they literally just one by one picked them apart.
Yeah, it was a series of 1v1s, and Edie, I don't think, lost a single one of them. On top of that, I mean, he was still playing with his teammate for trade. So, I mean, overall, that was just really impressive. Coming up from that hill and still winning a 2v4 is again, impressive.
I would say he won most of those fights, with the exception of Batu, who I feel like maybe Batulan actually just lost that 1v1. You know, the lean spray has its difficulties, and he sort of traced the line around Edie, unfortunately for him. Looking at the scores, the total, 24 points for Bury-rammed. Petrichor right behind him at 23. Virtus.pro at 19. And Hypoc Na'Vi has 1 kill and the consolation total of 8 points for drop. Really, they got last in both games? Ooh.
Yeah, there was. I mean, seeing Na'Vi where they feel most at home, I guess, rotating in the blue, and this time around, it cost them dearly.
True. That's actually a really good point. Petrichor and Bury-rammed both faced off at the start of the fight at the C buildings Godspeed. Both teams lost one player, but clearly it did not matter as we take a look at the player leaderboard, and Edie continues to show up here. Domination Nation.
This is also my favorite thing about both of these teams is that they saw where Circle was, and there was no shying about where they wanted to go. Both teams dropped for one of the most optimal, positions on the map, just as Buryram did the first game, and that's what they want to do, right? They know where the circle's going to be. Ultimately, they want to go for those early game fights, and that's why, we were excited to watch these two teams, because they're not, going to just go loot off some compound and then rotate in the blue and potentially lose one to that closing. So yeah, super fun match. I'm excited actually for some of the other teams that are more aggressive as well. I think it fits well for this format. We always talk about, no, you never see a hot drop because it hurts you in the end game. Well, they don't care. Buryram doesn't care. They'll win anyway. Now, in the last segment, Hypoc, you said, I hate to say it, but anything is possible. And then the circle moved. The circle was new, and it was quite the circle now, wasn't it?
It was indeed. I'm always down for some Sosnovka hot drops. Again, Buryram's the team I picked at the start of this, and so far, just showing no fear. I mean, Godspeed said it as well. They're not afraid to come in and contest the God spot in Circle 1. At least he's happy about it. That's, thumbs up all around. Can we just, I feel like we should just have a fixed cam here. If we could just get that up on the screen, that'd be fantastic.
My favorite part was how he committed to it for most of the shot, Godspeed, and then at some point
he's like, I'm bored now.
I'm tired of this.
That happened at MPL a few times as well. We camera lingered a little bit, hung around, wanted to say hi, decided to stay for lunch.
NPL, what is this thing you speak of that many of our viewers at this time frame probably have no idea about?
Long time ago.
It was fun. RIP, good times. All right, guys, it is time for the third match of Group B to see who advances to the semifinals on Sunday. Let's go live to the match right now with the call from the match room and the Sims.
Thank you, the Toffees. And away we go. Circle teetering a little bit more to the west this time. Pachinki is plumb center. As Steve mentioned, this is the final round of this group. There is no 4 games. That's my mistake, round 1. We kind of keep going with it now. Buryram, top in the charts, 28 points. Petrocol Road, 27. VP, just out of reaching distance on 23. VP, what is essentially a 4 versus 2 clutch coming out of Edimat. Like, it's got to be devastating towards your mental game, right? You have to be so tilted coming off the back of that.
I mean, it's a for fun event. I'm hoping that nobody's getting tilted off of this one, but you're right. I mean, in that fight, you have every advantage, and to lose it, you just can't help but going through the mental and being like, okay, what the hell did we screw up there? That's just going to be one of those things that's going to play back through your head, like, okay, what happened there to allow this to even play out the way that it did? VP is going to get control back over towards the north, actually making a drop around Sunken City Ruins in that location. We're going to see Navi go back over next to Rajak Apartments. School looks like they're going to be there de facto. And then Ngatka making its first appearance in drop is going to be Petrocor Road back over towards the west. And Buryram, the kings of the hot drop, going to go ahead and get themselves Pachinki, but nobody wants to contest them.
It's always one of those moments, isn't it, where, and we've all been in them, where it's like, okay, it's a 4 versus 1 or a 4 versus 2. Teammate goes down. It's like, no, it's no problem. We'll just go kill him now. Second teammate falls. It's like, okay, I'm losing this. Like, instantly, it's like, no, we've lost it. That's it now. Everyone's panicking. Everyone's just running. Third player dies, and all of a sudden, you're like, well, all of a sudden, the eyes are on me. My teammates are relying on me to win this rather than let them down. And no, I'm losing it. You just have to commit to, unfortunately, realizing that it becomes a thing. And yeah, this is why Buryram now will sit us at the top of this one. The question is, can they continue onwards, moving into our final third map? No hot drops in abundance this time. Probably a little bit more dedicated towards the north, as you say, between Ruins and School. BP and Navi, respectively. Pachinki, it's clear, it's safe. There's no red zone, thankfully. And then Gakko.
I think add the red zone to this game mode. That would have made it more fun.
I wish they would have put C4s in. They should have allowed C4s.
Oh, yeah.
Give everyone AWMs and C4s. Crack on, boys.
That would be a lot of fun, actually. When I think about it, they should have added in the C4s and just. I mean, if we're going to be playing for spice and for fun here, let's just go ahead and do it. Jumping back down to the ED clutch, there is one small benefit for walking in one at a time and all of you dying is the fact that nobody can really trash talk the other person. You just got to be like, your whole team has to be like, yeah, okay, that just happened. Because there's nothing worse than like 3 people walking at one person and then that one guy survives and kills him and it's just like, why y'all so bad? See, in this case, no team banter in between each other.
I mean, it's okay. No one on the team can blame one another, but the entire fan base
Exactly.
blames the team.
See, silver linings, Rich. Silver
I like
linings.
it, Matt. Okay, yeah. Cup half full and all that lot. We'll go with it.
Nobody's down to the south right now. People running around, so you can see that's why we're memeing about silver linings. Earlier sections are going to be a little bit slow for just a half second. And hey, sure, go ahead and smoke. Make sure that there's nobody back over there, but nobody shot at you just quite yet. Just practice throwing. That's really what you need. Get down the arc.
That's the thing. Like with TPP, you would have no idea because you can just sit behind that window, lure him into that false sense of security, wait until he's 3 feet away, and then all of a sudden it's like, hi, surprise, you're dead. And that's the one downfall of it. I know with other games that are out there, TPP is a thing. A lot of teams, a lot of games still run TPP, and a lot of other games still come from a TPP origin. With this one, it seems to be more the FPP fan base definitely picked it up and definitely kind of shadowed with it. I can, for all of its intents and purposes, PUBG was invented in a TPP perspective. You can see when you're playing it, it does run smooth as hell in TPP, and it was like it's what drew the attention when this game first came out. Like it was just something that we'd never seen before. It was just phenomenal. It was so much fun, and I do get that sense of rolling back the years watching TPP a little bit, and there are certain elements that remind me of what made PUBG great and what makes it so fun and what made it so different at the time. And yes, there was an absolute metric boat ton of memes, stupid kills, stupid bugs, stupid like, loads of random stuff. But ultimately, I think it's very impressive, the changes and the updates, everything that's come out of PUBG and the changing with the times and how it survived. The longevity of this game to still say it's up there with the best of them, like, it's phenomenal to see. It's a night and day game from what it used to be, but it still has that element of fun to it.
See, I'm still getting flashback to the very early days, whenever I was casting PUBG before like first person was even a thing, and like you're seeing some of the old things that are coming through, and that was before we figured out how many people to have, like how many teams to have inside of a lobby. Whenever we're bouncing back between like 10, 12, and 20, and before we finally settled on like the proper number to have in there. It was just kind of like the wild west of PUBG esports, because it was like the first battle royale that was even being attempted as an esport really at the time. And like that's why I'm having so much fun with this event. I know that there's people on social media being like, oh my god, it's third person, and oh look, there's this number. Just embrace the fun, guys. You're seeing the players have fun laughing around. They're the ones that have the money on the line. If they're enjoying it, and sure, I know that they want to walk away with more money, and sometimes only having 3 rounds, that kind of sucks, but just embrace what it is. And it's just people coming out, having fun, playing in different modes, trying out different things. And that's one of the things that you can do with PUBG that you can't do with a lot of other games, is experiment around with the game modes and say, hey, is this going to be fun? Let's go ahead and try this. I love the fact that we can still every once in a while experiment and step away from the super settings and everything else like that, just to see how these players play in an entirely different environment. Other esports, you can't even dream of doing something like this.
All the players are posturing for a moment, so I'm just going to kind of put this out there, Matt. 2017. Remember casting with that observer mode?
I remember that. Yeah.
Oh boy, the version 101 observer was fun to say the least. I still can't think back to Gamescom, and yeah, like I'm gonna leave it there. But to say that they've come a long way with the observer mode and the tools that they give us to not only watch how this game unfolds, but the tools that it shows the people at home watching this with the UI as a whole, the observer mode as a whole, like, damn, version 101 observer mode casting this was interesting. Let's leave it at that.
Mermaids. We'll just leave mermaids in the past, and I don't ever want to
Yeah.
remember that meta ever again. You guys have eyes, so you know VP in the center. Everybody else gonna have to move. The circle's pretty close back over towards ruins, so it's gonna be Petrichor that's gonna have back over towards the west. Buriram gonna do Buriram things and decide how they want to approach this, and Na'Vi going to have back over towards the north.
A little bit more passive, given that this is the final match of Group B. Na'Vi, it's going to be rough to be able to jump that. I mean, hell, they'd have to kill the entire lobby at this stage. What is the 4? Yeah, you're going to have to get the 10 points and basically just frag out to try and stay within the holds. Anything can happen. We'll kind of, this is going to be this is the tagline of this weekend for the next 3 days.
It really is.
Can happen.
Yeah. Godspeed sold it on me now. That's going to be the running run from here on out. I mean, 3 games, you still get a chance to get some stability to it, but I'm still caught up in how close it is moving into the 3rd round every single time. Buriram and Petrichor, 1 point difference. You can see VP 23. I believe it was a tie and then 23 in the last group as well, moving into the last game. So just consistently neck and neck moving into this last section. So this is where we do get a little bit sweatier, especially given this terrain with VP having the yellows of infamy right now and so much control around this. Looks like Buriram is going to opt into playing back over towards the east. I think there's like a smidgen of a hill that they might be able to play. So we'll have to see how they make their approach back over into that. And yep, there's a little bit of a dip that they're going to go ahead and play right there.
It feels like last chance saloon here. Canaxi's going to have to hit an absolute world of a shot. M24 in hand. If you can look towards the side of Na'Vi, maybe they can open up some room. As you look at this from top down, they're squeezing up against the back of it. Then everyone's got to move basically to VP's position. Hyruzen is plumb center. Let's talk about the lay of the land. Let's talk about the map. Na'Vi definitely much closer to VP than what they wanted to be. But again, within close proximity of actually stretching towards the buildings, they can take the spine on the backside of it. And if VP decides to group itself up, at least it gives them access to this back building. So there is something there. You can see what VP's doing. They're already moving closer to the center to take control of the buildings. Buriram have just gone for a very ballsy play. It has paid off. It has got them closer. Same goes for Na'Vi. Yeah. Petrichor Road still posturing over by the rather open area behind this building. I'm not a big fan of it. You thought they may try and attack it from Buriram's position and come downwind of VP, but they have the most laid the land to play with. They can be the slowest in their approach. The smokes are down for VP. Buriram's there as well. And now I think between these two teams is who can survive first, because look at the utility that has been cycled. The bombardment is about to unfold, and Na'Vi, it will just fall short. For every single nade that is thrown, every single Molotov, Matrim, you need to be hoping that these targets get hit, because ultimately for late game, you're going to have absolutely nothing.
I mean, there's this little bit of a lip along the ledge that you can see that Buriram's using, and we said the fact that we wanted red zones. Buriram's trying to make one of their own. It's just not really connecting. But look at VP kind of caught up, hearing all these nades, knowing the fact that there's 2 teams back over towards the east. They're caught up in looking that direction. Petrichor now is just trying to leapfrog, tree to tree, smoke to encroach on the other angle from it. And I love the fact that we're seeing a lot of Molotovs come out to counter the smokes on the approach. But VP now showing a lot more awareness, and they're just rolling right into this, and they're getting away with it. It's Marmo yet again. This guy just has no fear, runs back in, grenades going on underneath of his feet, and still going to creep back up on top of this and says, fine, you want to play for center? We'll play for center. On the other side of it, Na'Vi says, hey, you want to throw grenades? We'll throw some of our own. And there you go. Buriram is gone, and you said Na'Vi needs to kill everybody? They're well on their way on the start.
Well, Na'Vi now get into the fray. The Ghost of Ibiza is somewhere in the back, just working its way on these smokes. The car comes flying through the smoke wall and allows Petrichor Road to get somewhere a little bit closer, but now the bombardment moves back onto the side of the Na'Vi. They're getting a taste of their own medicine from previous, as Ike's left does find one. The second target not in abundance, circle closing in, everybody up on top of the buildings. It's pushing, it's forcing this fight. VP's inside. Now, for everyone who's up on top, Petrichor Road, this is probably the most advantageous place to be, unless you fall down like that through a window. That's problematic. You had control for all but a second. It comes down to Mamu to try and hold the line for Petrichor. They're gone. They're at the top spot. VP's 1 point behind them. For VP, it's really just kind of hold on for dear life here, unless Na'Vi gets the win, and then maybe things change up because that'll be 10 points and send them up to the 30 mark. They can't let VP get any kills.
Ooh.
1, 2, he doesn't get it, he just misses out. VP jumps up, they're in fourth. They're in first, Na'Vi fall to fourth, and VP will advance out of the group stage.
I mean, okay, that's what we're talking about. That's the type of fighting that we want from these in-game circles. I thought it was a little bit slow at the start, but then once everybody and Petrichor decided to say, screw it, we're going to go ahead and contest the yellows and play the high ground off of it and play on top of the roof, that's where this mode gets really, really fun. And like, just to see the way that people want to approach this, whenever they know that there's probably still 4 teams up, everybody still has their points that they're trying to play from, and you see people just trying to find these weird ways to sneak into these circles and contest against it. I love the way that the in-game plays out in every single one of these, Rich.
It's kind of weird. Like, I mean, I say kind of weird, it's not. It's kind of exciting that there is a very strong potential there if somehow, you know, Na'Vi got that final kill. They could have won that because they'd have got the 10 points from the win unless it jumped. Maybe not, I'm trying to theorize here, but either way, group winner, VP go forward. I'm going to pass it back to Toffees and the Des team to discuss it all at length a little bit more.
Thank you so much. Let's talk about it at length as Virtus Pro comes out with the win, advances to the next stage despite a bit of trolling on my part, our part. At the start of the 3-game series, Na'Vi has a good final match to make up for some poor performance early on, and Petrichor Road and Buriram actually fall off at the end. Guys, it was a good game. I will say, we saw some big plays. I don't know if you want to call them like Toppies plays or something like that, but the top play for that one was Petrichor being smart enough to get up on top of the roof, IPOC.
Yeah, it came down to a really weird end game, but at the end, heartbreak for Buriram. I mean, they pull up onto the one side and nobody in the compound's actually fighting, so everybody's able to just pressure them away. But impressive performance in the last game nonetheless. Spyro putting up numbers once again. That's kind of the expectations here, but 1,800 damage across the team is insane.
Yeah.
Not bad, Godspeed.
But that is really insane considering there's only 3 other teams. Like, that's a significant amount of damage for a team in this very fun little format. So overall, yeah, it was just a really exciting game. And now it's time for the highlights. As Pock said, you know, neither team was fighting, so Buriram just kind of got hung out to dry here. As I mean, yeah, it was rough sailing for them. But even then, Na'Vi arguably could have won this game as well.
There was this spot here, Mamu getting up top there again. Everybody underneath him just kind of hiding, playing time on this. And it came down to a really weird last fight here. I think it was Spyro like full flash there at the end. It looked like he was just hip firing to close out that fight.
Yeah, he had the hands covered wild spray of a man who was unable to see anything. But it worked out. Virtus Pro comes out on top. They get their chance to advance, play on Sunday. And Group B is in the books. We're going to have an interview in just a minute with the winning team. Once we get that set up, we'll go to there. That said, though, who was it? Let's go back in the history books. I said Petrichor. They did not win. And
True.
Who said Virtus Pro?
I think that was me.
Yeah, I think we both
I believe. Yeah, it was actually it was me, and then Pock had initially went with Buriram, but then he switched right before to Virtus Pro. So again, that's another 2 for us.
We're on form today. That's all I'll say about the prediction.
All right, so you guys have both groups so far. You've both predicted the winners. Very impressive analysis work. The hours you put in before this, obviously visible there. Petrichor does come in second, so I'll take a little bit of excitement in that. And Na'Vi, despite 5 kills and the win in the last game, still finishes in 4th place. Godspeed.
That's very true. I mean, in a format like this, you know, sometimes you're just gonna get games where you win, and sometimes you're gonna get games where you get 4 points. So, and that's pretty much where we're left.
They're going to say don't win. Sometimes there's games where you win. Sometimes there's games where you don't win. Life lessons with Godspeed. Edie, 699, gets the high damage rating at 834 there. Didn't live the longest, unfortunately for him. VP gets up 2nd and 3rd place. And Petrichor Road getting a little bit of love. And I feel like, you know, there's some teams, Hypoc, that we might get to see more of in this format that we maybe don't get to see as much of in the normal tournament because they spent a lot of time sort of struggling to get into the weekly final. Maybe like this could be a chance for some teams.
I mean, it could be, yeah, but pick up some winnings along the way. I mean, it's Meta and VP through so far. So out of Group A and B, it's unfortunate to see somebody really get their moment to shine, so to say.
Wow. Looks like I'm getting a little information sent over from a good friend, CD6. It says frag modes outside of the barrel, or frag grenades have been the #1 thing used here outside of the barrel in terms of collecting kills. That said, though, I believe it's time for the interview and then a break afterwards. Don't go anywhere. Here's some words. Oh, never mind. It is not ready yet.
No.
My bad. Let's... I was completely thrown off.
Yeah.
I'm just so excited about the interview with VP. What do you think they'll say? I don't. Will Batu do the interview? Will Spyro do the interview?
I don't know. But I don't know if it was you, Toffees, that said, I don't know if Batulin's hair can survive
That was me. Is it bad? Yeah. It is. Well, he does. I don't know if you've ever met, like, if you guys have met Batu in real life, when he's just walking around, he does that thing where, like, he rubs his hair, his hand through his hair, very 90s-esque. And whenever he's playing games, it's nonstop. Stress rubs his hair. So I'm curious to see if it gets assaulted the same way during this series as it does during the normal weekly survival series. That'll be interesting to see once that interview is ready, assumably at some point here in the near future. That will happen, and I will be able to throw to them successfully. Until then, hi, Pac, why don't you tell me what you had for breakfast?
Belvita. I had a pack of 4 Belvita this morning. It went down a treat,
like a pack
actually.
of Velveeta cheese for breakfast?
No, Belvita, the little breakfast biscuits.
Belvita. Yeah.
What do you think I said?
More sense. Like the cheese block, like it's like that was your
You
breakfast.
a block of 4 blocks of cheese for breakfast.
Yeah, like Velveeta cheese.
Oh,
you know what? Interview. Thank God.
PGI.S 서바이벌 토너먼트
PGI.S
32강 B조
survival
경기에서
tournament.
8강으로 가게 된 팀은
And the team that
버투스프로였습니다.
is making it to the quarterfinals from Group B is Virtus Pro. I am here with player Batulins. Congratulations.
이벤트 매치는 정말 짧고 또 3인칭 플레이가 특징인데요. 어떤 전략이 유리하다고 생각하시나요?
What strategy do you think particularly worked towards this type of game?
Самая лучшая тактика третьего лица не играть его, нельзя тогда отвечать. Сидеть за укрытием, то есть кемпить.
네. 3인칭 게임에서는 존버가
I
답이다.
think because it was a third person, surviving to the end was definitely an important strategy.
세 번째 매치에서 결국 치킨을 가져가게
In the last match, you guys won the chicken dinner.
치킨 시켜서 드셔보셨나요?
Have you tried Korean fried chicken while you've been here?
Chicken dinner. А вы по-настоящему корейскую курицу тоже попробовали?
Very delicious chicken.
오, very delicious. 그렇다면 매체에서의 치킨 그리고 직접 먹는 치킨 어떤 게 더 좋으세요?
Which one do you prefer, the chicken dinner from the game or Korean fried chicken?
В игре или настоящая курица?
고민하고 있네요.
Обе.
둘 다 놓치지 않을 겁니다.
I think both
둘 다 놓치지 않으시겠다.
are equally good.
그렇다면 이제 또 8강에 진출하게 되셨는데
So now making it to the next round.
친한 팀이 있다면 어떤 팀이 있는지 그리고 어떤 팀이 올라왔으면 좋겠는지도 궁금해요.
Is there a team that you're particularly closest to, and is there a team that you are expecting to meet in the next round?
Ibiza, Liquid. Let's go, Liquid.
이비자 선수랑 친하기 때문에 리퀴드
I'm really
선수가
close with
올라갔으면
Ibiza, so I'm hoping that Team Liquid is going to make it to the
아무래도
quarterfinals.
시즌이 긴 만큼
Because this is quite a long season,
친해지는 것 같습니다.
I'm sure that you guys are building some good relationships in your teams and in other teams as well.
러시아어로 축하드립니다가 뭐였죠?
포즈드라블리아요.
포스트라블리아요.
Congratulations once again.
네, 이렇게 해서 바툴린스 선수 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 버투스 프로가 8강으로 가게 됐고요. 저희는 버투스 프로의 세레머니 보면서 다음 경기 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 세레머니 보여주세요.
Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest. Bring your best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal too.
Welcome to the PUBG Global Invitational S Survival Week. We're having a fun time. We're watching some crazy things in a new perspective that a lot of us aren't familiar with. It has been an experience thus far as we prepare for Group C, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about the teams that are playing. Hypoc, Gen.G, TSG, Dom1, and Enter Force 36. Excellent teams.
Yeah, brilliant. Couldn't have said it better myself. This is probably one of the more exciting groups, to be honest with you, in terms of TPP pedigree. Again, I mean, it's no real surprise. I'm expecting Gen.G to make some moves here.
Yeah, let's do that real quick. I know we're actually about to start the game here in a second, so let's get our picks of which teams you think make the big moves. So far, you guys are 2 for 2 on picking winners, so let's see if it happens this time. Godspeed. I don't want you to feel like you always go last, so let's start with you. Who are you picking here?
It's the second time you've chosen me first, Steve. I'm gonna go with Gen.G. It's so hard to, yeah, it's so hard to pick against Gen.G. Even in actually, I would almost argue, especially in TPP. If I had to choose a second, it would be Damwon, but they've
only 4
not been looking great. Right.
So you picked.
So I'm gonna pick Gen.G and Damwon, just in case Gen.G doesn't win. That's my prediction.
Gotcha. Okay, Hypoc, which one team would you like to pick for this one?
Yeah, I mean, anything's possible, but for me, Gen.G are the ones that, you know, eyes are going to be drawn towards. These guys have been in fantastic form, and yeah, I mean, they're gods at whatever they play. Oh, little tap on, yeah, make sure they get some camera time in there. I like that. Little, yeah, slap the back of the chair, make sure he gives a wave. Media obligations, I like that.
All right, perhaps the most annoyed acquiescence to a media obligation I've ever seen. He didn't like wave at the camera, he waved at his monitor.
Really let us know, you know?
Don't tap me again. So who? I'm sorry. Who was your official pick, Hypoc?
Gen.G. Gen.G.
Yeah,
okay.
We both picked Gen.G. Yeah.
I'm gonna go. You know, I'm gonna do the right thing. I'm just gonna pick one of these 4 teams. I think who's gonna come out on top here. It's gonna be a big win for that team that comes out on top, and be a lot of money. No, that's it. I think Dom1. I think Dom1 needs a W, and this is a good place to get it. So we'll pick Dom1, or I'll pick Dom1 and see how it goes. Take a look at TSG. This is a team. Would you call this a frag forward team, Godspeed?
Yeah, I would, actually. I definitely would count them as one of the... They actually have... The hairstyle is literally about the same. As far as hair, they are probably one of the more on-point teams.
Fashion forward, to be sure. Absolutely. Let's take a look at Dom1 Kia as we go on by there. What's your commentary on the fashion choices here, Hypoc?
I actually really like their jerseys. They're kind of clean, honestly. Yeah. You know, the Adidas
it's kind of old school
sponsorship. So, sorry, you guys are Adidas.
No, it's.
What did you call them?
Taught.
It's Adidas.
It's Adidas.
Americans
Adidas,
call it Adidas, right?
I was like, you got correct. Adidas. So that said, interesting. So we're waiting for the game to start. What?
You can take that one.
Yeah, I'll give you a little laugh.
You gave me a thank you. Godspeed always good looking at me. I'm gonna pick you second next time.
I appreciate that.
That's how you do a media obligation. He's making up for the crappy wave we got earlier. So shoot. Hands.
What is?
Wave.
It was like charades for what's gonna happen in TPP there. I was like, oh no, I'm getting shot. I don't know where from. Oh, he can see me and I can't see him.
Don't shoot me. Don't shoot me. It's my impression of me playing Daisy every day. Okay, so that said, we know who is going to be going into this one. It is 3 games. For those of you who are just joining us, top team advances to the next round. And it's $60,000 in the prize pool. So as much as we are kind of joking around, having a good time with this, as are the players, there is still some very real money on the line as we get into game number 1 of Group C, powered by Intel. It is going to be probably a center circle, an interesting shift, a slow start, but a big ending. And it will be called by none other than the incredible casting duo of Sims and Matchroom. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, indeed. Another group, another round, another time to shine, another team to advance forward to our quarter-finals. Circle this time. It's stationary. It's slap bang in the middle. It's going to be a generic one. So what's on the chopping block for some of these teams? Why? Wait, what do you think? What's the ooh for? Go on.
I know,
Oh,
it's a boo. We get another normal circle. I wanted something a little bit crazier this time around. Also, Rich, a little bit sad. We lost the "thes" in front of our names from Toffees. I feel like I've been demoted.
I mean, I'm all for it. Remove the, and the meme can be finally dropped from my name. That's all I pray for. One day will eventually happen. And something else I pray for is hot drops. Are we going to see the split here? I'm assuming E36 going to bail to Rossok. Are they actually going to challenge Gen G for this one? I think they'll go split. Okay, so we see Apps committed to one side for the side of Gen G, and then School commitment probably will come through on the side of E36. Yes, it does indeed. So, up against the kind of edge of the circle here. I'm intrigued how this one fares out for Gen G. They are arguably one of the best teams in the world. Not even arguably, to be fair. They are one of the best teams in the world. So we're getting to that point within some of these lobbies where you get a bit of a few teams maybe in the meat grinder. Matt, it'd be a fair assumption that you look at E36 and you compare them up statistically against someone like Gen G. Again, TPP, different mode, different day, different format. But I put this in Gen G's pocket all day long.
I mean, yes, but let's be real. We also still have Damwon that's inside of this, and we also still have Triumphant Song, and there's a lot of fragging power on both of those teams. E36, they're the ones that are going to have to make a name for this themselves out of this if they're going to do anything. They are positioned back over next to Gen G to start this one out, whereas everybody else is kind of separated into our more tried and true Pachinki and that area west of Farm that you guys have seen get dropped on quite a bit. So don't be surprised if it's a little bit of a calmer session that we're looking at through this one, but I don't know. I still have a lot of faith in Damwon Kia. I think the fact that they have the capabilities to pull out a lot of damage in this and just a straight up firefighting situation, I think that there's a lot of opportunity for this team.
Damwon Kia, through the main head of the competition for the actual main PGI.S tournament, hasn't yet really shown its hand. We got a glimpse into what Damwon Kia can do in the group stages all the way at the very beginning, but since then it's been lackluster to say the very least. Their weekly survival tournaments have been underwhelming. I'm hoping now, after a bit of a reset, when we begin the road again next week, things start to improve and we really start to see a glimpse of that world-beating team, that world #1 team that was coming into it very much a possibility. But so far on the global stage, it's not really stood up to the test of time and what we expected. And again, it all comes down to holding teams to a higher standard, seeing how they perform within their respective region. And certainly Korea is one of those regions where it's they have literally the best of the best, and we expect the best of the best coming to this level of tournament. The teams will begin to make their split away from it. This time they won't fight off against Gen G. Instead, they'll try and get deeper into the circle, maybe try and hold them at gunpoint as Gen G fortifies some sort of rotate. Esther is actually going away to one of the compounds, just a little garage side of it, over by opposite the L compound, where you usually see DA fighting off against 4 AM. He's there looking for vehicles, looking for any kind of information of teams maybe trying to wrap or make some kind of weird movement, but I very much doubt it. You're going to be looking central of the circle at this moment in time. For Triumphant Song, as you said, there's a small possibility they come out of the farm, work it up towards either Potato Hill or even the farmland barns opposite Pachinki, because Damwon is well and truly pretty much cemented in Pachinki right now and not pushing out of it.
Well, what has me is the 2-2 split that's coming up from E36. They're back over next to Rajok itself, and then they've got the one in each one of the compounds that are along the school Pachinki Road. So that's a little bit of a limitation back over for Gen G's positioning, but we'll have to see where the circle ends up taking us. So that might give them a little bit more opportunity, but if anything, that could also mean that Pure Boy could find himself quickly lined up against 4 members of Gen G. Not going to be the case. Instead, we're going to get Pachinki with the fields and the hillside. That's been pretty popular so far. It looks like they're just going to go ahead and start maybe setting up towards this eastern part of Pachinki, which wouldn't surprise me too much, or maybe even make a run back over into this low ground area back over here, maybe go back over into these dips. That's going to be pretty close to center. Or are they just going to go ahead and send it back along closer to this hillside? Yeah, okay, I was going to say, they could send it back over to the hillside and really kind of contain anybody that might try to make it back over to the east, but then you surrender everything back over towards the west. So, good read coming out from this, sending a couple over and still leaving a couple back over Pachinki. E36 looks like they're going to be coming back down onto the northern point on Pachinki, and Gen G just in no rush. They're like, whatever, we'll just kind of play along the edge and we'll wait and see where the like, I guess Circle 3 takes us, because that's where we start to see a lot of really firm commitments start to come from these teams.
Damwon will start playing Tetris with the vehicles. They really want to hide those tires and make sure they're secure. And, I respect it. I respect it. It's totally fine. Damwon have committed to the dugouts and the ditches, so we'll kind of see how this does fare later down the line. There's a couple of other options there that could become viable. One of them's to the south of Damwon, those hillsides that you can kind of work off the back of, and sometimes we see teams making a small approach to Pachinki, and even just utilizing when the circles around that area in the main head and the main settings and the main competition that we see. There's also the barn complex that's now open, barn side, which Gen G might be able to slot themselves into. But again, for every compound that you make an approach to, and it's why you weirdly saw in the previous round one of the players running through the Gak field throwing a smoke at a barn door. It's just trying to make sure that anyone who's sneaking behind the doors, behind the windows, luring you closer, you have some form of cover. We'll bring a promo code up. It is the first game of this group, so here you go. Get that in, get that punched in, get that used, because once it's gone, it's gone. That's it. We're only going to have one more left for the day after this, and it will be in game number 1 of Group D.
I know a lot of you guys are just now waking up, tuning in, trying to figure out what the hell is going on. So remember, we are playing through the survival series right now, where we're going to be bringing in 4 teams per round in a much faster circle. You can see the next circle is about to pop right now, and it goes right over on top of Kia. Each one of these groups is going to play 3 times. We're already halfway through the day, now moving into our 3rd group. There'll still be one more after this one, which is the North American stacked group. But looks like a lot of rotations now starting to come into play for this. Kia not going to have to do too much moving, really just going to have to be defending up, as it's a lot of these fields that are inside of play right now, Sims. And I think that really Triumphant Song has that hillside to their advantage, can really rein in Kia's movements off of it. Gen G looks like they're going to make an approach back over towards the northeast, and really it's going to be on E36 and how they're wanting to handle this. There is the little the ditch that's along that point where there's like the drainage area, like the drainage pipe that comes out that a lot of people like to play around for this. We might see TSG maybe holding down that point as well.
Yeah, there's options for the drain pipe to be able to just put vehicles up against it and build yourself some sort of fortification. It's backed up all that much better by Shan's position and Volibear as well. They'll be south of that, but they have to be very aware that there's someone on their west of them. So Peng and Sia will have to be very cautious of what goes on. First contact is made. The nades have been ringing loud and proud. Gen G went for a pull-up. All of a sudden, Damwon Kia is well and truly under fire. First 2 players might be falling simultaneously. Look at Gen G, 2-2 split. They're working this forward. Slowly but surely have to be aware that E36 could get clear vision into this one. PO spots one, tagged up again, still on the floor at the moment. Down on manpower, so Damwon Kia, really, if Gen G pushes aggro, there's no response to this.
I don't even understand how Damwon let them get into this position. And Onyx just rolls right by Kia while they're all caught up in everything. 2 members already down for them. Esther's already around the other side of this. This is just a full contain. Under has to contend with 2 members up towards the northern corridor and trying to hold them back. Pio is just continuing to rein in. The real question comes into play is how much utility is Gen G burning at this point that they could potentially need in the later stages? Because right now, it's just Gen G walking all over Damwon. Kale, the last one up, and the hope and opportunity for them. You can see not a lot of vision, not a lot of opportunity to work with. TSG does have that high ground looking back over towards Onyx's position, but it's not going to be enough to get a lot out of it. So, Circle is going to condense back down, and that means that after this, everything is going to condense down to the center point, which is just on the outside west of where we're looking at Kale holding down this point. E36 is going to be a little bit towards the north of that. You can see holding down a good position based off of it. Pio and the rest of Gen G are just very confidently taking control of this area. They just want to make sure that they can hold down on position and really force Kale to kind of duck his head down, so that way they can peek up back from these trenches and deal with the other people that are kind of rotating in the edges around this position.
So Damwon is absolutely dismantled by Gen G. The pure aggression, the pure confidence in the shots was phenomenal. You saw the vehicles wrapping around on them. There was nothing else really to do. So the corner peak will come into effect now. Has to keep his shadow in and tucked in so they can't see it on the floor. He also can't move because the second that he does, he should be responded on. Nice little bit of a response. Yes, the health has been tanked up and the nades are close, but they are flashbangs. Continue with the first aid, and maybe now you'll be able to get the level of information. Oh, no, he messed up. He went the wrong way, but it doesn't matter because the rolling roadblock. Yeah, that's a rolling roadblock for you. Get in the car, hang out the back of it. Nice drive-by. Close combat drive-by, by the way. Now all of a sudden it comes down to the tower, where we'll be seeing the last stand of B36. They're in a good position, man. I say they're in a good position. They're actually all the way up against the blue. It's an elevated position. They're the ones that have to do all the work. And the vehicles, well, their tires are just being removed single-handedly, one by one.
And here comes the blue, creeping right in on top of E36. TSG's already kind of repositioned away from it just a smidgen. E36, the first ones that are going to have to move. Gen G also pretty close to the edge now. You did see the fact that they still have a couple of vehicles to work with, and in true third-person fashion, you can see a lot of crawlers starting to come into play. E36 starting to make a little bit of a play back over towards Gen G. Hopefully they aren't going to regret that one, as it could be spotted out quite quickly. Blue doing a ton of damage, and it's just going to be a double-up catastrophe. E36 had an idea, and boy, they regret it real fast after that. So now, two teams up. Back over towards the west, it's going to be TSG, and on the east, it's going to be Gen G with a run-and-gun fight with near on no cover at the center of the circle.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do at that point with the circle moving at the same speed as them crawling. Like, if you take a shot, if you heal, if you do anything, circle gets you, job done. PO tanked up and made silent for all but a moment. Esther still creeping through the smokes with the K9. Any headshot will just fortify the push straight through. Behind the bushes, small amount of cover. For TSG, they have the better position here. Gen G has to do all the work to get close to them. PO wrapping, but it's instantly shut down. This is TSG holding and controlling that hillside. It now gives them a little bit of foliage just to work with. Inonic says, you know what? We're not going to lose. Excuse me, we're not going to win this one. So we'll hold here for now and give it up to the blue. TSG come out on top. They bag 3 frag points, the 10 points for the win. But my word, did Gen G do work on that lobby? Good God, that was a lot of frags.
It's a lot of kills, and that's probably why they leaned into denying that point. They know the fact that they're going to get a ton of points just for racking up the kills, as well as getting second place position. So instead of just feeding off one more over towards a team that's going to win, try to deny it out. Because remember, we've moved into Game 3 tied for number 1, and we've also had 1 point differential in the games before, or in the groups before this one. So 1 point could be an absolutely huge factor. A little bit sweatier than we've been seeing the other group stages play it out. You know, they were a little bit more run and gun, had to go lucky. A couple of hot drops here and there. This time around, we're starting to see, like, point denial to the blue coming into play, Rich.
Yeah, I mean, it will. It comes to that point, right? What's the point in giving away a free kill? I mean, hell, the drive-by attempted to happen. They want to try and secure it because they understand what was happening. For now, I'm going to pause here because I am being told the games are trying to get going a little bit quicker, so I'll pass it back to Steve and the Des team to break down that match a little bit further.
Thank you so much, Sims and Matchroom. And you know what? Feel free to talk longer next time, guys, if you want to. I love hearing what you have to say. I'm joined on the desk by Hypoc and Godspeed, a fascinating duo of ex-pros who brought their expertise, analysis, and dreamy beards to our desk today to talk about that game in particular. Now, Hypoc, I know you told me I want to break this one down. Throw it to me right away. So let's do that. Let's break this one down. Go ahead, Hypoc.
Yeah, I mean, it came down to a Pachinki field ending once again. Gen G doing really well to actually clean up their side of the circle. I mean, it came down to the final star, right? TSG had that ridge to play, and they played it pretty well, to be honest. Gen G maybe a little overzealous with the peeking towards them, and then interesting to see the point denial. Obviously, they got a game plan here. They're thinking bigger picture.
I like that he was clapping for his team that entire time that we were there. That was a surprising amount of clapping, Godspeed. That was a deny, a bit sweatier, I think, as Matt said, than we're used to seeing so far. But let's take a look at the post-match breakdown. I'll give it to you, God, to talk about this.
TSG basically just waited for Gen G to clean up the other teams, and that's exactly what happened. The one thing, actually, that I wanted to add, what Hypoc was talking about, was Gen G, although they did get overzealous, they really stalled on the last member of Damwon Kia. They could have cleared him out and actually could have moved much quicker and potentially could have contested Travis Song for the center, but yeah, and then they couldn't. Travis Song was patient. They were able to get the dub, but I also agree with the point denial. I think it's very smart considering that, you know, this series of only 3 games can come down to 1 or 2 points, so I like it. And
we didn't catch that. That was actually brilliant. I saw that in the kill feed. I was like, did they just pull up into the dip? And yeah, there we have it. Some more bolts. some more bolts being run. I'm loving the switch up with weapons from first person to third person. Seeing a few more guns get some camera time.
That grenade and the timing of, I mean, E36 basically just probed in to die. But yeah, I think the bolts are also really potentially more effective. Hypoc, what do you think about this? It's just because you can technically see where you're shooting before you even ADS, right? So, yeah, bolting was actually one of my favorite things to do back when, you know, it was TPP.
It's kind of like
awesome
Baja homage there.
Yeah, it was a little bit. Thanks for the breakdown on the highlights. Both Hypoc, Godspeed, and the Demon who lives in Godspeed's microphone. I really enjoyed hearing from all three of you on that one. That was impressive. But in Bolties, I think, you know, Hypoc, he asked, do you think that they are more effective in the third-person mode at the risk of trying to overanalyze what is a little bit of fun? Is this a mode where, because Bolties are kind of, when it comes to normal pro play, is this a place where maybe they do function a little bit better?
Maybe a little bit. Again, maybe if we were to play a much longer series of games, we might see that become more prominent. But yeah, you could argue that I guess that quick head peeking factor is much more prominent in third person. So that's the scenario that you want to bolt, right? You're shooting one bullet, you land the headshot, you get the knock.
Godspeed, at what point do you remember when you picked side? I remember you picked up PUBG early on. Do you remember the specific moment when you went, I'm not a bolter anymore? Was it day one, or when did that transition happen for you?
No, it was like well into, I think, the 2018 meta was when
I can tell you.
Mini. It's basically when the Mini came out.
I was gonna say I can tell you exactly when it was. It was when people started stealing kills, because that was the most tilting thing to be running a bolt and then have your kills stolen.
I'm actually curious
I
now
can.
How many... No, sorry, I was just gonna say I'm curious how many kills that Pac and I have lost with bolts.
I mean, honestly though, because I was gonna say he's right. That's when I moved away from it, even in sort of like casual, not like, you know, I'd say ranked play before ranked was out, because it's so triggering to see a kill stolen. I can't imagine at the pro level how frustrating it would be to be reloading your Car 98 and seeing, you know, a mini knock down a player. Let's take a look at the leaderboard for the players so far. Esta coming in with 17 survival time, 717 survival time, 340 damage and 4 kills. And there is a kill missing on here because we saw a team denied. Gen G playing for the money, Hypoc, very clearly.
Yeah, long game. I mean, Gen G, it's no surprise they're going to come in and be the ones to kind of employ a bit more sweat, so to say. But this is really, you know, where I'd expect them to be head and shoulders above a couple of these other teams. Maybe not regionally, but certainly when we're going to get these cross-region groups moving forward throughout this week. I just saw in the background there, there's like 5 players in the pre-lobby just all dancing around each other.
They're just having a great time, getting ready to go. I got to ask you a serious question here, Godspeed. Has watching the games today inspired you to go play some TPP after this, spend some more time in that third person's perspective?
Not necessarily, but you know, the the allure of I will say this, I do legitimately miss playing some third person. It was a good time. That's my answer.
I miss seeing my skins in game, Hypoc. I'm gonna be honest. That's my favorite part of third person, is to see this
right?
the kicking PGI skins.
That's when you truly appreciate what hair you have on and what hat you have on before you grab a helmet in the looting phase.
I couldn't help but notice when first person perspective came out, all the players stopped running around naked all the time. I'm just throwing that out there. It changed, I think, a lot of things. I'll remember being a snake follow me for many years in third person perspective. Those were the good times.
Look in the background.
Yeah.
Sorry, Steve. There's a mosh pit going on
in game. Oh, you guys are looking at the computers on your computers. That's some Inception. Well, you know what? Game 2. It's about to start. About to get underway. 3 games in the series. Winner goes on. The 3 losers go home. Let's head now to the cast with the legendary duo of Matchroom and Richard the Sims.
Stop it, Stephen. Toff is the toffee. Toff? I don't know.
He just did you like that. Wow.
I know. Can't believe he's done this, Matthew. Please, he's your NA counterpart. I'll let you deal with it in the back.
All right, I'll take care of it after this. We'll just go have a little talk with him. I mean, it is Toffee's tosses though, so Lord only knows where they're going to come from. I sometimes wonder, like, how much time he commits to thinking of this, or are they all just off the fly? Looking back through, doesn't look like we're going to see changes on drops. My question to you is, we saw a lot of dancing going on in the background there. What's your preferred dance style in the like pre-game lobby? Are you like the leaner, or are you like the jumper? Because everybody does their own like thing whenever it comes into the dancing.
In the pre-game, I'm not blowing smoke at me on trumpet here by any means, but in the pre-game, I usually get surrounded by people throwing clothes at me because they want the wasteland gear. I still rock the PGI wasteland gear, and every time you play, like, people come up, like, stand at your feet, like, look down, and like shake their head and look on the floor. They just throw clothing at you because they want to wear the wasteland gear. It's still a thing. Skins are still a thing.
I mean, casual flex. I respect it there. I missed out on that one. I'm not gonna lie. So next time I know, whenever I play,
I wasn't trying to flex on you there. No, I'm not.
I'm gonna have to just throw clothes at you next time we play. See, now I've guilt you into it, so I can play at least one game with them.
I've seen quite a lot of people like with marketplace and all sorts of stuff. They've started cropping up more. They have become very rare and very, very expensive. That gear, like, I was quite surprised when I was seeing some of the stuff, people trading and people buying all sorts of bits and bats. It's but yeah, no, it's to be fair, it's still like not because of the event, not because of where it's still my favorite. I'm a big fan of gear in game with hoods on and like big necks. That's why I actually like the previous PCS gear.
Oh yeah, good call. I was gonna say, it sounds like you're gonna end up making a ton of money off of this. Make all the GameStop stocks look sad by comparison.
I've only got one set. Chill. I'm not like banking them up.
Okay, looks like we might have the capabilities to see a touch of action here. PO is starting to stretch his legs back over towards E36's positioning. He knows that this is where they've been dropping at, so this is a little bit of a voyage to see how much a PO can do and how much work he can potentially put off over there. Pajinki's chill, back over west of farm, also chill. The only real action that we could potentially see based off of this is PO. Specifically, if we start seeing people hop inside of vehicles, this is going to be his moment, but no clear sight line. Really, he's going to have a peak angle to work with. Goes for the shot off of it. Not going to get the knock with it. So, going to be able to roll back over the hillside. And wouldn't be surprised if PO probably just loots up for a second and goes and regroups with his friends.
Still something special about seeing Balti kills. I talk about it every single broadcast. We got one out of Squeaky on the bridge last week, underneath the bridge. Quick Balti job done on the moving vehicle off the back of it. That's what I like to see. I want to see more ball action. I want to see them become more viable. At the moment, it's the old DMR meta was still in, backed up by a barrel. Some using the M4 here and there, but not too many. This is kind of nice though. We're seeing Uzis, we're seeing Saigers, DBs. I mean, hell, VSS, Vectors. Anything's viable. And if you first face, well, even a Tommy gun could work.
Poor Tommy gun never gets a love. I love how like you list off all the guns and you're like, even a Tommy gun, in addition to all those other ones. I mean, we have been seeing that in some of the other groups. This one, I do have to say, is significantly more sweaty for the game mode that we're looking at. We were kind of talking about that beforehand. Yes, guys, again, I see a couple of you guys talking about the fact that what's going on, what's happening with these circles. Remember, this is kind of a more for fun break that we're taking at the halfway point between everything right now. So we're only going to get a grand total of really 3 circles, and the 4th one's going to condense down to the center point at that. So we're seeing everybody kind of getting their looting phases, and I do hope that we see another stretch down into a different position, or maybe even just a hard shift to an edge. You can do it, Circle. I believe in you. Or not.
You asked for too much, Matt. That's the problem. You asked, and fortunately, PlayerUnknown this time did not hand it. I mean, hell, it's almost central. So those barns are looking prime. They are looking right for the picking. Take control of them. It'll give you access to uphill at least a little through the little porthole windows up top. You got to be very careful because people can see straight into them, especially from up on that hillside. Potato Hill, I mean, it wouldn't be a stretch for someone to take control of it, but not go too far to the top part. You want to hold center a little bit closer, so you have access to... Wait a minute, E36, you've not scouted this one, boys. You're going to be in a... okay, yeah, it's fine. This is fine. Okay. This is absolutely fine. Under's pushed out, Matt. How much utility do you think he has to be able to push into the windows?
Oh, if he just lobs a grenade up there, they're all stacked up running down that hallway. And then there's that creepy freaking doll. It messes with me every single time, Sims. I don't know. I don't like anything about going next to any window where that thing just stares at me. We're starting to get a little bit of a stare off as well between these two teams.
The worst ones, the mannequins on Sandhawk. The first time I ever met, I run around the corner. I'm honestly, no word of a lie. I just spray fired. I thought someone was just standing. It comes around the corner upstairs and just T-pose. I'm like, what? All right, never mind. It's just a mannequin. This is fine. This is absolutely fine. And fine situation could be what TSG find themselves in for, because they're still almost identical to the previous round. They'll have the hillside, got a little bit of a garage compound they can work with. Gen.G, I'd anticipate, folds into Potato Hill. They can take that. No one's around them. Real vicinity. Central point, well, I mean, it's kind of all eyes on the prize when it comes towards this farm complex rather than the compound. You'll see the two hangars, then you see the housing complex as well. You can, from the barns, the two back windows at the back, you do have full vision on the front of the fields, but on the back, more importantly, you can see into that house. So if anyone does have a bolt action, it's very easy to be able to just corner peek it, wait till someone shows their face within those windows, and get an instant knock. Then if Under does have utility, just send him. Literally, you're going to give him a few seconds to be able to get one player to come. Oh, never mind. You know what? I'm going to shut up, because there's the hard shift that you requested, and this farm complex is now null and void, Matt.
I know. This is what I want. Gen.G not going to have to move too far. Remember, they still have a ton of vision to work with. Under trying to get something out of this one, but just going to underachieve inside of it. So it's going to be a quick reposition from E36. Now, TSG and Damwon have the onus onto them to make the aggression back over towards the north. And a hard shift coming up from Gen.G means the fact that E36 might find themselves pretty close position as well. Can't see it quite on the mini-map, but yeah, they're getting pretty neck and neck based along positioning, and a quick play back over towards the little bit of cover that's going to be inside of this circle.
Use the top of the metal buildings for now. Try and get a bit more vision on what's going on. I didn't anticipate that. PO definitely has the number of some of the players on the opposing side and location on them. They can't go too deep inside and try and wrap on this one, because that's when it becomes problematic for someone like Damwon Kia getting involved. TSG are also on a bit of a transfer path towards Gen.G, so this really throws a spanner in the works for Gen.G setting up shop against E3. All right, never mind, they've been spotted. Lure them in and let them crack on with it. They're out of the vehicles and away we go. Ionix, first player to fall. Sia spots him, but Esther, instant response. Doesn't get the knock, but does do some serious damage and puts him out of the fray. Same scenario. Again, doesn't go down, but the health is so small. PO and Ionix simultaneously. Job done for TSG. They've somehow survived this, but remember I spoke about how little health they had in abundance. E36 says, you know what, this is our time to shine. We'll get involved in this one, third party. And TSG and Gen.G, they have been weakened of the ranks. Look, he's also been removed from play. It comes down to Esther. Last man standing. Molly out, and unfortunately he is gone. Gen.G's out. Fourth position for them. Damwon Kia. This is the time to push the middle. This is the time to get involved on the third party. Do not rest on your laurels here. You know what's going on. It's a war zone over there. Get yourself involved and get yourself involved now. This is going to be a very quick game, Matt, because all of a sudden TSG is bleeding at the wayside.
And this is right along the edge of the zone. Zone's going to start collapsing here in just 1 second. That means this firefight has to end fast. Kia has repositioned, and you can see looking down the hillside, third parting into this as, I wouldn't say it's a firm commitment, but pretty light at this point. They know all the teams are back over here. One member up for TSG right now, trying to reposition away from it as the blue is coming through. E36 still trying to play that low ground position back around where we saw all the vehicle wreckage come in. Trying to pick up a vehicle of their own, maybe seeing if they can flank back around through this. So Damwon, you have the high ground, you have the vantage points, you've got third party, you can just look back through this, line up your shots, and connect with it. Luckily with E36 going for this reposition, that's going to buy a little bit of time for the last remaining member of TSG to maybe creep along the zone. Sophia just runs right up, gets into point, but do note, it's going to be Dom1 that has complete control over the circle right now, and TSG's last member just trying to creep forward slowly and steadily as grenades are coming in, but that zone's moving faster than you think it is. Gotta go ahead and run ahead of it. Indigo still run up the hillside there. So gonna have to draw a little bit of attention away from it, but it's just a matter of time. One of these Dom1 players are gonna spot it out. Molotov's down, there you go. Triumphant Song now down and out. E36, time to make your play if you're gonna make it. There is a spread Dom1 in front of you. Now you've got tree cover, vehicles rolling up the hillside, but Song's got the side of it. Spray comes through, that's one down. Looking back over for the second one. Gets a little bit more damage, but not gonna quite get it just yet.
Both players cycling nears utility, about to come out in abundance. Bit of damage done on both sides of it from two different angles, and that's the bad thing. He's caught in a bit of a bottleneck with the triangular formation with two players up top and two players to his left. Sylphia finally onto Xiongjiang will go down now, and it's time to get the advancement. Kale, time to step up to the plate and time to shine. Pure Boy's there behind. Amanot is down for the revive. There's nothing else really he can do. They're trying to hold on for dear life, but the problem is the numbers game is starting to get on top of them. There is an abundance of players starting to wrap on E36. You have to make a decision. Do we commit for this res, or do we commit to try and fight this in a 2 versus 3 scenario? Yes, removing one player makes it that much more easy, but my word, Dam1. They have read the lay of the land here, and they're taking full advantage. Saiga comes out, last player around the back, job done, GG. Dam1 here will jump into first.
Well, we know whose dancing preference we get coming out from under there. Nice little moves coming out from him, and that was just a, let's be real, that was a tactically beneficial set of plays that came out from Dom1. They had the high ground positioning, and then all three teams, other than them, just decided to intersect back over towards the north, stack up on top of each other. Good read from E36 to become the big third party inside of it, and really just help dismantle both of those teams.
Said we wanted to see some signs of life from Dam1. Well, here we are. This could be the time to shine. This could be the time to try and step it up and shake off the weekly survivor blues. We shall see with the penultimate game over and done with. We will be rolling into our third and final match of Group C. But for now, I'm going to throw it back to... Oh, well, it's actually back to us. I won't pass it back just yet. We'll continue, man. We'll get some camera time because, you know, we never get to show off our hairs when they're all gelled up. And it's not quite the NA hairstyle I've gone for today. You know, it's a bit more no haircut because quarantine and everything else that goes on with it. But things are looking good.
Hey, see, nobody's even realized the fact that my hair isn't as poofy as normal because I'm still rocking the definite grow out for the quarantine haircut. I'm back over here rocking full ponytail, so it's getting harder to make that like bouffant hair that we had in North America so common. But I think that we're ready to go ahead and throw it over to the analysts because I know that they want to break down all of the fun of the intersection that happened back over towards the northern corridor. You guys, take it away.
Thank you so much. And you know what? Why pass up a chance to do some analysis on hair? Bachelor's hair is wild, but I think Sims wins. His hair has been on fire today. Looking very, very good. Gentlemen, two other guys with some great beard game. Congratulations, by the way, on some phenomenal facial presence. Welcome back. It's Godspeed and Hypoc breaking this one down. Dom1 Kia came to play, and I think underplayed well, but underdanced better. I think we all can appreciate what we saw there at the end of that match. That said, though, was this about placement? Hypoc, did they win this on circles? Is this finally the Dom1 from week 1 we've been waiting to see?
I mean, yeah, well, it's time to step up, right, in the survival tournament. I mean, this just came down to zone control. They got a couple of kills out on the edge, and they literally fan out. I mean, at the point where E36 have to move uphill, at that point, like, the game was already over in my eyes. Once the utility goes down, it gave them all the space to kind of wrap and clean up those final kills with ease.
Yeah, on top of the fact that all these other teams, I mean, this is a really awkward hill to fight on because of just the angle and the slope. I mean, as we're watching it now, Sean going for that spray, it's not ideal. And Dam1 just came down and literally ripped everyone apart. I mean, Genji, I don't even think got a single point in this game, which is really good considering they got 6 kills in a second in the last game. So, yeah, Dom1 pulling ahead and playing well, but, you know, it is just... Under is just out of control.
doing his best post-game kickstart there with his hands.
Yeah,
I don't even know.
I think Kickstart didn't know what to do with his hands. I think Under just He just went for it, man. I respect it.
Under make a conscious choice to do that. That was, oh god. Let's look at the totals after 2 games. One more to play. Hypoc, it's close. Dawon Kia, 22 points. Triumphant Song Gaming, 21. Genji, 16, and Interforce, 14, with that consolation 4 from the last match.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably one of the closer ones we've come into the final game, right? This is literally one where, yeah, if Interforce 36 makes some moves here, they can still clutch this up.
Keeping in mind, it's 21 to 22. Genji denied a kill to Triumphant Song in the last match, or the first match of the day. So they would be tied if it hadn't gone that way. So Genji playing 4D chess as we take a look at the player leaderboard. Godspeed, I heard you saying something. What is it?
I was just going to say, and anything's possible, you know, for this last game. We could, I mean, any of the 4 games could make it for him.
Anything is, I feel like there's a meme developing here that I don't quite understand yet, but we'll get there.
I don't understand the reference.
I don't understand the reference. I Am Sia is in first place. 537. That is a lot more damage than everybody else. That is significant, Hypoc.
Yeah, these games are kind of played out a little slower than the others. The previous games we've seen today have had kind of standout performances individually. Obviously, people dropping 7-8 kills across the 3 games. This one, I feel like this is probably the sweatiest lobby we've had, as we maybe alluded to before the matches started.
I think it's going to be a fun juxtaposition as we go into the final match of the day, or the final match of this group. The next group I expect to be a little bit more wheels off. This one seems to be a lot more serious as we get ready to start out. Final thoughts before the last game kicks off, Godspeed?
It's going to be, I mean, this is going to be a close game. There's really only 5 points separating these guys, and I still give it to Damwon or Genji.
Right? Because you picked 2 of 4 as your favorites for this, which because that's play the numbers. I respect it. All right, guys, it is time for the last match of Group C. 4th of the last of the day. We got 3 more in Group D coming up after this. But that said, it is all about getting to the next round. Only one team advances. Only one team will have the chance to play for their share of the $60,000 prize pool. Let's see who it is in this final game for Group C. Let's go now to the casting calls, the tempting voices, the amazing cadence of Sims and Matro.
Really setting it up here and setting the stage for what's going to be a fantastic and phenomenal final match, Steve. Yes, it sounds very much like a car salesman-esque intro, but you know what, Matt? I'm all for it.
I'm super excited because this circle seems in no way familiar to any of the other circles we have seen so far. I see, the closest I can do is I can do the movie voice guy in a world where there's only
one
62
man
players alive, and Pachinki is in the circle yet again. We're going to see them drop to the exact same points they've dropped 2 times before. But will it go to Potato Mountain for the 3rd time in a row?
I think that's probably if we're going to critique this kind of format, like I'd probably let the initial circle. I understand why they want it central, understand why having it central kind of makes life a little bit easier with this format, but easy is boring. Like, make them work for the money. Let the circles go a little bit looser. I think even if it was 50-50, whether it's going to be central or somewhere weird and wonderful, it just gives us different areas to play with. It gives us different games every single time. Repetition in this level, especially when you think about it, we're doing 12 games today, 12 games tomorrow. For the audience at home, I think it's good to have that balance of keeping it mixed up. Again, it's a show match. It's here for fun. We're having fun. It is what it is, so we'll roll with it for now. But even if we can go from the quarterfinals, just kind of let these circles loose a little bit more, I'd be all for that.
That's really the big thing that I'm looking for, is I would just like to see a little bit more variance at the start. But other than that, I'm really having a fun with the idea of bringing in third party. For a long time we haven't seen that. In addition, the whole 4 teams and a little bit more of a deathmatchy style, I'm also digging on that one. It's just like, if we compare against the wind circle that we had that was back down towards the south and went back down towards military base, that touch of variance, especially when you can see the circle when you're coming in, I think that adds more to the spice of life in the style of event. And that's what you want. You want to see a little bit more chaotic. You want it to be fun. You don't want it to be just extremely formulaic. So whenever we're looking at this, after the first circle is whenever everything kicks off. And that's what I love to see about this. So right now, it's pretty much standard. I mean, we've talked about it beforehand. Dom 1 going to be in Pachinki. We're going to have TSG back over to the southeast of this. Then we're going to have still that E36 Gen G mini, like, I guess, where they just kind of scout against each other. That's still kind of going on, but E36 is probably is already starting to like position like they're going to move away from Rajak, not play that as long since PO started to make his little bit of an advancement over there. In general, pretty similar. Once we see the next circle pop off, that's whenever we're going to see a lot more movement coming into play.
Third and final match then, this is it. This decides which 3 teams do not advance, and 1 team goes to the quarterfinals to take a stab at the Lions share of $60,000, $30K for first. It's not a little number to be sniffed at by any means, so you still want to play this as good as you can get. Down 1K again. It's going to be the same principle all the way through, isn't it? Really, when you look at it, when we get to these second matches, man, it's always 3 teams at the top. One of them, unfortunately, not having the best of days. But yeah, 26 through 20. Like, yeah, it's always even at those top 3.
I mean, anything can still happen, Rich. That's what we're looking at right now.
The golden rule.
E36 rolling through. It looks like they're just, I don't know. I can't figure out what E36 is doing. And my question, oh, okay, they're going back for a vehicle because they like rolled back down to the south, then came back up to the north. I guess they just want to stack up more vehicles because they're assuming that they might have to do a little bit heavier of a rotation moving through this. I mean, we have seen a couple of hard shifts come into play off of it. 37 seconds before we're going to see the circle pop in through. And Gen G really already starting to make more of an advancement back towards this hillside. Again, this is kind of a little bit of a sweatier lobby than what we've been seeing before. Not so many meme guns coming in play, not so many drive-bys happening. You can tell that Gen G is just like, there's some money on the table, and I want it. And this is the way that they're playing through it. They're still having fun with it, but they know the fact that they can still hunker down and really just try to amass as many points as humanly possible.
Just looking at the lay of the land here, now things are going to go down. For down 1 Kia, you want to try and go into a bit more of a defensive mode. Circle updates. They're in the vehicles already. They were transitioning to the center of the map, so now they can pull down. This is kind of a bit of a new terrain that we haven't seen come into play yet. This is the kink in the road that comes down from, I mean, working across from Shelter. You drive uphill onto a plateau. Then you have that full plateau road with the odd little shack here and there that you can kind of work off the back of. It rolls down from Potato Hill. Down below the kink in the road, you're going to have one kind of compound that'll be a solid one to take control of. The garage is on the opposing side. While it's not quite central, it is a good amount of land to work with. TSG could be really smart here. Now, it could go absolutely not in their favor, but they could split their resources and take over multiple compounds and really take a huge amount of land for themselves. Again, it becomes fragile if someone like Gen G just rocks up as a full team and says hello, because they're just going to take it from you. Even if you trade out and lose a player or two, refrag situation comes in, and they'll just wipe you off the face of the planet in a 4 versus 2. Well, anything can happen again. We've already seen basically Idiot earlier on destroying VP's dreams, even though they still qualified. Anything can change, anything can happen. For down 1 Kia, they'll stay out of the fray for a moment, and again, they're probably protected by this bowl that runs around them for a quarter of the map from Potato Hill all the way down to the next compound that is below them. Having the presence there actually is denying anybody going inside that compound, which is really solid for them. Otherwise, they're held at gunpoint. So the furthest compound down south, nobody's in. Now, for E36, they've got to cut this fine. Maybe they actually fold into the farm as a last chance. For Gen G, you have to at least get a knock here, because if not, they get ahead of you and they take the compound, but E36 has no idea. They are driving blind. They are slow on the approach. And Gen G is here to rock and roll. Pure Boy, first fix and second one gone. Amanot, bye-bye. Where's the third out of the back? He's hanging around, but Satu's there to try and get some sort of revenge. Okay. Maybe something happened. No. They're there to just mop up. It's job done. Gen G will remove 3 and keep 4 alive.
Sylvia making the play back over, and not a lot of options. A new circle pops, and Damwon living the life back over here. Another hard shift kicking it off. This makes it a little bit more spicy. Sure, the first circle was a little bit slow, but this is where we're starting to have a little bit more fun with it. Damwon making the play back up towards the top of Potato Mountain. Meanwhile, Gen G still recovering alongside of Death's Road. TSG needs the fact that they might find themselves at the inside track. Sylphia trying to make a play back over towards the north as well. Might find themselves bumping up along the lines of where we see Damwon playing at. Keep in mind, once the circle connects in, closes down, everything from here is going to be going back over towards the center. So a lot of the teams might be vying for that. Kia opted into the high ground, but it looks like TSG might be just going for the center play inside of it. Maybe trying to stack up a couple of vehicles, get some type of defensive line based off of that. But with Damwon's positioning, grenades are going to be super strong. Trying to line it back over. Undergoes for the spray onto one. Gets the connections over towards it. Now how are we going to see this? TSG just says, screw it, time to commit. Rolls right by, goes for the spray in. Now looking back up. Indigo gets a tap back over towards one. Trying to follow it up. Volibear managed to drop back down. Last one up for his... Oh no, I'm sorry. Back over to the east. You can see that there's another reposition for it. Zhang up and towards the top of it. Got the grenades prepped and ready, trying to buy a little bit more time for his teammates, but it's just going to be a retaliation roll back over here. You can see Damwon just brings the vehicles up by themselves. Songjong trying to find a little bit of a play, but it's going to be Jin Ji that's trying to exploit this back over towards the east, starting to get in third-party positioning. Songjong just trying to make a play back through this. Not a lot of cover to work with. Good spray going back over on the other side. It's just a peak battle back and forth between the trees, trying to make sure that they use as much information as possible. But Kale, now the last one up, retreating back away from this one, and you can see Volibear rolling back through. Kale's trying to get something out of this, but not a lot of options to work with. Just trying to hunker down, and there we go. Damwon Kia is eliminated, but the cost was high because here comes Jinji to the north.
The cost was extremely high. The 2-2 split has cost them this competition. They're out of it now. TSG jumps above them, so it's job done. Gen G started to rap on this one. They understood what was happening. They understood the lay of the land. Inonix is split off from the rest of the roster, and that's something to really take into consideration. He could be a knife in the back, but the thing is they have Volibear. He's there to try and answer this one. Sylphia, they've no idea. Even just taking one away from them. This now slows down the approach and maybe gives TSG an opportunity, a small window to get into the fight here, involved in the fray. Volibear on the back lines. He's there to deny Inonix. Sia sees him, job done, knocks him. TSG, Matt, slowly but surely, they're working and walking away with this one.
They're finding the opportunities, taking out the low position off of that flank. Now means that Jin Ji is trapped back over towards this point. They still have a numbers position that they can play from and potentially try to go back down through that little bit of a, like, there's a dip right off of the position if they want to try to play from it. But you can see TSG starting to get a little bit more aggressive, throwing the Molotovs back over there, forcing them away from that point. Jin Ji does have the track back over towards center in an easier position than TSG does. Pio realizes that, makes the play back over for it. Sure, there's not a lot of cover to be had, but just getting somebody into that point could be of vital importance for them. On TSG's side, Volibear looks like he's starting to get a read on that same idea. So it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a one-off match. 1v1 back towards the center, and then towards the north, we still have the 2v2 situation that could boil down. Pio still looking back up the hillside. Is he aware of where Volibear is going to be at? Starting to peek back over there, I think has an idea for it. Maybe somebody spotted out, could have been Esther from distance. You can see the flashbangs are starting to come out. Volibear's not going to be able to connect with any of them. Pio's got to be careful, keeping the eye back over towards us. Loki, meanwhile, back over towards the north. Starting to get a little bit more of aggressive line back towards positioning. This 1v1 is absolutely pivotal for both of these teams. Pio keeps glancing back up the hillside, has to be extremely cautious off of it. But it's going to be a reposition for Volibear to take down Pio. Center control now goes over to Triumphant Song Gaming. This could be their opportunity. Meanwhile, the other two members from Jin Ji have to figure out how they're going to want to respond to this. Volibear now starting to make his way up the hillside. Loki decides to push him through the smokes, but it's going to be spotted out as he makes his play, already down to about a quarter of his life.
Volibear will get Esther, and all of a sudden the times are ticking. It's a 1 versus 3 scenario, and I think this is job done when we look on the side of TSG, unless Loki can somehow pull something amazing out of the bag. It is denied, and Triumphant Song Gaming will advance. They come out on top within Group C. Gen G. There was a small window of opportunity. There was a potential that they came out on top of that one, but they needed every single kill point going forward. They needed the win, they needed every kill, and slowly but surely the puzzle pieces just fell apart. TSG managed to get a much deeper angle. Volibear was so important to stay alive. His fight single-handedly may have just tipped the balance of who picked up the win there.
2 different times we saw TSG get a read on Jin Ji trying to make a counter move. Back whenever they had Inonix, way down towards the south, takes him out. That forces Pio to make the center play. and then Volibear steps up for his team, gets knocked there. Those two pivotal positions at center and south unlock TSG and force the other two members from Gen G to play against the wall with very minimal options. You can see trying to run through smokes, trying to outplay, see if maybe they can sneak something through, but it was just standard PUBG after that from TSG. They had a read on, knew exactly where to go, and then just moved into position and locked it down to get that victory.
Well, Matt, that's 3 winners down and 3 more maps to go to find our 4th survival tournament group winner. For now, I'm going to pass it back to Steve and the Des team to break it all down a little bit more.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Gen G tried to make a move, but Triumphant Song Gaming, Volibear's down, defends their position. It comes out with 8 kills to put themselves on top. Total 14 kills for the 3 games, Godspeed. And I think a pretty easy advance to the next round.
Yeah, I mean, TSG killed it. They got the frags. They controlled the zone, and ultimately they moved forward. You know, unfortunately, I'm willing to admit that they are neither of the 2 teams that I picked to win this lobby. You know, had a 50-50 chance, and I lost. So it is what it is.
Right? You even tried to hedge bets in your favor, and still lost your prediction game. So that is absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal. Did you pick TSG, Hypoc?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Backing them
I know one of us did. So.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, 100% success ratio right now with the predictions.
True. Yeah.
Highlights.
Highlights, indeed. Yeah, I mean, the drive up from TSU just played this one all out, to be honest. I'm surprised.
I was just about to say, I can't believe Damwon didn't wipe TST on the side of this hill here. The fact that it was like this close and it was such a back and forth was actually pretty insane. It came down to Kale, the last man standing, and Volibear just landing the last tap underneath the Dacia. But I thought they had him banged to rights, man, as soon as they got that second angle.
Yeah. As soon as the Dacia went sideways, I was like, oh, that's it for TSG. But no, they all got out and they were able to get the knocks and survive. And yeah, TSG just swept up that circle. So ultimately for them, it was easy peasy.
I mean, it's a 3-game series. I think it could have gone. This was the first, perhaps for me, of the 3 groups where really I think it could have gone a lot of different ways, right? If Damwon and Kia had knocked out TSG at that stage, I think they would have been able to move up a lot higher. Trumpet Song wouldn't have ended up at a 39 total points, but like that is also, I think, the biggest spread we've seen in terms of advancing to the next round. TSG with a massive spread here and is able to get into the finals. So congratulations to them. Gen G at 27, Damwon Kia at 27, and Enterforce, unfortunately, just 19. You know, good signs. I think Gen G a little less than we expected, though, Hypoc, in terms of their overall performance, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, games 1 and 3, they definitely came close to it, but I guess actually both of them coming down to the end game versus TSG, right? Some impressive performances. Like I said, this one was a little tighter than some of the other groups we've had so far. Sia leading the charge, 6 kills and 691 damage, and I mean, it's the first time actually we've had a decent spread other than Aminot. Everybody posting a kill. I think that's a first as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Volibear with great plays. Sia has been absolutely titanium and unstoppable in this game so far. So I'm curious to see what happens in the next round as they move on to the next one. We are going to continue to sort of break this down as we wait for the interview. I can't wait to hear from Triumphant Song Gaming. While we do, though, it is, for those of you who may be joining us or getting here for the first time, this is a little bit of a different experience. We're trying something out in the middle of this festival of PUBG. 4 teams playing, crazy circles, lots of fighting, and ultimately only 1 team from each group gets to advance for the $60,000 prize pool on the final day, Sunday. This is a 3-day event, and then we go back to normal, starting with the weekly survival series again next week on Tuesday. So far, let me get your hot takes on what we've been seeing. Godspeed. Any takeaway? Any learning experiences? Are you learning more about the teams, or do you think it's just good, clean fun?
I think it's good, clean fun, but also I think it is, it's good for the teams as a break. We talked about it at the top of the show. They've obviously been dealing with a lot of stress, the survival tournament. I mean, again, every time we see a team win, it's like a massive relief. just because of how stressful it's been. But, you know, this is a good change of pace, and again, it's still worth some money. So overall, I think the next group will be the most interesting because one of those teams is not like the other. So we'll see how that one kind of plays out.
That's interesting. One of those teams is not like the other. The next group, everyone's from North America for the most part, except Gex. That said, we'll break those down when we get to that point. We're still waiting on that interview. Hi, Pac. So we watched 3 groups.
Try me.
Be honest with me. Is there any... Will the next groups learn from what they've seen? Is there any sort of meta adjustments to make in something like this? Or is it just, you know, go play? I don't know.
I'd be surprised if anybody's watching this and taking too much away from that. But, I mean, I've been rudely interrupted, Steve. I'm going to have to pass it back to you and cut that point off short.
Interview!
And the winners of Group C was Triumphant Song Gaming. I'm here with player I am Sia.
자, 위클리 서바이벌 룰 그리고 파이널 룰, 이벤트 매치 방식까지 모두 겪어보셨습니다.
You've experienced now the rules from the weekly survival and the weekly final and the survival tournament. Out of the 3 types of rules, what do you think was the most challenging for you?
哪个规则对于你们来说更难一些？
我觉得这次活动周的规则难一点，因为大家的因为队伍很少，所以大家分数都会很接近。
제가 생각했을 때 이번에 서바이벌 토너먼트의 규칙이 좀 어렵다고
In my
생각이
opinion, I
드는데요.
think the rules set that were applied to the survival tournament was quite difficult, and because the games have to be finished in a really short amount of time, it felt more difficult.
자, 이제 PGI.S 절반이 지났고 절반이
Now we
남았는데요.
are
팬들에게
halfway
어떤 팀으로 기억되고 싶은지
the
궁금합니다.
end of the PGI.S tournament. Is there anything you would like to say to your
全球邀
fans?
请赛的一半日程过去了，还有剩下的一半日程。你们想被大家记成一个怎样的战队？
我想让大家记成，我们决赛圈胜率可以高的战队，就是进入决赛圈之后可以有吃鸡的竞争力的，就是不想让大家记成决赛圈飞跑的那种队伍。
저희는 여러분들이 저희가 뒤떨어지는 팀이 아닌 충분히 치킨을 먹을 수 있는 경쟁력 있는 팀으로 기억으로 나왔으면 좋겠습니다.
I would really hope that our fans remember us as a really winning team that continues to show some really good strategies in the games.
한마디 부탁드릴게요. 세레모니도 보여주세요.
And lastly, could you say something to your Chinese fans who are supporting you guys? And also a winning ceremony with that, please.
给大家展示一下庆祝动作吧。
谢谢大家对 TSG 的支持，我们后面3周的比赛一定不会让大家失望的，加油！
여러분들의 성원 굉장히 감사하게 생각하고
Thank you
있고
so much
저희는
for
앞으로 남은
your continued support.
3주도 여러분들에게 실망을 남기지 않을 것입니다.
And we promise that we won't disappoint you guys for the next 3 weeks. Thank you.
네, 이렇게 해서 TSG 팀과 인터뷰 나눠보도록 했고요. IMC와 선수였습니다. 계속해서
Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest. Bring your best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal, too.
Welcome back. My name is Topics. I'm joined by Hypoc and Godspeed, and this is what we've been waiting for. They gave us an all PCS NA desk because it is Group of Death for North America. If you hate NA, let's get some Gex spam in the chat right now because that is your team for the next 3 games. Hypoc, let's start with you. We've got Shoot to Kill, Sonics, Zenith, and Gex, and I expect this to be crazy, wild. Will there be hot chops? Will people be angry? Will North America kill each other? What do you expect?
I mean, all I know is Kurt is exceptionally excited about this one. But I mean, obviously, the big talking point here is that second man in the lineup, right? This is, I guess, the first appearance we're going to see with Pentalol playing with STK after that roster switch up.
What a start.
Yeah, so, okay, you brought it up. There's an elephant in the room. His name is Penta. He is not subbing in. He is taking over for the rest of the tournament, Godspeed. We saw the tweet from Civ. That's all we really know.
Yeah, so I'm just going to be like super direct and just very short about this. Look, at the end of the day, it's up to the team. I'm sure they had a discussion with Civ. I don't think it was a lot of like emotions or anything. I feel like this is just a decision that was made by the team, and I think, you know, that's what it is. It's unfortunate for Unciv, but at the same time, you know, SDK is more than just, oh my goodness. Yeah, SDK is just more than, you know, Civ. It's still also Kurt and Luke and Alo, and so, yeah, it is what it is. I think the team made the decision they thought was best, and I think everyone should respect that.
Fair enough. There's really no following that. I guess everyone just respects that. But it is a change. It's going to be judged harshly, whether or not we should just be okay with it, Hypox. So I think that this is sort of the first appearance of the new roster. We'll see how it goes. Let's take a look at Sonics. This is a team that started really strong and has lately been kind of not good. It's a chance to buy a little bit of space, redeem themselves, refresh themselves, Hypox.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Sonics are a team that operates on momentum and confidence. So this, for me, is a mental reset week for them. Again, it's a bit of fun, bit of a switch up with the format, but Sonics aren't ones to just kind of roll over and not participate. So I'm expecting them to come out and at least give it their all and maybe show us some of the special, some week 1 Sonics maybe.
And I will also say, we saw Zenith for a second. They're also kind of in a weird situation. I think there's a lot of rumors flying around that they are going to be making a roster change after this event. Does that have a big impact on the player on the team who's in question, Godspeed? How do you play 4 more weeks knowing that you're probably not going to be with them much longer?
Yeah, no, that definitely might affect, you know, someone or the team itself. That's you know, that's a big thing, especially when it's potentially one of your leadership members. So I would love to tell them to just kind of, you know, stick it out and keep playing their game, but changes like that can mentally affect a player going out. So, you know, it's tough.
It is tough, but this is a tough format, a tough game, a tough tournament. Let's get into it, guys. It is the final group for today, Group D. 3 games, only 1 team gets to advance to the semifinal for their chance to play for their share of $60,000. Now is the moment. The circle will be middle. Who will end up standing in the middle of that circle at the end of it all? We'll find out as we go to game number 1 with our casters, Matchroom and Sips.
Ooh, he held, didn't he? He held. I appreciate, Steve. It feels like, you know, building it up to something huge, but you didn't get the THE word in, so we'll go with it for now. Matchroom, I'm sure you're very pleased to be seeing this group of teams playing together.
I mean, there's some familiar faces for me, to say the least. 3 different North American teams, and I'm going to go ahead and say it right now, Rich. If we do not see Tiggleton trying to drive by somebody in this game mode, we have lost a phenomenal opportunity. I just want to see Sonics just do Sonics things, you know, just like we saw that happen in week 1, where they were just kind of like having fun, doing the drive-bys, rolling through, and that was whenever it was the serious part. Sonic, this is like a game mode built for Sonic's playstyle, in my opinion.
So the question is, what happens and how much does the fan base go in on the teams if a North American team doesn't win? Because you've got a 3 out of 4 chance here, right?
Oh,
what happens if GX just goes off? No?
Just don't
okay.
do that to me. I mean, to be fair, I love watching Gex play. But, I mean, we already know the memes will be absurd if it does happen. And rightfully so.
Player on screen then, Matt. Let's kind of touch on it ever so slightly. Look, we're in a different environment, different scenario, and I do think it's going to be seen in its full entirety what it's done to the roster once we go back to the weekly survivals and the weekend grand finals and such. But Pentalol into STK. I don't think anyone should be hating up on STK. I don't think anyone should be going wild. I get it. Look, it's one of those things where a team change, not only for a team they have been successful, they've been successful at this tournament, the mid-tournament. To see a team change mid-tournament, and for one that's on track to, is set up for success, it is so unheard of that it is a big shock to the system, right? But at the end of the day, STK is here to win. Give me your thoughts on Pentalol.
Here's my thing. How long have we seen this roster from Shoot to Kill? It has been around for ages with only slight variations. For them to make a switch like this means that something happened, and we don't know anything about it. I doubt that it was like everybody yelling and screaming at each other. I don't think it was anything along those lines. I don't think it was any personal. I think it was just a desire to try to succeed at the later stages of it, and maybe they just meshed more with Penta, because Penta, I mean, everybody always loves to make the jokes about like Drassel being my son, but like Penta is my unloved son. Like, for the longest time, this guy has been on team after team trying his hardest to like show success and prove that he deserves to be on the stage, and we've often seen him shine. Now he's on a team where he has the capabilities to shine, and I can't wait to see how that happens. I mean, I still love Civ's play. I think that he's a phenomenal player, and I love Pentalol. And I'm not even going to try to circumspect in this, trying to figure out why this change happened. I'm not on the team. Just as things progress, sooner or later we'll find out more information, and I doubt it's as dramatic as everybody thinks that it is.
I think it's just a drive for success. I really do, and it's as simple as that. Look, teams need to. This is why you're allowed substitutes in this kind of formation. You're allowed to bring in, a slightly adjusted roster, a new player to be able to maybe try and jump you up a stage. But yeah, to do it on a team where it's looking good, it certainly speaks volumes, and it certainly speaks volumes with how much STK wants this competition. I do hope it pays off for them. It's going to be one that we all have our eyes on. As an individual player and as a team, they now have to go forward, otherwise the memes will start to unfollow. That's the only downside to doing this one. But yeah, again, I just kind of wanted to open it up a little bit. It is one of those things where it is a big thing within this competition and the surrounding ecosystem of it. And you as a North American caster, it's good to get your insights and thoughts on Penta joining the team now and joining the ranks in a full edition. For TPP wise, we can't read too much into it. Again, we're here for fun. We're here to enjoy it. A few memes here and there, but still competition on the line, money on the line. We'll see once we move forward with the actual main head of the competition going forward next week. For now, though, Circle. Well, nothing too dissimilar from what we've been seeing thus far in this competition. The next one, though, will kind of be a telltale sign, Matt.
Hey, we did it. Now we're getting a little bit of the fun circle. You can see it's going to be up next to school. We've seen this area a couple of times, but not as due-up centered as we're looking back towards school. And there's still potential for a shift back over towards those compounds to the west. Shoot to Kill pretty comfortable back along the edge. Remember, for everybody that's just waking up, we're going to go ahead and give you a breakdown. This is very fast circles moving through here, so we're only going to make it to Circle 4. In addition to that, only 4 teams that are competing inside of it. The team that does the best using the super point system will go forward. Only 1 team out of these next 3 rounds. And then there'll be the other set of groups that are going to happen tomorrow. And then on the 3rd day, we're going to have the quarterfinals and the finals back to back. So this is a very quick tournament, all things considered. That's just kind of fun. And I guess a breath of fresh air away from the super heavy, what we're looking at between the qualifying rounds and the survival rounds and the weekly finals and all that other stuff. It's just a chance for everybody to play something a little bit different and have some fun with it.
Team's starting to put the rotations together. Sonics probably more front and center than what anyone is at the moment. They have 2 in the barn complex. They have Tiggleton and a secondary player. I'm not entirely sure who it is. Didn't quite catch on the small shack while the team's centering up. Let's get you a code here. We said first game of every single group stage. We throw one on. That's it. That's the 4th and final one for today. This is your last chance today to bag some freebies. Get the code, punch it in, get your goodies, job done. It won't stay for too long, and once it's gone, it is gone for good. Up towards the north then. At the moment, STK is still holding strong. Remember, when you leave this compound area, it's an uphill battle. Everyone trying to hook their way up there. You've got a lot of foliage, you've got a lot of trees that you can kind of work your way between, but the problem is you're going to have 3 teams that you kind of have to come head-to-toe with eventually. Sonic's, again, holding down, gives at least a little bit more breathing room and a bit more passive play to that western front. Zenith over by the east, and then GEX pretty much almost, outskirts of Potato Hill. It gets a little bit more difficult. Yes, they've been hampered in speed by a rather unfortunate knock. You'll see STK eventually begin to make the push. Circle updates. Which way do we go? Wow. Okay, well, yeah. Talk about picking a good spot to be in.
Here's your opportunity to make a statement with the new roster, Shoot to Kill. It's as simple as that. You guys got center of circle. You've got control in position off of it. And remember, we only go to a 4th circle, so this is going to collapse down right in the territory that Shoot to Kill owns. I mean, it's maybe just a couple of meters south of where they're at, but they should have plenty of vision. They can work around this. The other teams are going to have to be rotating back in. It looks like it's going to be Sonics back over towards the west, Zenith to the east, and Gex coming in from the south. The only thing to keep a real big eye on is going to be Gex's high ground positioning. Whenever we saw a fight happen over here, it was a very similar situation to what we're seeing right now. There was a team that was already kind of holding up along the northern area, and suddenly both teams decided, I don't want to play the south, and wrapped on top of each other and led to a massive 3-way fight. This is all going to be on to Shoot to Kill to defend the territory and not allow that to happen. They cannot let vehicles just come rolling across the hillside into this. They have to make sure that they prevent that, because that's the only thing that can really cause them a lot of heartache, is if both of these teams just roll up right beside them.
Huge amount of positives for the side of STK for now. They have the plateau, they have the limited amount of, hard cover, so to speak, in this circle. They have a system where they can lay down, and ultimately, for anyone who's downwind of them, not be seen. You'll just completely obscure yourself from vision. Center circle, most important thing, most viable thing. Now, the weakened part of this is that if all 3 teams, unfortunately, start to surround them inadvertently, then it becomes, really, where do we attack first? Who do we hide from first? Where do we go first? Just splitting your ranks and splitting your resources becomes an incredible feat and a very difficult task. What they need to happen now is that teams third-party each other, or teams crashing to each other first. That then opens a window of opportunity and a bit more breathing room. Zenith is going all the way down south. While it may be going uphill, this is a southern push, so to speak. And unfortunately, they will find Global Esports. No, Rolf, that's the tree.
CC, you gotta hit that. That was your opportunity right there. Now Zenith is going to go ahead and reposition back over towards the north. We're left in a little bit of a difficult spot, and there we go. CC makes it up. The blue damage is going to go ahead and assist on top of that one, so Rolf does go down. Sonics does stop back over towards the west, doesn't commit back over towards the angle, and it looks like Gex is going to try to get shots back over toward it, but not going to be able to get it, so Blue Zone's going to go ahead and eat that kill entirely. Shoot to Kill starting to make a little bit of a play back over towards the east, and that's going to open up a reposition potentially from the Sonics back behind them. This is exactly what we were talking about that Shoot to Kill needs to make sure that they're aware of. They could be wrapped on by both sides, and while they do have good positioning, the downside of that is they can find themselves pincered very easily.
Halo pausing for a second, letting Zenith make the first mistake. Zenith on the back foot now. No points will be sent the way of GEX, and that just comes off the back of the blue doing the damage and then taking the kill for its own. First contact made down low. Pentalol. Big nade from Poonage, though. Puts him on his backside, and now problems begin to unfold for STK. Biting off more than you can chew. This is where it becomes very problematic. A nade like that. The answer back from Purdy gets the job done. Shimboy down, and now he can advance forward. A nice lean to the left-hand side does some damage and pauses Poonage for all but a moment. It now forces him to heal because the blue is here. That amount of time just pausing up against the tree means that he is forced to run up against the blue, forced to remove out of his safety net. The smokes will have to be expended, and there you go. That one simple shot to just stay his feet for all but a second allows Halo to force him out into the open and force the kill.
Sonic's not choosing too hard to grass onto this, instead content to hang out, just let the third parties assisting inside of it. Kickstart's going to make a little bit of a break back over towards the southern position, but it's going to be a couple of shots coming out from both sides. Kickstart gets it down onto CC, as you can see also going to be a couple of Sonics tossing in their assistance onto it, but Luke 12 goes ahead and finishes off the Zenith. First one out inside of this. So we've got pretty much a east, west, and southern team lineup all right along the edges for position. Circle's going to start condensing down actually, it's coming in right now, I believe. Yes. Slow and steady. So that means that everybody's going to start creeping in together. Now the question comes into play is how much cover can you make out of near on nothing? Jumping back and forth. Leo loses a lot. Pops off his helmet as well, as you can see by the magnificent hair. Still goes for the peeks around with 1 life. Ends up regretting it, but does make a little bit of a distraction for his teammate. Not a lot of options for Gex, and they're just going to go ahead and get torn apart by both sides of this. Now, shoot to kill, lining up against Sonics. Pretty close range. In throwable distance at this point. You're going to start seeing a lot of those come out from both sides. Halo narrowly gets off some meds right before the zone pops is right in behind him. Now it's just going to be throwing back and forth. You can see near on no vision for either one of these teams. And it's just a matter if you can line up something, and Shrimsy does manage to connect with one. Luke keeps peeking out from the smokes on the other side of this, but he's one of the few members from Shoot to Kill that's easily revealed. Sonic's opts into playing along this, says, okay, we can't see anything due to the smokes. Instead, let's use them to our advantages. Molotov's coming up from Shoot to Kill side of it, but it's not going to connect with it enough. You can see Sonics are just spraying into where they think somebody's going to be at. Finally, Pentalol steps forward. Quick shots coming out from everybody, and that was a quick set of plays coming out from Shoot to Kill to just tear down Sonics.
The rather unfortunate scenario that unfolded for Sonics there, they were trying to get ahead of STK, but the smokes just hid. The molly's on the floor and they burnt away at the wayside. Rather unfortunate way to go bowing out, but you know what? Here we are, and STK, well, they've got to feel good about that. That's the new roster together, and instantly, game 1, Matchroom, it's a win on the board.
Yeah, that's the momentum that this team needed after all the social media talk and everything like that. Hey, there you go. See smiles on the faces coming through. That's the, I don't want to say vindication, but that's at least the relief. Because last thing you want to do is after you make a roster swap, come in and just have a terrible game. Because then you know social media is just going to rip you apart.
Game 1 is over and done, and the players are going to be loading into the next lobby. For now, I'm going to quickly pass it back to Steve and the gentleman on the desk to break down game number 1 a little bit more.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. A big game for STK as they Pentalol their way to the bank. His first game in there, and he puts up top frags and the win. That's exactly what we needed to see happen, right, Hypoc?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's we can take it with a pinch of salt, it being in the survival tournament here. But I think Matt's absolutely right. First showing, first game on. It's nothing but smiles all around. So that's fantastic to see for them. Kurt, hazard a guess at saying he looked like he kind of enjoyed that. So I'm going to have to call him out on his tweet.
Yeah. Yeah. He was, Godspeed. He was, let's be honest, call a spade, whining on Twitter earlier today. But it seems like a lot of the players who were not wild about it are bouncing back and seem to be enjoying themselves.
At the end of the day, I believe that they're starting to realize that this really is just like a show event, right? It's a fun, it's a break, and I think they're starting to enjoy it because there is no pressure to really perform here, right? It's not like they're going to lose out on another week if they don't win, and so yeah, it's been good to see. And I mean, you can ask Park, I'm probably one of the biggest Penta fans in NA, so just to see him playing is, you know, it's the circumstances are a little unfortunate, but I love seeing Penta on the field, and I really think he's going to show some cool stuff beyond this as well.
The molly is just lined up perfectly. It's actually Halo and Penta find a molly knock through the smoke there, and the final falls to blue. I mean, I felt like Sonics, you know, had the space to spread out and take control of that just before it kind of, I guess the circle pulled away from that ridge that SDK were able to play, but I mean, yeah, they hold the line and end up clutching out that fight. You can see the stats here. A little bit of a weird mid-game, to be honest. Almost as weird as what Luke and Halo are doing with their arms in their photos.
Yeah, what?
But yeah. Luke is about to throw hands, man. Like, yeah. But yeah, damage across the board here for these guys. 1,198 total, an 8-kill win. Is one of the bigger games we've seen so far.
It looks like Luke's about to throw hands, and Halo posed for the photo and was like, I like that. That looked hard. I'm going to do it too. And then didn't do it well. So that said, though, they played great. That's good for them. Sonics comes out in second place. Zenith looked like they were struggling there, Godspeed.
Yeah, sorry. It just looks like someone's ready to put Halo on a coat rack. You know? So ridiculous. Zenith. It looks like Kickstart, I think you said it, Kickstart was having some fun out there. I mean, he was just kind of rolling around. Tig at the end as well didn't seem which way to look. He was just kind of shaking his mouse. But I I'll be honest, I didn't see a lot of Gex in there. I think it was just really the NA show, and there's only 2 games left, so let's see if Gex can do something about that.
Maybe the next game will be the one where Gex enters this and shows up a little bit. They had a good spot. It didn't pan out for them. And honestly, I think Sonics could have won that, Hypoc. It just, those mollies, like you guys said, like, Sonics had a great strategic play. They're like, we'll push 2 through the smoke. We'll send 2 around the right side. It'll be great, grand strategic moment. And SDK was like, we have filled your smoke with Molotovs. Suck on fire. And they did. And they died. And I don't know what else to say about that.
Yeah. Dancing dangerously on the edge. But yeah, Sonics, I felt like, like I said, they had the setup. Unfortunately, I think maybe anticipating the team fight coming out just too early. Yeah, SDK.
Stats.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, pretty unreal.
Yeah,
wait.
Yeah, it is.
Actually, unreal.
Do you think they were
740? Look at that.
It's pretty good. Let me ask you this though. 274 damage for Penta. Were they feeding him the kills so he'd look really good on his first game to like build that confidence? You take this.
I think that's really. I think that's really what happened here. They were just setting up Penta. Probably just stole a bunch of kills. Probably didn't even get any knocks. You know, seems to be the case here. Puck.
Coming through. Go ahead, Hypoc.
I mean, no, Penta was the one getting knocks in the end game there. He got the knock with the molly, and then he closed out a second kill as well. So, a good game from them. But like I said, it comes down to kind of who drops school in that scenario, to be honest. Because as soon as it goes to the north side of the hill, you can slow play out of apps, you can slow play up towards the dog shack. So, we have to see maybe if SDK get tested a little differently on their macro game here in TPP.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. It did seem like some of the teams, Gex in particular, was making very early movement. The game started a little bit sweaty. It seemed like some of these teams were really trying to find positioning. But that second circle shift Godspeed is heavy. And it seems like even if you try to find positioning, it really doesn't seem to pay off that often for these teams.
No, I mean, the shifts this entire tournament have obviously been pretty nutty, and it makes sense that they're nutty here, except it's just the context. It's so much smaller of a shift, right? The circle, at least after the shift, is so much smaller. So it makes moving, even in a circle where you see everything, pretty difficult, specifically when it's around these areas where there's almost little to no cover at all. So they're rough games in and of themselves, but still pretty fun.
We'll take a look at the faces of Gex, as this is a team that has had a tough tournament so far. Hypoc, and it doesn't seem to be getting better. This is a chance to sort of put your name back out there with only 4 teams to fight against, you know?
Yeah, it is a mental reset, you know, confidence boosting week, however you want to look at it. So, I mean, now's the time to make moves, right? They've only got 2 games left.
Only 2 games left. Let's get to play. It is a mental booster and a break, unless you can't beat the only 3 other teams in the lobby, and then maybe it's a bit of a downer. But let's go to 2 guys who are never a downer. They are the upside of PUBG, the upbeat, the exciting, the intrepid, Sims and Matrim.
He always knows how to fill you with energy, always knows how to really bring you up going into these games. Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, indeed. Another game, another circle, another centralized one as well. Nothing too dissimilar what we've been seeing thus far throughout today. I do hope for the last one we just get a Millie Island shift, or even just somewhere up north. Send me northern, you know, take me to the hillside, take me to Zaki, something really, really inept and weird. We shall see. There's only about a 5% chance not to get this one.
Yeah, that's all I want. Just something else. Just a splash of flavor of some other part of the map. Because I'm going to take a wild guess getting the read over for it. Somebody's going to go school, somebody's going to go Pachinki, somebody's going to go west of farm, and then somebody's going to go play the houses south of Pachinki. So everybody should be able to get that pretty quickly with small modifications coming into play. Should looks like they're going to be our northern team walking away from that first win inside this. Keep in mind, there's still going to be one more round after that to submit who is our number 1 team moving forward, but Shoot to Kill do have a strong lead in this very first round. Almost, 9 points ahead?
Yeah, I'm kind of intrigued to see if we finally see a team really, you know, from a second game, pretty much, you know, kind of win it, so to speak. So far, going into that final game, we've had 3 teams at the top, very much close neck and neck, leading into anyone's kind of winner. If STK can get the win under the belt here, at least certainly take a hell of a lot of points and a lot of frags before doing so. Maybe then they can win this game alone. We shall see. Pentalol's down, gear in abundance. You'll always see this throughout the super settings. We do have elevated loot settings, so it's quite easy to get level 2 gear in abundance. ARs, DMRs, they're all over the place. It's not hard to loot whatsoever, rather than dropping and trying to find a handgun, which sometimes seems to be my life during the norm. Well, oh, no, this is fine. This is fine. He's okay, Matt. We're still playing.
Back over to the east of Sonic's position, there's a little bit of a, I don't know, change up. You can see that Mime's actually landing back over there, trying to get a little bit of a foothold in maybe a more centralized circle if that ends up happening. Really, it's just Sonic's owning everything north of Pachinki. I mean, Shoot to Kill owning everything north of Pachinki. Sonic's owning everything in Pachinki and kind of to the west. And then we've got Gex and Zenith that are kind of contesting for a small, I guess, quarter of the circle back over towards the southeast. That being said, they'll probably grab vehicles, rotate away fairly quickly. The last game played out a little bit weird for everybody, so I just want to remind everybody, what we're starting to see a lot more of is smoke being counterplayed by Molotovs. And that's kind of the general read that we're seeing, especially when you get into those in-game circles like that, and especially in TPP like we're looking at right now. A lot of people will lean into the smokes for safety, so just dropping Molotovs right on top of them, as Shoot to Kill did, while they were disadvantaged inside of that, whenever you run into the smokes, trying to play for center, thinking that you had safe, suddenly you're just burning to a crisp and there's nowhere for you to go. And it can really turn an in-game on its head, or even just any fights. So try to keep an eye out for as you see Molotovs being tossed into it. I know it's a little bit hard to see with the green coloring the Molotovs had with the gray smokes, but that's usually why you see a lot of teams like start to advance, stop, and then have to retreat because one of their members starts taking Molotov damage and is just a complete area denial and a rotation denial in some cases.
It's almost mirror image setup. A little bit similar to what we saw in the previous one. Mime's already advanced forward for Sonic's. Prunage going deeper into the farmlands. At the moment, he's kind of, I said deeper into, well, yeah, the farmlands compound itself is actually outside of the circle, but deep within that territory. Kickstart by Sharkfin, Roth, and Shimboy. I am seeing the GX slowly but surely working their way forward to the farmhouse yellows, just over by the cliff faces. So eventually Roth might come into view. It depends where GX wants to set up. If they want to go further and deeper into enemy territory, then maybe they can remove a player. Maybe they can pick up a frag point from Zenith, because Roth is actually, to be fair, he's very much disconnected from the rest of the team. But they are in a four-way split, so it goes hand in hand with how the entire roster is actually playing at the moment, playing this one. Luke 12 moves forward for STK, kind of been there from the start. Does pay off. I mean, my OCD absolutely loves that. That is a donut on screen right there.
I mean, it's just perfect right there. You can see that Sonic's getting rewarded for that early reposition back over towards the east. Gex already getting a read on this as well, just playing to the south of that. Zenith and Shoot to Kill, kind of the odd people out. Shoot to Kill still has pretty much all of the north to work with. The X factor for how the circle could go is really going to be Zenith's positioning. Nice little bit of airtime coming out from Purdy, and dodges the tree too. Look at that. Doesn't have the map open. Well played.
I mean, it's better NA driving than we saw on the previous one with the, who was it, just hit the tree at full force and then gets killed by the blue
driving like we don't see that happen in all the regions.
NA driving and NAs. It's something that goes hand in hand, man. We just gotta keep it going. We've had the EU meme.
We're not the best drivers all the time.
No, I mean, to be fair, you want to come over to England, Christ, it's you put your life on the line every time you get on the roads over here. It's awful.
Well, you guys have all those like roundabouts instead of like stop signs, right? Isn't that what makes it all weird?
A roundabout's weird?
Yeah, instead of like just a regular stop sign, like everybody just kind of going through loop-de-loops the whole time. I don't know, because we have those kind of sparingly over here.
Okay, apparently in England we're the ones that drive on the wrong side of the road, so I've been told. So it's us that's at fault. So I can't really say much about driving.
All right, let's see here. Let's see what we got going on. Zenith managed to make it in the circle. All right, so there's your update, guys. You want to go back to talking about driving, Rich?
I suppose we could talk about GEX driving, because they are going to have to get themselves on way soon. Yan, Lee, and CC are not inside the circle thus far. Alo, same for STK, over about furthest north at the moment, but they will pull back down eventually. Sonics, go on, get it, low gear. This is fine. This is absolutely fine. They're all together, but it will be rough terrain as you go further into Potato Hill. I wouldn't see them going too much further than this point. They can hold front and center and keep a track of what's going on. STK, the problem is if Luke gets caught off guard and gets cut from the rest of the team. All right, Sonics, you've been given the circle. This is a beautiful one for them. And the more important benefit is they have a player in every single compound. It's the same principle we saw in one of the earlier games where they've just spread and split their resources so much that they now control all the prime territory. There is one tiny downside to this. If a team rocks up on one of those barns from the backside, there's no way to cover it. You hit it from the side, you don't, unless you're downstairs, of course, which is a rarity. You just see people just piling upstairs. Go with the vehicles, hit the walls, and away you go. But it looks like STK is going full send map.
Yep, it looks like they lead right into this. Everybody just rolling through. Shrimsy's got to hold this one. H1 up above him. You can see the throwables aren't coming through, but Shrimsy's already down. H1 does get a knockback on the other side of it, so it's 2-2 on both sides of it. But never mind. That's going to be a quick wipe out onto shoot to kill. They had their lead coming into this round, but Sonics quickly slammed the door shut onto that one. Now Sonics having the opportunity for it at range. Zenith and Gex taking a couple of shots at each other. As you can see, Kickstart does have an angle to work with. Nice little bit of taking advantage going back over there. Also taking out the tires. So we have three different quadrants, or three different sections that we're looking at. Almost said three different quadrants. That doesn't make any sense. Zenith back over towards the northeast, and then Gex getting that little bit of a dip back behind it. So Sonics are kind of isolated at this point because of the hillside and how it plays through. It's going to be maybe Zenith taking some long-range shots at him, but no commitment just quite yet.
I am surprised they went for the main compound. Like, you're going to know someone's in there, so I'm very surprised they fully committed to it. You had the plateau that you could have maybe approached. Oh, that's a belter of a shot kickstart. All right. Okay, CC takes a headache. Nothing else you can really do about that one. And maybe they push on the knock because that position in front of them would be prime territory. Split your team here. Get around them, box them in. Don't give GEX any stability whatsoever. Unfortunately, there has been damage done. Shimboy down, confirmed dead. Roth at a different angle altogether. Tiggleton sees that job done. Roth is confirmed dead. Poonage will answer back at least with a nade to put a point on the board, but now all of a sudden Poonage finds himself between a tree and a hard place. The blue's on his back, and there's nowhere else really for them to go, Matt. They tried to make the pincer, and ultimately it's literally the opposite end of where they wanted to be. Now they're the ones stuck up against the blue.
Looks like it's just trying to be send it time, but nothing's really working out for him. Kickstart's going to go down. Poonage got near on no light. The zone's coming in back behind him. Severely outnumbered. Very minimal vision with all the smokes coming through. Sonics hears all of this and realizes that they want to get involved, finally leaving their compound. It's going to be Poonage that steps out, tries to go for a play, not going to be able to get anything out of it. So with the commitment back over here, Gex is caught up along the southeastern wall. Now Sonics has an opportunity to contain them in. Over towards the north, it's going to be Shrimsy and Mime that kind of got lined up onto it. Tickleton playing back over towards the south, H1 leaning in. Firm control over the centralized position, and now all pressure shifts back over onto Gex. They're going to have to be the ones that figure out a way through this, or maybe prod the bear, find some type of weak point. It looks like they might opt into doing that. I think that they're retreating back over towards their vehicles. Yep, going to hop into it. Maybe just try to send somebody around on top of this. And yeah, Leo's going to go try to get a position out around this. See, maybe you can try to get a flank. But is Shrimsy already going to have a read for it? Spray is going to go through out into the blue zone. That's one mission failed. And now Gex firmly contained in as that information is going to get fed back over. Two members up, one looking towards the north, one looking back over towards the west. Very minimal options. It's just fight your way through this, but there's just nothing Jan Lee can do. Every single time he peeks over, it's just a face full of lead. Tickleton's coming back over on the other angle for it. No real way to play their way out of this one. It's just clinging to life along the tree sides.
Yeah, Tiggleton can wrap on this one, nade up as well. It might not be as far as he wanted unless he was trying to hit the tree. If not, it just gives him something to work uphill with, especially with the blue on his back also. Ollie's been cycled, will try and hit the tree to force him out into the open. Shrimsy finds the first, and now it's all four players collapse. And that should be job done thus far in this game. Sonics have had a tremendous run, and that takes them to the top of the leaderboard by doing so. Fantastic win. Rather unfortunate at the start when you come to the side of STK hitting that building that Sonics were in. Essentially, they're the one challenger that you didn't want to be handing off points to. They feed them. Ultimately gives them the win by taking control of the map. And I like what you touched on at the end, Matt. Keeping control, keeping contained onto GEX with the 2-2 split high and low. there was really nowhere for them to go. You saw the emergency biker at the end, which was just dealt with so seamlessly. And ultimately, that lives to an SQ win.
I mean, it was just a death grip on the circle. They realized where Gek's position is at, lines up for him, firmly contains him along the edge, and locks out almost all of their options except for just fighting their way out of that one. But we can keep talking about that one for a while. Let's just go ahead and let the analysts give a little bit more of a breakdown on what they found interesting inside that. Toffees, take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Sonics comes out on top in Game 2, second in Game 1. This will put them very cleanly at the pole position for advancing here. So congratulations to them. Nice Toffees. I'm joined by Hypoc and Godspeed on the desk as we take a look at these guys. Also, Hypoc, give me your arm assessment.
I have no words. That's the most uncomfortable anybody's ever looked on camera. But this time around, I mean, pretty similar stats. This had, it's like 10 damage behind SDK's first game win. So, yeah, overall, they're picking up 10 kills, which I think is the biggest kill win so far. Am I correct in saying that? I'm pretty sure, at least. Really active game from Sonics. Sweeping around the edge there, obviously coming out of double barns. I mean, SDK pulled up a little bit fed, I'll be honest on that, but all the opening knocks went in SDK's favor, so Sonics turning that around was actually pretty impressive.
It was a 7-kill win, which was awesome. Not bigger than Shoot to Kill's 8 in the last one, but 10 total over the course of the 2 games. A very nice total, as you pointed out, for them to get there. Just to be clear, Shrimzy putting in some big numbers. Now, this is a guy, I will say Godspeed, that doesn't get lots of love when we talk about the Sonics. When we talk about Sonics, it is often Tiggleton or other players who seem to get the most talking time. But Shrimzy has been a constant with this roster.
I think Shrimzy is incredibly consistent, and I think he's a very talented player mechanically as well. And yeah, he puts in work for the roster, just like everyone else. And that was actually a disgusting shot coming out. And the other thing that's also impressive about this game, as we see Gex kind of finish off Zen, is the fact that Sonics was fighting uphill, right? Gex, again, had the high ground. We saw this before when it was VP losing to the 2-man squad, and this was just super clean coming out of Sonics.
It is very clean, and honestly, they stay consistent. We gave a lot of hype to Shoot to Kill after the first game, Hypoc. We said, this is exactly what you want with a new person on the roster. Penta comes out and puts up big numbers, and I don't want to be uncivil here, but they then turn back to the second game and screw the pooch.
Yeah, I mean, in this game type, I mean, it's more understandable to kind of pin everything on a pull-up like that, especially if you're going to commit, right? I think the other options for them was to kind of pull up and maybe join the mix up on the side of Potato. Maybe they got a little bit of contact from Zenith on the way in. Don't really know, but I mean, right now it's only a 4-point difference, so maybe not a deal breaker at the end of the day.
Definitely anybody's game. That 4 consolation points for dropping out of the plane really came in handy here to keep them in the fight. Godspeed.
Zenith is actually in a little bit of trouble because that spread may be too much depending on how Sonics does here. Ooh, this could be a little trouble for Zenith.
Yeah, I think Zenith and Global Esports Exet, getting back in this would require a win plus quite a bit in the kill tank. There's not very many kills available right now. Let's take a look at the player leaderboard, Hypoc, real quick and see who's out on top of that.
Yeah, love to see Shrimzy at the top. I mean, he's actually the kind of person that probably did go away and practice TPP, so no shame in that whatsoever. Bringing that to the survival tournament. So,
that's true. Because he is that kind of player. I actually stopped by Tiggleton's stream and asked, "Are you training 3PP?" And he laughed in our face. Shrimzy's not like that. Shrimzy would actually try to do this. It's fascinating. I think that's why I like him. Godspeed, quick take. Anything on the board that's bothering you, that's surprising you? Anything like that?
Roth with 19 damage?
Yep, exactly.
Not the best showing.
I'll be looking for team, right?
I mean, he'll be fine. It was just one game. No big deal.
Shake it off.
Just
shake it off.
All right. So we'll see if he can Taylor Swift this and bounce back. One game left to play for all of our teams in Group D. One game left to play for the day in PUBG. It is the survival tournament, day one, best of 3 games. The top team advances to the semifinals on Sunday and get to play for their share of $60,000 in prizes. Guys, this is it. This is the moment. Third-person perspective. Let's get wild. It is Matchroom and the Sims.
Thank you very much, Toppies. Yes, indeed. This is the last chance to dance for today. The circle as similar as it has been thus far. But now we have 2 teams pretty much at the top in tough competition to take this one home. Ultimately, this is it. 3 round-robin games. And winner takes all. We advance to the quarterfinals. Kickstart is out of the plane early, but I'm assuming with Farm being in reaching distance, that's where we'll see them seat their feet. Up towards school and surrounding areas, we'd expect to see STK. For Sonics, Pachinki, it's easy. It's the natural home position, so they're going to be happy with that one. For GEX, do you try something different, or do you just stick with your guns and hope it works?
I mean, whenever you're looking at it, what are your options? Hot drop back over towards school or Pachinki. Maybe you could choose to go drop a little bit closer towards Zenith's position, see if you could maybe get an early kill or harassment back over towards them. That could be the opportunity that they look for. It's really just based off of, does Gex thinks they have it in the tank at this point to go for those types of fights. I'm hoping we get a little bit of a spicy fight coming up between Shoot to Kill and Sonics right now. It feels like they're kind of the ones that are lining up to be the teams that qualify, and it would be good to see them have, I would say, a little bit more of a prolonged firefight than what we saw last time.
I mean, anything can happen, right? It's yeah, it's the final match. It's the final chance to dance. Sonics 4 points above STK, so pretty shy. I think this time round we have a bit more of a gap between second and third placement. GX unfortunately falling foul on the first game, Zenith not having the grade of episodes also. STK probably would be top of the shop if they hadn't just gone for the full barn burner mission in towards Sonics in the previous one. I don't know what happened there. Like, I have to question the scouting. Why would you just go full-blown send blindly? You absolutely know people are waiting. I don't think it was the best play in the world, but here we are. They won the first game. Maybe they can win the third and secure the back. We shall see. Circle, slowly but surely, it moves in. 2 minutes, 25 seconds. And for now, it's just kind of find your footing, find your gear, and get ready to rock and roll for this final circle.
I'm kind of curious to see if we see a little bit more of it. Like, Shoot to Kill making the hard breach like that is kind of common. It was starting to go in their favor until the throwables just rained down upon them. So, yes, feeling a little bit of what they like to do to other people inside the lobby, is Shoot to Kill known for their quality in throwing range. But, I don't know. This is kind of the way we see both these teams play. When we're looking at Sonics and Shoot to Kill, they're both controlled aggression teams, I guess is a good way to state it. Whenever they feel like they have an advantage, they're not one to shy away from it. And specifically in late game circles are known to vie for trying to take control of center points, strong points inside the circles, and then just really force errors onto the other team and try to exploit that for further and further advantage. I mean, whenever we talk about all the best teams, that's what we really are looking for, is just that stranglehold at the end game. And this whole mode is about the end game. So what I'm really wanting to see is more of a contention on trying to vie for that control back and forth between these teams. And I'm hoping that we get a circle that gives us a favorable situation for that. Now, that said, if you're a Gex fan, guys, I know we've been memeing about it, but really anything can happen. A round win, taking out Sonics and Shoot to Kill early, does open the doors to let them go ahead and actually get a win here and get first place. So there still are opportunities for the other teams. It's only 30 rounds. So if you can stack up enough kills, you can make anything happen.
Less than a minute for this circle to be showing as well where we will be staying our feet for the final few. Everyone else now trying to make it as close to that central point as possible. Mime's just holding on for dear life. He's doing what he did previously. However, I see STK is on a hard transition towards this. My question is for STK. Do you push this early? Do you get aggro on that compound that you lost previously and maybe try and take it from Sonics? Or do you just kind of chill here and say, you know what, this is fine. This is better than dying in abundance and all 4 of us crashing out in last place. I think go for the latter for now. Just chill for here. For Sonics, this time position has been made aware and very much noted by Shoot to Kill.
Back over towards the south, we've got Zenith that's rolling right up along where Gex was wanting to make a little bit of a play. You can see one of the members up in front of them. New circle's about to pop, and that's probably going to reveal how we're going to see the rotation come into play. Gex look like they're trying to get their two members together, and boy, that is a Sonics circle. It's all a matter of how they want to play it. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them make a little bit more of a regroup, not wanting to send all their members separated out. Poonage, though, on the run, and you can see it is just a run-and-gun drive-by battle back and forth. Poonage trying to go for the spray back over towards him, gets a pretty decent amount of damage, but it's going to be Roth that goes down. Leo hops out of the vehicle and says, screw that. Instead, let's just go ahead and go for kills the old-fashioned way. Meanwhile, Zenith's still just trying to roll back by and get the shots onto this one. CC coming back down the hillside. We're also going to have a couple of reinforcements coming through as CC does get dropped off of it. Shipboy's just going to go ahead and roll him over for the style to get the play back over towards it. Leo peeking back and forth around this, and the shots are going to come through. Gets the airtime, and that's going to be another one of the members down for Zenith. And that's going to be getting eliminated as Gex walks in. We said the fact that they have the opportunity. If they can rack up the kills, well, already got 4. Doors are starting to come open.
This is incredibly messy. Zenith out of the competition. Don't cross the 20-point mark. Rather unfortunate. Ay. Okay, well, it is what it is. GX now starting to get into the fray here. Potential opportunity to maybe make something happen. Again, the points do kick in when you are on the sidebar there. When you jump up a placement, your points are automatically applied. Same goes with the frag points as well. So the PT, the point structure, you are seeing in real time. STK, a little bit of a tickle comes in from Sonics, and I think they're going for it again, Matt, but this time they're approaching it from a different angle. This is what I was speaking about in one of the previous rounds. Like, the way to get into these barns is hit them from this backside. However, having all the doors open and looking through, if they've done this purposely to be able to provide support, that is a 9,000 IQ preemptive read. That is a great play, to have all the doors open so you can see right through. That is stupidly smart.
I couldn't tell, were those gas cans set up that they took shots at to set up like a trap to stall them from making move in there, or if it was a Molotov? I thought I saw an explosion coming through based off of Sonic shot lines with this. Now I'm going to go ahead and try to get a little bit of a high ground advantage looking into it. Gex also going to go ahead and play the southern front of this. Already going to go ahead and make an eye back over towards Pachinki as well. New circle's about to pop, and that's going to reveal where all the action is going to shift to. With Sonics, shoot to kill, being right on top of each other, they're praying that the circle goes in favorable position to them, and it does. So that means the fact that Gex now gets to kind of supervise and referee this fight as it's just back and forth between this small doorway and a couple of windows.
Yeah, I mean, if you're one solo player that's defending this, you need some sort of game plan, right? For Sonics to open all the doors, and if they have set up a gas canister, fair play. If not, just opening the doors alone, having that line of sight to deny what would be the only point of contact STK can make to get into this one. Like, I'm impressed. It's thought out of. It's something so small and so micro, but it's done its job. It's allowed them to at least break them and slow their approach ever so slowly. Whether they're in it or not, you know, that doesn't matter. It still at least gives them some sort of an offensive play. For GEX, you go for the 2-1 split after losing a player in the fight versus Zenith previously. Wait, are STK forcing this? Okay, I suppose.
This is the way they like to play, but I think that there's a read on that breach. It looks like they're trying to go for
that hit.
Is that H went off to the side? Nice grenade toss coming through. Does a ton of damage. Alo's already down and out. Luke's taking a ton of damage as well, having to step away from it. You can see clinging to the smokes around the outside. Penta kind of being the guy looking back through the window, but I gotta say, Sonics are just being so tricksy. They have read upon read. This is like a chess match, and it feels like Sonics already know how shoot to kill is going to move every single time.
They're getting hyper aggro on them, and while I'm okay with it, ultimately with third person, I think as the aggressor, you're always at the disadvantage that they can window peek and they can window lead. You know, in TPP, the person who's camping down, at least for me, is always in the driving seat. Pentalol hanging back and being the anchor that might pay off, but ultimately, if STK is making an advancement into this one, I would think that you need your entire roster together. You need all your team front and center rather than leaving one back to try and hold that angle. For the moment, Luke and Curdy are kind of left on their own. Penta's not really doing too much because no one's going to crash into the back of that building, especially now the circle's updated.
Here's my thing, though. This is right along the edge of the zone. We're about to have to be forced to go back over towards center. And Gex is just kind of repositioned around this, waiting for whoever wins. These two teams might mutually assure destruction each other, and then Gex just be able to capitalize off of it. Something needs to happen, and if it's just going to be the circle that forces a play, that's going to be terrible for both of these teams. Sonic's now starting to get a little bit more of a rat infestation as Sonic's shooting goes slowly creeping inside. If you're H1 trying to reposition around it, you can see Gex still taking a couple of long-range shots into it, but H1 might be able to get a little bit of a sneaky play out and around this. But I think that Luke 12 has just got too much of a beat. He's committing too much resources back over towards it, spots it out. There we go. Same time, we also do see one of the members for shoot to kill go down. So Sonic's still having the numbers advantage for it. Jumping back down, seeing maybe they can peek through the doorways. Do not spot this one out. Instead, it's just going to be more and more throwables. That's a lot of utility that's being burned at this stage. Luke 12 has the vision back over towards it, has an idea for it, but it's not going to matter. Sonics end up taking this one. Now they have to move forward and advance against Gex, who has just been patiently waiting with bated breath to take every single shot and everything lined up in their favor. Sonics have no options, nowhere to go. They're just going to have to take it over, feed it to the blue zone, and that's going to be a nice shift in position for Gex to move up into second, but it's going to be Sonics that are going to be the qualifying team from this round.
Yeah, good job from GEX to be able to at least wrap around and get in a better position to take the win, but ultimately it is Sonics who will be advancing out of Group D. A win in the previous one, back-to-back, seats them at the top. Excuse me, not back-to-back. A win from the previous one seats them at the top, but certainly a second placement will do the job and get the job done. Maybe from GX, if we saw some earlier signs of life in the earlier games, a few more frag points, a few more placement points, they could have stood a bit of a challenge, but giving yourself that back foot, putting yourself in that position and not performing early and then ultimately getting the win towards the end, it's not good enough. It is Sonics who come out on top. That was our last match of today. For me and Matchroom, we'll be seeing you tomorrow for now to close the show and to go over everything that we've seen and break down today. I'm going to pass it back to Steve and the Desk team. Gentlemen, enjoy.
Thank you very much to the golden voices of Sims and Matchroom. You guys did a great job today in a new experience as this format has been. Congratulations to Gex coming out with the win on the last games, but it is the Sonics who ultimately advance to the next stage of this challenge. So they will go forward. The rest will get to watch from the comfort of their hotel rooms tomorrow. 3 games, 3 different champions, and the only team not to get a chicken dinner, Godspeed, is Zenith.
You know, it was a rough ride for the Zenith boys, but their third-person days are, well, they're sadly behind them. You know who else? You know, STK started off strong, couldn't finish in the last 2 games. It's very clear that they are washed.
Wow, laying it on the line. STK does go down. Sonics advances. And, you know, Hypoc, I was excited to see Sonics on top of their game again. I mean, every match, if they didn't win, they got second. So looking good.
Yeah, I mean, all it's taken is completely mixing up the circles and changing the view perspective for us to see Sonics. No, I'm joking. I saw Sonics harping on themselves. They tweeted out from the main account saying all we needed was TPP to get a win. So good to see them embracing the fun. Obviously, this is not that previous post-match breakdown. I'd be very surprised if that was the case. But overall, 1,900 damage across the 3 games. Shrimzy leading the charge, 5 kills for the team. And overall, I mean, they remain pretty active, right? We were talking about earlier before the games started today. The teams that are aggressive and are kind of proactive in front of those kill points are probably going to do best here.
Yeah, and you know, let's you know, I'm from North America. We watch a lot of these guys play. And to be honest, I think I'm pretty happy with how this broke out. I think Sonics is a team for me, Godspeed, that will benefit from playing out the rest of this thing, maybe get their heads fresh and ready to go for the weekly survival next week by sort of, you know, taking themselves out of the mental focus and practicing. Whereas STK, I think spending the next couple of days in team building, potentially scrimming, and training may actually go to benefit them next week.
Yeah, maybe possible. Sorry, Park, did you want to say something?
No, I was going to make a joke, but the screen has changed now. So you go ahead, Godspeed.
Okay, well, no. I mean, starting off, obviously, this little 4-pack combat here at the Crossroads was pretty interesting at the start. It was Gex able to finally wipe off Zenith. But then we had this really wild fight and some crazy pre-nades, actually, coming out from Sonics. They were able to kind of dispatch of STK, but then the problem arose for them, the fact that Gex was waiting for them to just come out of that compound. And, yeah, it was just a really easy game for Gex, but Sonics were able to at least secure themselves 4 kills, which, tossed them over the edge to advance.
All right, who voted for Sonics at the start of this pick? I don't remember. Did we do? Oh, we didn't do it.
Yeah, no, it was me. I voted Sonics, 100%.
Okay. I think Hypoc did too, making him 4 for 4 on the day.
No, actually, I believe he was a Gex fan this time around.
Let's look at the totals. Sonic, 36 points. Global Esports Exet actually ends up in second place with 29. Shoot to Kill in third, and Zenith, let's see, you get 4 points for joining the game. So 4, 8, 12, 16. Wow, that's unfortunate. That's what they get, 16 at the end of the day. That's rough. Any other thoughts on what we've seen today, Hypoc experiences? How are you doing?
No, I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. This is, I mean, it was looking like it was going to be one of the closest series we had. Looking at, once again at the player leaderboard, Shrimsy leading the charge overall as well through this lobby. Absolutely love to see that. And, coming into this for Sonics, it was going to be kind of a mental reset, confidence booster. So I'm glad to see them making it out of Group D. Yeah.
I like it too. Do you like it, Godspeed?
I do. I very much like it. I think out of a lobby of, 4 teams and 3 of them were NA, I'm really happy that an NA team advanced.
That's true. I think a lot of people would have been happy if the only NA team had advanced, or not NA team had advanced. That said, it is what it is. Let's talk, Hypoc, before the match, I had, you were going into some deep dive analysis about learning from the meta. And I'm curious if we're going to get back to that. Will tomorrow's teams, come in ready because they've studied the tapes from today?
Ooh. I mean, I'd hope so. I'd hope that there's not going to be any surprises with the circle tomorrow. If anybody's not been paying close attention to the VOD, so to say, that's about the only thing I've got there, Steve.
Okay, it does. I hope that there's a change to the circle. I would quite enjoy seeing it, to be honest with you. Maybe for the finals, we could send it north or south or east or west or really anywhere but the middle. That said, though, I think we've got an interview. So let's go now to SDK.
선수와 인터뷰 나눠볼게요. Congratulations. 자, 같은 그룹 내에 슈트킬 팀이 있었습니다. 북미의 왕을 호시탐탐 노리고 있는데 우리 소닉스 팀에게 한마디 남겨주신다면 어떤 말 하시겠어요?
Alright, so within your team, within your group, you guys had Shoot to Kill, who's currently doing very well within the NA group. Do you have anything you guys you want to say to your teammates for your win today?
To my teammates
Yeah.
about our win?
Yeah.
I mean, good stuff. We definitely came into today with a good vibe. We were just going to try and take this as positive as we can because, it's not the real tournament per se, but it's fun.
일단 굉장히 고생을 했다는 말을 하고 싶고 물론 이제 본 경기는 아니지만 해당 경기를 통해서 좀 사기 진전이 되지 않았나라고 생각을 합니다.
네, 좋은 메시지 남겨주셨습니다. 그리고 이제 티글튼 선수도 그렇고 슈트킬 또 소닉스 팀이 한국에서 다 숙소 생활하고 있잖아요. 밥은 잘 먹고 다니시는지 궁금합니다. 뭐 편의점, 마트, 룸 서비스를 이용을 많이 하신다고 들었는데 어떤 한국 음식이 가장 맛있으세요?
So this counts for all the teams, but including Sonics, you're staying in Korea, so you're visiting a lot of restaurants, convenience stores. So you guys tried a lot of Korean food.
Yeah.
What type of Korean food did you guys enjoy the most?
I think all of us just enjoy the barbecue places, trying out the pork, wrapping it up in seaweed and rice and kimchi. Just having I don't even know what to call it. I'm sure you know, but the Korean barbecue places have been really nice.
일단 저희는 많이 도전을 해봤는데 일단 한국식 바베큐 삼겹살도 굉장히 맛있었고 김에다 밥을 싸먹는 것도 맛있었고 지금 굉장히 잘 먹고 있습니다.
괜히 물어본 것 같아요. 너무 배가 고픕니다. 네. 자, 그리고 제가 티글튼 선수의 개인 방송을 본 적이 있는데 혹시 이벤트 매치에서 우승을 하게 되신다면 우리 팬분들을 위해서 공약 하나 걸어주실 수 있을까요?
So, do you have anything you would particularly do for your fans that are watching your stream if you were to win this event match?
There's no deal, but I'm sure they'd come up with something. I've shaved my head in the past for them, just this middle area. Pretty dedicated to the fans, but yeah, we haven't come up with anything so far.
일단 아직까지 공약이 정해진 건 없는데요. 팬들을 위해서라면 이제 무엇이든 할 각오가 되어 있습니다. 전에도 이제 머리를 삭발을 한 적이 있고 앞으로 좀 더 지켜봐야 될 것 같습니다.
네, 그러면 더 많이 생각해 보시고 개인 방송에서 듣도록 하겠습니다. 태글튼 선수 인터뷰 너무 감사드립니다. 땡큐.
예.
네, 이렇게 해서 오늘 D조의 주인공이었던 소닉스 팀과 함께 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 저희는
Thank you so much. Congratulations to the Sonics again. You got to see an interview with Big Tig, who I'm not sure if he was chewing gum or if he had his lunch stuffed inside of his mask before the interview. Either way, though, big win as they ate up their opponents. I saw that, Pac. I liked your little play there. Hey, good games today. A lot of fun-ish. Something new. I don't like new in my regular life, so this has been a challenge to me. But I'll be honest, I think we've seen some cool things, some great plays, some great moments. The unveiling of Pentalol, which I think perhaps Godspeed didn't go the way that they hoped it would, but you got to get your feet wet somewhere, right?
I think Penta's going to be fine. I think this is a great way for him to kind of enter the roster, just have a bit of fun with the guys first, and then you know, when it comes down to business, I expect Penta to perform. I'm a huge fan. I'm a big supporter of that kid, and I think he's nuts. So I think it'll work.
He's nuts. Last time there was a player that popped onto the scene, it was the Big Tig, and everyone said he's nuts, and we were hyped about it. You heard it here. Godspeed hyping Pentalol as the next big thing. So let's see if it happens. Guys, that's it. That's all we have for today. We'll be back with more of this tomorrow, so make sure you tune in for it. But I would be wrong to sign us off without giving you two a chance to have your final thoughts with the few that remain watching us. So we'll start with Hypoc this time. Hypoc, final thoughts.
It's very kind of you. I mean, yeah, all I want to say is just a crazy prediction success rate for me today. Everything going just as expected in my book. But no, it's I know a lot of people have kind of had mixed opinions about today, but it's a bit of fun. It's a nice mental reset for the players, and to be honest, we've had a couple of good games out of it, so I've been happy overall.
Hypoc, are you back tomorrow, or do you have the day off?
I'm not back tomorrow. Poro's on tomorrow.
Poro tomorrow. Okay, well, thank you for being here. I've enjoyed having you for the
Thanks
little
for
this chaos. Hey, you know, I mean, well, I'm not like I'm having you, but you know what I mean. It's fun to hear from you. You're a fun guy, not a mushroom, but like a fun guy. Godspeed, your final thoughts.
I'm gonna be honest, as I always am. Today was a lot of fun. I laughed a lot on cast. It was really a pleasure up here with you guys. Yeah, it's goofy. Yeah, it's different, but ultimately, I think it's to the benefit of the players as well to have a break. So I had a good time today.
I like it. You're going down that road that I wanted to go down, guys. I appreciate you being here. We all do. It means the world to us here at PUBG and from everyone at the event. And let's be honest, this is a crazy 2 months of PUBG, a festival to celebrate a game that most of us love. And sometimes it's not exactly what you want. It's not the most competitive format, but it's meant to be fun. A mental reset, as Hypoc put it, for a lot of these players who are playing the most stressful event of their life. North of $6 million in the prize pool. This is a lot. And so having something like this to kind of reset and re-go, I think it'll be good for them. It's good for us. It's good for everyone. I hope that you had fun watching and hanging out. We'll be back to do it again tomorrow. And then, of course, the finals to play for their share of $60K on Sunday. I hope to see you there. And until I do, play more PUBG.